It's the one you've been waiting for, the classic of classics, the Ronde van Vlaanderen, the Tour of Flanders. Men's race, of course, the women's race is today too. My name's Jez Cox. I have a super elite team here for you, our coverage today at the home of cycling. I'm going to be joined by Joe Rousel, Alice Wood and Michael Hutchinson. The four of us are going to take you through the whole of the 278, let's call it 278.5 kilometres today to bring home the second monument of the year. We're looking at shots, of course, at the start, which this year is in Antwerp. It was, of course, in Bruges, or Brugge last year. Antwerpen this year. And we're going to bring you a lot of content from the start. We're about 15 minutes away from the rollout too.
Well, the spirits are high here in Antwerp for the second monument of the year. It's the Tour of Flanders. Me and Jip have already been to take a look at the team presentation. There are thousands of people awaiting their favourite riders to watch them do the sign-on, ride along the yellow carpet, up the stage. It's electric there, Jip van den Bos. But what could play a huge part today is the weather.
Yeah, as you can see, there's quite a lot of wind. Unfortunately, not in the right direction for echelons, but the first 100 kilometers are a very strong headwind, which will make it very difficult for breakaways to go out, to stay away. And in the final part, after the Paterberg, it will be a very hard tailwind towards the finish, which is very good for a solo rider or a breakaway to stay away.
What about the hopes of Belgium then? They've got Wout van Aert, who's in incredible form, the results that he's been having recently, but also the way that he's been racing so aggressively. It seems like he's back. I mean, he's never really gone away. However, Remco Evenepoel makes his debut at the Tour of Flanders, which is crazy. 26 years of age, but only now he makes his debut.
Yeah, as you can imagine, the Belgium news is not talking about much more than Wout van Aert and Remco Evenepoel. They have very high hopes with the debut of Remco, but also with the form of Wout. Of course, they're a bit cautious because there are two other riders which are in very, very good shape and hard to beat. But they have high hopes, as you can see, because there is a lot of Belgian people out here.
There certainly is. Mathieu van der Poel is looking to try and take his fourth victory at the Tour of Flanders, to stand alone as the outright leader with the most wins in this monument, with Tadej Pogačar looking to make it 3 victories and take his 12th monument.
My goodness me, this is set to be one for the ages, isn't it? That April the 1st announcement that that man whose golden and white specialised bike was ready to go, Remco Evenepoel, would be riding. How will it affect things this year? And Hannah's right, he's 26 years of age. How it hasn't happened till now? Well, let's see how it goes on debut. Should have a look back though at last year. We had lovely conditions actually for the 109th edition of the Ronde van Vlaanderen, but that didn't stop the crashes, including affecting Mathieu van der Poel, of course. This was the scenes though between the onto the Paterberg, I think it was. Yeah, and Tadej Pogačar using the first ascent it was of the Oude Kwaremont to really stretch things out. Mads Pedersen and Wout van Aert caught off guard, and it kept going. The second of the 3 ascents of the Oude Kwaremont, the opportunity for Tadej Pogačar to go for it. This was back onto the Paterberg, of course. Only a small gap over the Wout van Aert chasing group, with Van Aert, Mathieu van der Poel in there too. But it was enough in front of a massive crowd in the sunshine last year. And he time trialled his way to the finish in Altenade. Same finish line, of course, that we're using today, of course, alongside the Donk Park. I'm not sure it'll be quite as sunny as that. There's the last 10 winners. Notably, the last Belgian winner, 2017, Philippe Gilbert. Will that change today? It still might be something of an upset were it to happen. We have, by the way, 4 of those former winners in this field, of course, today, including Mathieu van der Poel, Tadej Pogačar, Kasper Asgreen, the Danish winner from 2021, and Alberto Bettiol. That fantastic, slightly surprise win in 2019 as well. Are we going to get another surprise today? Or is it a measuring out of the big 4? Some say the big 3. Some say the big 5. Well, we'll come on to that. This is where they can stand at the moment. For the second year in a row, Mathieu van der Poel has an opportunity to become the greatest of all time by winning 4. But he's in an extremely elite group there, isn't he? Aschelbus in the 1940s, Lorenzo Magni in the 50s, Eric Le Mans, the Belgium, in the 70s, Tom Boonen, of course, all the way between 2005 and 2012, and then Cancellara and Van der Poel, the latest in the Big Three club. Let's have a look at where they go. As we know, they flip-flop between a Brugge start and an Antwerpen start. Today, it's Antwerp, which means it's a slightly longer course. In fact, it's one of the longest for an awfully long time today. But they are riding into a headwind, as we heard from Yip there, riding southward. Destination, effectively, the hills, the Flemish Ardennes, to the east of Oudenaarde. Once they're into there, that is when things really kick off. It's basically 140k to get there. They go through Oudenaarde, they start the first of the Oude Kwaremont, and then they have these two big clockwise loops, the second of which is slightly smaller, and the second of which is basically a mega mix of all the biggies. The second ascent of the Oude Kwaremont, followed by the Paterberg, then the Koppenberg, the steepest of them, of course, and then back on to the Oude Kwaremont and the Paterberg. That's our finale. And the fascinating thing will be to see at which point the big names play their cards. The last couple of times when he's won, there's been Tadej Pogacar on the Oude Kwaremont on the second of the 3 times up it. Will others want to get on the front foot before it? And what will Remco Evenepoel do on debut? Let's have a look at how it was announced, shall we? Instagram, first of all.
Are you ready?
Well, that's how things came out. Plenty of people on the 1st of April wondering whether it was a joke. It's happening. Can he be the game changer? What an announcement to make on April the 1st this week. Everyone, well, I say everyone, I'm not sure I did, but some people thought it was a joke, and with good reason. It was, of course, April the 1st. But I can tell you, the Belgian was not joking. Jackie Durand said, well, when I heard the news that Remco Evenepoel was taking part in the Tour of Flanders, given that it was announced on April the 1st, I think that, like many others, I didn't believe it. I must admit, I waited until the 2nd of April to be sure they were actually taking part, because even when I went to bed in the evening of the 1st of April, I still had my doubts. And he says Evenepoel will be on the start line for the 2nd monument of the season, and set to fulfill a childhood dream. And Antonio Fletcher said, well, this is going to be strengthening for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, a team that has shown a very high level of performance, especially with Van Dijk, with the Van Dijk brothers, Gianni Vermeersch, Laurens Pitti, Jordi Meijers. They might have had some chances in Flanders, especially to play certain options. But now, with the arrival of Remco Evenepoel, the focus is much more on one rider. The date of the 1st of April had been set to make this announcement some time ago, apparently. Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe has been preparing for this for some time. Jackie Durand says, well, it's a brilliant timing to announce this just a few days before the Tour of Flanders. I know the Belgian press a bit, and I'm to keep Remco Evenepoel's presence under wraps in Belgium. When he was coming to the Tour of Flanders, well, that is hats off to them. Moreno Moses says, well, I've seen a lot of critics about it, but the truth is that Red Bull is a company that always tries to disrupt the existing patterns. So I like their choice of doing it like this, and they said themselves that it was a marketing decision. Evenepoel, it has to be said, doesn't see himself as a favourite, but he's happy to leave that label to Mathieu van der Poel and Tadej Pogacar, I suspect. His 2 main rivals, we suspect, on this day. Durand says, well, that's the big question mark. Obviously, he has a better chance of shining than Jonas Vingegaard, who has also announced he'll be competing in the Tour of Flanders. That much is certain. But even if you're the strongest rider in the Tour of Flanders, there's no guarantee of victory. There are so many positions to manoeuvre through to avoid crashes, and that's where things can go wrong for Remco Evenepoel. We also heard from Alan Piper, Red Bull's strategic advisor, of course.
His ability to climb and knowing the area and being Belgian, I think he could do a really great result. Just from that motivation of riding his own home race. I think he for sure has the qualities and the mental headspace to do it.
Well, we believe that Remco Evenepoel has fully recovered from his crash at the Tour of Catalonia, and he'll hope to keep up with Tadej Pogacar, particularly on the Oude Kwaremont, key section, of course, of the race. Nice to hear from them. We're going to be hearing from more people But first of all, we'll actually hear from Remco Evenepoel himself. We've got plenty of interviews to bring you across the opening of the race itself in the early stages as we see the breakaway unfold, I suspect. But first of all, let's hear from the man himself, Remco Evenepoel.
Remco Evenepoel, with the official announcement coming on April Fool's Day, you're here, it's no joke, you're making your debut here at the Ronde van Vlaanderen. Can you try and tell me what it feels like as a Belgian to be here at the Tour of Flanders, to be on the start line on debut as Olympic champion?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, since I was a very young kid, I was always watching the race. I used to live really close to the Bosberg, so which was the deep final of the previous edition. So yeah, I think it's something that has always been in me, and to be finally here at the start is amazing. I think it took me way too long to be here.
Yeah, you're 26 years of age now. Why has it taken you so long? Why have you not taken part and raced in the Tour of Flanders before?
Yeah, I think just some decisions within the team, and also just different goals. So I think it should be the right time now.
I think back in 2022 when you did Brabantse Pijl, when you were going across the cobbles after the race, you said those guys who race on those cobbles are crazy. Now you're going to be one of those guys taking on one of the most famous one-day races in the world. What are your thoughts? What are the expectations today?
Yeah, of course, it's going to be a big discovery for myself to race on these roads. Of course, I know them from training, but racing is completely different. So yeah, we'll see how it goes, but I think I should be ready. I did enough recons. I watched the race a lot of times also to see Mathieu, Wout, Tadej racing on it. So yeah, I think I'm ready for whatever is coming.
What do you have to be ready for? Because we saw already a year ago that the second time up the Oude Kwaremont was where Tadej Pogačar started to make his moves, but it was the final ascent where he really broke the rest of them. What is your strategy?
Yeah, for sure. We need to get there like as economic as possible, which is difficult in this race. But yeah, I should come into the deep final with numbers, so with the most teammates as possible, and then yeah, then it's going to be all about the legs from second time Kwaremont, I think. Also with the wind, how it's standing, it's going to be a very early and a long final. So yeah, I think once we hit the cobbles, it's going to be full focus, and we need to be ready for every single part. So I think we know what to do. Lastly,
do you think you can win?
Yes.
Good luck. Thank you, Remco.
Thank you.
I've never heard so much focus on one rider's ride in Brabantse Pijl before to look at how we think Remco Evenepoel might go on the cobbles of Flanders today. Fingers crossed there'll be no rain. I don't think they will be. It's not going to be as sunny as last year, where we had a glorious day. Well, don't forget, of course, it's not just the men's race happening today. It is the women's race, and Lotte Kopecky also aiming to see if she can become a three-time winner. We heard from Manon Lloyd and Danny Rowe to talk us through the build-up to the women's race.
We've made it to Oudenaarde, the start and the finish of the women's race, and it is right here that Lotte Kopecky could make history by winning the race for the fourth time. But Danny, it's not going to be easy for her because there's going to be a lot of pressure from the Belgian fans, isn't there?
There will be so much pressure from the fans, and also pressure that she'll be putting on herself, but she is a local hero. Everyone is behind her. She'll be carrying confidence now from those wins from Milan-San Remo and Nocra Corsa, and this race is unique. It's like no other, but Lotte Kopecky knows these roads like the back of her hand and can read the race as well too. The excitement is building, and soon it's going to be full of beer for its excitement, and I can't wait.
It's going to be a good one. Make sure to join our coverage from 3:15 on HBO Max, but you could also join straight after the men's race on Eurosport 1. Make sure to join us.
Oof, very much looking forward to that. So there we have it, a golden opportunity, and very simple numerically, a chance for Lotte Kopecky and Mathieu van der Poel to be the first riders ever to have won four, setting them apart from everyone. So many little pieces of the puzzle, though, having to come together. We're looking here at the longest climb in the race, the Oude Kwaremont. And yes, you might be able to tell these aren't live pictures, because I can guarantee you there'll be fans all over that climb at the moment. The Oude Kwaremont, as it always is, the central focal point, and then the sucker punch of the Paterberg just about 3 kilometres later. Much shorter, much steeper, and then don't forget, of course, the steepest climb of all comes shortly after that, the Koppenberg. First time up the Oude Kwaremont, this climb you're looking at right now, just to remind you, it sits by itself before we ride a slightly more extended loop to start the climb again on the Eichenberg. Tadej Pogačar, the last 2 years, using this climb, for his last 2 wins, I should say, using this climb as his opportunity to first of all create the selection the first time up it, and then to do his final damage the second time up it. We're just waiting to bring you live pictures, by the way, which is why we're seeing these drone shots taken during the course of the week when the weather was a little bit sunnier and also a little bit less windy. As we've heard, plenty of talk about wind from the start. But for those of you who are watching on our Eurosport coverage, we're going to take a very short break here before we bring you back to scenes from the start in Antwerp. And for those of you who are still watching, do just bear with us while we wait to bring you back to those scenes at the start in Antwerp. And as I say, this race this year starting there, it flip-flops between Antwerp and Brugge, and we're going to get to enjoy, particularly those of you who are watching the race all day with us, watching the opening breakaway skirmishes unfold. I suspect it will be quite closely monitored though by the big teams. We're looking back now at some of those scenes at Side-On. Gives us an indication of how cool it is. I think it'll reach about 12 or 13 degrees today, but enough for Wout van Aert to have his neck buff on. I have to say, by the way, and I'll share a little bit of view with this, I've been talking to our commentary team here, my co-commentators, in fact everyone I speak to. I have to say that man in yellow there, Wout van Aert, seems to be so many people's wanna-win guy. But the problem is he's going to have to overcome Mathieu van der Poel, Tadej Pogačar, and now some would say pesky nuisance that might be Remco Evenepoel, putting a little spoiler in the mix. This was the start. Oh my goodness me. Do you know what? It's not been a smooth start this season for UAE Team Emirates, and that is not what you want to see for Rui Oliveira, their Portuguese man, who's going to be a key part of Tadej Pogačar's armoury today. Now, some might watch that and say it was ominous. I hope not. Not least because we want to see a nice smooth race. It hasn't been smooth for UAE Team Emirates, so has it? No Tim Wellens here, still out injured. No Jonathan Narvaez, who of course crashed out while he was trying to defend his Tour Down Under crown as well. And no Jan Christen. They've been replaced by Antonio Morgado. Niels Pollitt might have been in there anyway. Benoit Cosnefroy is there, and Mikel Biel. It is still a ridiculously strong team, but it has to be noted UAE Team Emirates looking to get Tadej Pogačar his 3rd win today, possibly not with the lineup they'd have wanted. By the way, on the front row there, really nice to see Jan Boljant Senbayar, the Mongolian rider, making his debut for Burgos Berpelet Biache. Big rider on the Asia Tour and riding on the front row, so maybe look out for Jan Boljant Senbayar, the Mongolian, in the breakaway today. I suspect that's what he'll be trying to do. He's getting his debut at the age of 29. This is the scene as the race is neutralised, and they ride basically away from the mighty River Scheldt in Antwerp. They ride northward, cross over the Scheldt, and then go onto the western bank southward, and they are basically then effectively riding southwestward for 140 kilometres to reach Oudenaarde and the start of things proper. There is the Mongolian in the middle in the colours of Burgos Berpelet Biache, Jan Boljant Senbayar. Nice to pick him out. I get to commentate a lot on the Asia Tour races, and he's a fantastic, sparky rider, Senbayar, so hope to see him in the breakaway. No favouritism there. By the way, in amongst the teams, we have all 18 world teams, as you'd expect, this being the second monument of the year here at the Ronde van Vlaanderen. And we also have with them those 7 second division pro teams: Cofidis, Pinarello, Tudor, Burgos Berpelet, as I mentioned there, Team Flanders Baloise, the Belgian team, Total Energies, and Unibet Rose Rockets, the now French team with its Dutch heart. So you're watching live pictures now of our peloton of 170 riders spread across 25 teams who are just about to have the flag dropped on them as they exit Antwerp on their way to the full 278 kilometres of this year's 110th Ronde van Vlaanderen. And I'm just hearing, by the way, I'm glad I picked out Jan Boljant Senbayar, because we're going to bring you an interview with him. He is, by the way, the first Mongolian rider to have started the Ronde van Vlaanderen, and I hope to see him in the break. He's a cracking rider, very exciting. He's got a handy little sprint on him from a small group as well. And we're going to hear from Jambeljan Sembayar right now, I believe, and he's going to be talking to us in English, the Mongolian rider. What a special moment for him at the age of 29 as well. Here he is.
First, there is a bit the feeling to be at the start line here, a historical first for Mongolia. Tell us a bit the feeling.
Yeah, it's such a great feeling. It's an honor to me to being at the biggest monument of the cycling. Also in my career, this longest part. So yeah, I'm really good. It's such an incredible feeling. It's happy to get in here.
What this race means overall? I mean, when did you hear from it? When did you start to want to do it? Maybe.
So we had Belgium Classics already in the beginning of the season. So that I plan to go here after some major races. So yeah, this also such a surprise to me, like starting at the biggest race in the world.
I guess you have done recon. You have got to the hills here. Have you done this week?
Yeah. Yeah, the day before we did the 90k recon with the team, so yeah, that was also surprising to me. Yeah, but I did also won the World Championship in 2024. Yeah, that was also some couple sections that I used to do.
And on a more emotional point of view, tell us how it was to get this atmosphere, and also on the podium. I guess it's a pretty special one.
It's special, yeah. It's such a huge honor. Yeah.
And now, what to do? It's a breakaway to goal. It's what to do, how to take advantage of this opportunity.
Yeah, the breakaway is the good option to me. Also, yeah. Also, there will be many of riders wants to go in the break. Yeah, there will be it will be depends. Yeah, we'll basically plan to go in the break as well.
Just one word about the fact that there's a lot of wind. How do you think that will affect? How do we think that will affect the start of the race?
Yeah, there's mostly the headwind today, so that will be also a huge effort from some others. So yeah, we will see. We will talk soon later.
Well, thank you very much and enjoy this experience. Thank you. Have a good race. Thank you.
I'm really glad we caught up with Sembayar at the start. Jambeljan Sembayar, the first Mongolian rider to start the Ronde van Vlaanderen. We've seen him at the front, so there he is, sitting second row, just behind the Flanders-Baloise rider. Definitely expect to see a Flanders-Baloise rider in there, not least as we look at the race director, Scott Sunderland, up there with his flag out. Not least because that team in the yellow, blue and white, Flanders-Baloise, are due to end at the end of this year. They've produced so much top Flemish talent over the years, and I believe the team is, well, unless anything changes, due to expand at the end of this year. So they will be set. They're always set to get in the breakaway. They had, who did they have? Victor Vercouy. Victor Vercouy was the breakaway man of the year last year, the Belgian, and he was in the breakaway in this race. We had 8 riders up the road, by the way. So as we look down on the opera, I'm going to bring in another highbrow colleague of mine. It is Dr. Michael Hutchinson. Hutch, good morning. This is. I've got a feeling, Hutch, by the way, I've got a feeling this is going to be a humdinger today. Am I right?
Good morning, Jez. It always is a humdinger, isn't it, Jez?
Yeah, but this is.
What was the last bad Tour of Flanders?
That little inclusion, the little sprinkling of Remco Evenepoel over the top of the cooking while it's bubbling away.
I'm really interested to see. I think I might be wrong. I think Tadej Pogačar. I think Tadej Pogačar is concerned about Remco's long-range ability in a way that he's not concerned about very many other people's long-range ability. So I think that perhaps changes the dynamic of things a bit. It is going to depend how Remco feels when we start to get into the heart of this race, because if Remco is going to do anything, he's going to have to do it early. And he hasn't ridden this race before. He knows the area. He knows he knows the race. He's been watching it his whole life. But it depends just how he feels at the key moments at maybe 50 kilometres to go.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see how early he has to go. I think so many people know that the the Tadej Pogacar weapon that can be launched on the Oude Kwaremont is so dangerous. The conversation hasn't been, can you outclimb him on the Oude Kwaremont when people are interviewed? It's do you try and stay with Tadej Pogacar on the Oude Kwaremont? So that'll be interesting. Let's look back, though, because a lot of talk about Wout van Aert. Let's look back at our midweek race, of course, on Wednesday in the Dwars door Vlaanderen. Of course, it is one of those stepping stones, and Wout van Aert in the midweek race on Wednesday looking so good. Fascinating to watch Pippo Ganna at the back with broken handlebars too. That's been reported on a fair bit this week. How he held it together, I don't know. But Wout van Aert bridging, I think, at the end to the breakaway, and then going past them and going off by himself. It was so close. Coming into the finish, Filippo Ganna, turning that right-hander, was closing in on Wout van Aert. Wout van Aert looked like he might survive, but then Pippo Ganna started to get a sense of Wout van Aert's slipstream right up behind him, and just before the line, Pippo Ganna getting the big classics win that so many people had expected him. I'm sure he did too, for so long. And a head-down Wout van Aert across the line. Heartbreak for Wout van Aert fans, and I think heartbreak probably for a lot of people watching who'd have been glad to see him win it. However, that big classics win, as I say, had been coming for so long for Pippo Ganna, who, by the way, is not in this field. No Filippo Ganna starting today for Ineos Grenadiers, but let's hear from the man that he pipped on that line, Wout van Aert, who is, I think we have to safely say, one of the big four. Let's see if he was talking like a big four at the start.
Wout van Aert, it's been an incredible couple of weeks of racing for you. It's been brilliant to see the way you've been racing offensively. What can we expect from you today? Because I think we're getting glimmers of your old self being in a position now to be able to win the Tour of Flanders. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling good. Thanks for the compliment. I also really enjoyed the last couple of races, and yeah, it would be amazing if I can race in the same manner today.
Can you try and tell me what it feels like as a Belgian to be racing in the Tour of Flanders, and if you were in a position to win this race, what would it mean for you, for your career, and how special is it?
It would mean everything to me. I mean, it's no hiding around that. It's a goal of mine for years now already, and every time I line up, I get goosebumps. So yeah, it's definitely a big goal, but something that's really hard to achieve, and yeah, we'll see.
What's the plan today then? Because the weather conditions are not necessarily favourable with the big headwind all the way to Oudenaarde, but how do you think that will play a role in the way the race unfolds?
I'll try to hide as long as possible to take not too much wind, and then yeah, ready to fight when it's matter.
Very often the Oude Kwaremont, particularly the second ascent of the Kwaremont, is really important. Do you think things will start a lot earlier than that this year?
I wouldn't believe it start a lot earlier. It's definitely always the most important point, but yeah, nowadays we race from far on, so you need to be ready for any scenario.
What's the scenario between yourself and Matthew Brennan?
Well, Matthew is a strong asset for our team. He's learning everything right now in this Classics campaign, and I think today he will be especially valuable to counter early moves and to bring me in a good position, because we cannot expect him to race the deep final at his age. But yeah, he will learn a lot and get stronger from this day, that's for sure.
Thank you, Wout. Best of luck.
Questions from Hannah Walker there. Interesting to bring up Matthew Brennan in there. There's something I hadn't even really considered. We suspect he is here in a working role. Hutch, fascinating to hear from Wout van Aert there. As I say, I think everyone I speak to says they'd like Wout van Aert to win this today. Can he do it, Michael Hutchinson?
Well, he can. He's potentially got the ability, depending how the race unfolds. He's got a strong team around him, but it depends what happens. I mean, I do in a way wonder whether the presence of Remco Evenepoel might end up opening the race up a little bit, so that it's just not quite down to the Mathieu van der Poel and Tadej Pogacar show. So does that maybe somehow create a gap that Wout van Aert can sneak through? It's going to be much, maybe a little slightly more reactive race than we've seen in the last 2 or 3 years, and maybe Wout can slide through the middle, because I think you're right. I think everyone, or I think most neutrals would like to see Wout van Aert win this race.
His record in the race, just to be clear to everyone, 4th last year, 4th in 2023, 6th in 2021, Second in 2020, of course, when it was that brilliant two-up sprint between him
so close.
and Mathieu van der Poel, wasn't it? Wasn't it indeed? I'm going on. Yes, that was it. So 4 rides for Wout van Aert. So close again, as you say, at Dwars-door-Vlaanderen on Wednesday. But also, it has to be said, I know he's not here, but we'll just pay tribute to it. That win for Filippo Ganna on Wednesday was coming, wasn't it, Hutch? We knew this would happen at some point.
Yeah, he's just such a big engine, and he closed that gap so quickly. You can sort of see the pursuing form from the track, just the speed with which he closed it and took the win.
Yeah.
He did say, somebody, I can't remember which of the interviewer asked him if he would be here today, and he said, no, I have a 65-inch television, I will be able to see the race excellently. I'll be able to see the race on that perfectly.
I think there'll be a few, well, there will be, I'm sure there'll be Italians watching who'll be disappointed by that. As you can see from the graphic, by the way, folks, we are under 2k away from the flag being dropped in. And pleased to see Rui Oliveira is now up at the front with Connor Swift just in behind him. He was the rider who crashed at the start. Am I reading, I don't want to, I pointed it out, Hutch, am I reading too much in? He looks absolutely fine now, but should we read anything into that?
No.
No, right, that's that dealt with then.
I don't think so. Chris Froome crashed in the neutralised section of the 2013 Tour de France for stage 1 in Corsica and went on to win the race. So I don't think I don't think that's particularly maybe not good luck, but I don't think it tells us anything else.
I'm just hearing in my ear, we're about to see a replay of the crash. I'm not sure it isn't Rui Oliveira's crash again. Are we going to see it? I wouldn't really call it a crash. Yeah, here it is. Poor lad, look at this. It's happened to the best of us, hasn't it? I can see myself doing that, Hutch, on a little club run on a Sunday morning. I
can see you doing that too, Gus.
Yeah. You're meant to back me up. He's lost his bottle there as well. That is weird. That is
one of the spectators trying to say you've left your beat all night. That's a great start.
Right. What we didn't see was who cut him up. More importantly, who was it?
I thought he was looking over his shoulder and just swung slightly. It was into the Alula rider he hit, but I don't think it was. I don't think it was the Alula rider's fault.
Hutch, 25 teams here. Some of them, dare I say it, we might not really mention. Getting into this breakaway today, getting a rider up there has got to be important. We've just seen Max Walscheid bump fists with Luke Durbridge, so those two might try and get in the breakaway, I suspect, today as well. But it's last chance saloon to get noticed, I have to say, for some of these teams in particular, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's going to be a hard breakaway to get away today because of the very strong headwind that is blowing into their faces for the first few kilometres of this race. That just tends to blow the breakaways sort of back into the race. So it's going to be probably quite a fight to get away. But yeah, you're right. Movistar up there, Picnic Post up there, as well as sort of teams like Burgos that we'd expected, and Team Flanders, Baloise, all fighting for the kind of 5 or 6 seats in the breakaway.
So, for those of you who are just turning on, welcome to this live pictures of the 110th edition of the Ronde van Vlaanderen. The Ronde, the Tour of Flanders. So many people waiting for this moment. The second monument of the year, and a golden opportunity as we see the fist bump between Luke Durbridge, as I say, and Max Walscheid. Walscheid in very good form. He was attacking late on in the Ronde van Brugge, the newly named World Tour race, just a couple, what was it, last week, wasn't it? They're riding alongside the mighty River Schelte, going southward, and they'll be starting to feel the gentle press of that headwind that so many people have been talking about. Scott Sunderland, race director, the Aussie with his red flag out. When he drops it in, things will start to kick off. You can see the riders already readying themselves exactly for that too. Hutch, give me a pick. How many riders do you think there'll be in any sticking breakaway today? Do you want to give me a magic number?
I'm going to say 6.
We had 8 last year as well, so will this be it? I suspect not. The other interesting point, just to watch out for...
There's 6 right there, I'm right.
There is. Yeah, okay, so you win. You've done it. You've done it, Hutch. Right. One more thing just to pick up with you, Hutch, before I'm going to hand over to Joe Rousel and Alice Wood. This race, if we look at the way it's unfolded since Alberto Bettiol had his solo win in 2019. It's gone Van der Poel, then Asgreen, right? Then it's gone Van der Poel, Pogacar, Van der Poel, Pogacar. So this is supposed to be a Mathieu Van der Poel year, and it would at least allow me to stop having to keep saying every year, this is the year when he can become the greatest of all time. He could put it all to bed right here, Hutch, couldn't he?
Yeah, he could. It's going to be a hard race today, and that win, even when we get to kind of the heart of the race, and it stops being just a block headwind, that race is going to be a big influence because it's 30 kilometres an hour wind. Actually, it's not casual. So.
Hutch, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we've got an Alpecin with these two foil windsurfers, foil riders, I think, and it's one in Alpecin kit and one in Visma kit. What we can read into that, I don't know. But we do have the makings of an early skirmish. So, Hutch, I'll be back with you in a while, but this gives me a chance to bring in the other two parts of our four-cog elite commentary team that we have here, and that is Joe Rousel and Alice Wood. Joe, good morning.
Thank you, Jez. Good morning. Thank you for all that intro and all those interviews we just heard there from the start. We are super excited over here in the commentary booth at the start of this race, as all the build-up we've just heard from you. And Alice and I have just been looking back at our previous race history. And between the two of us, we have 6 starts in the Ronde van Vlaanderen, the women's edition, of course. Only one of us has finished inside the top 30, and that certainly wasn't me. So I'm very glad to be joined by former pro and double British champion Alice Wood alongside me today to bring all of the expertise. Of course, Alice, your starts and finishes in this race far more recent than mine. It was a very sort of different route that we used to have back in my day. But of course, we are talking about the men's race today, beginning in Antwerp. 278 kilometres of racing for this 110th edition, and I'm really intrigued about how this first sort of say 50 kilometres of the race will go. We've mentioned that we've got a headwind. We've heard plenty of that about that at the start. We heard that from Hannah and Yip before the race got underway, and already we can see Team Picnic PostNL really with an agenda to try and make a breakaway here. So what, you know, we've spoken about the big four. We know they're here. We're keeping a very close eye on them, but there's so much more going to be going on in this first 50k with a lot of riders and a lot of teams with this agenda to get this breakaway.
Yeah, there really is. Of course, we are talking about the big four so much, but there are another 171 riders in this race, all wanting to work out how they can win. Of course, there's the teammates of those big four as well, who will have the agenda of setting their leaders up for the win. But like I say, so many other riders wanting to try something in this race. If it's not to win, it's to get out front, it's to experience the Tour of Flanders out front, and of course it's to make a name for themselves and show their sponsors as well in one of the biggest races that we have on the calendar.
And we're already getting a taste of the atmosphere here. We could see the Flanders flags out there, and we can of course see another one of the teams here, that Team Flanders Bouwma's really trying to force this breakaway. We're only 2 kilometres into this race. We haven't had this breakaway form yet. I mean, the question is, how long is this going to take? Because as you say, there's so many riders with this agenda to try and get up here. There's all these teams that haven't got the big four in their roster. There's everyone that's not won a race. I mean, Team Picnic PostNL, I'm sorry to have to highlight it quite so early, not with any race victories so far in 2026. So really would love to see that change. It's going to be a huge ask today to make that happen. But these early stages of this race are all about the tension building, the possibility as we head through into the heart of Flanders and the climbs and the cobbles that are of course so iconic of this region. Just looking at the War Monument here. Got plenty of sights along the way. We've ridden out of Antwerp and we are heading southwest towards Oudenaarde, where we'll have our finish of the race today. As has been tradition for the last few years since, can't remember quite how many years we've had the finish there, certainly for as long as I can remember.
2012, I believe, was the first time we finished in Oudenaarde. It used to be the Mer Bosberg finish, which was the old Flanders and part of the Omloop Nieuwsblad finish these days, but a very different finish with the Kwaremont and the Paterberg being so close to the end is where we see all the action happening for the Tour of Flanders these days.
This is also the longest edition since 1988. Back then it was 279 kilometres. It's 278.2 today. So, you know, what's 800 metres between friends? I mean, quite a lot if you're Wout van Aert and almost winning a race by just, you know, getting caught in the final 100. But yeah, longest edition since 1988. And I know you've been speaking to some of your friends that are, of course, racing today, and they said that despite the length of this race and despite the headwind, we're expecting a very fast edition.
Yeah, we really are. We're seeing so many races become the fastest editions in recent years with the speed of the peloton, with the strength of the peloton as well. So yeah, I was speaking to Fred Wright. He does believe this is going to be another fastest edition of the race. Like you say, the headwind is going to really impact the speed. It's going to definitely impact the breakaway, potentially how long it takes for the breakaway to go, but also the gap that they may get. We can definitely see there's riders and teams here with that main mission to get riders in the breakaway, and many teams wanting to do that as well, and many different riders from those teams. So it is going to be very difficult to be able to get that to get away. Of course, the likes of UAE Team, Emirates, Alpecin Premier Tech, Visma Bike wanting to make sure that that breakaway doesn't get too big, so it's much easier to control, because like we heard previously from some of those big riders, having numbers in their team towards the middle and the final of this race is going to be really important to position their leaders and to keep this under control. So they're not going to want to have to use too many of their resources to chase down the breakaway.
We are looking at a three-time winner of this race, Mathieu van der Poel. Can he make history today by winning for the fourth time? As Jez said earlier, he seems to win every other year. He likes to win on an even year, 2020, 2022 and 2024. So enjoying the Antwerp starts in general. So much pressure on his shoulders, but he does keep delivering whenever it matters. Still, we've not got our breakaway formed. Very early on in this race, we've got the similar number of teams up towards the front trying to force this move. We can see the pace is high at the moment. We know we're racing into a headwind, and we're just trying to get that right formation. The pink jerseys are up there of EF Education Easy Post. Just 19 kilometres until we reach St Nicholas. We see some of the landmarks there along our route as we're heading southwest over towards Oudenaarde, and our various loops in and around the cobble climbs of Flanders that are, of course, so iconic. Just seeing a little bit of an issue here for a rider from Trudeau Pro Cycling Team, just drifting back into the convoy at the minute, Alice.
Yeah, just a rear puncture at the moment. His car potentially quite far back. He just needs to have that changed and then to get back into the bunch. It has actually slowed down at the moment. Just one rider from Burgos off the front as it's picnic personnel now starting those attacks again and really drawing out those Flanders Barlois riders who we are definitely expecting to be in the breakaway today. They're always in the moves, always very active in these situations and in the bigger races.
So a lot of our teams without the big four in them, still trying to get their riders into this breakaway. Familiar faces up towards the front, familiar jerseys we keep seeing trying to make this move happen. We can just see Unibet Rose Rockets just behind there as well. They're a fantastic opening start to the 2026 season. Not quite in the breakaway just yet. We've got 3 riders here at the moment. The flick of the elbow, of course, means you want the rider behind you to come through and do their turn. We all know what that means. Lots of looking over the shoulders here, lots of trying to see. And once again, Alice, that's been neutralised straight away. More riders coming across and peloton altogether.
Yeah, exactly. It's after some of these moves start to go that others are going to start to know what riders, what teams are looking to get into the breakaway. So we can definitely see Q36.5, one of the teams wanting to make sure they're there. They'd missed out on that previous 3 riders and made sure that they are trying to get into that. But of course you can waste so much energy picking the wrong moves to follow, making too much effort in those moves with it all coming back together. So it's definitely something that they need to think about, and they need to use their energy wisely. Of course, it's one thing getting in the breakaway, but with 270 kilometers left of this race, they definitely need to make sure that they're not investing too much energy where it's not necessary.
Some shots at the back of the peloton here. A lot of riders just with an extra jersey over the top of their racing jersey. You can just see the numbers poking out underneath. Just a hand in the air there, requesting service from the team car. And we can see how the peloton aren't spread across the road here. That's really giving us an idea of the sort of speed that they're travelling at. We're still inside the first 10 kilometres of this race, of course. We're still waiting for this break to form. But Alice, there'll be runners that, of course, have absolutely no interest in trying to get into the breakaway of the day, that will be able to sit back at this stage. But it is by no means relaxing. It's still going to be hectic out there.
Yeah, it is. We can see it's in one line at the moment with its a little bit of crosswind from the right at the moment. But with the majority headwind, you can get a lot of shelter in the wheels here. But, of course, you need to keep an eye on what is happening. You need to make sure you've still got teammates up the road in case there are some big splits or bigger moves that do happen. And you also need to make sure that you're staying safe as well, out of any trouble that could happen. We know that there are often, with a lot of twists and turns and with a lot of stress in the race, that there can be some silly crashes. We've already seen it right at the start with Rui Oliveira. So just making sure that you're staying safe and not wasting energy in these early stages for the riders who have no need and interest to be in the breakaway.
Team Flanders Baloise once again trying to force a move off the front with just one rider at the moment. A lot of riders will want to make sure they are in this breakaway. We're of course not going to have a solo rider go clear. That's definitely not going to happen. The question is, how many will it be? Michael Hutchinson did say earlier on he suspected 6 riders would form this early breakaway, but not quite there yet. We're approaching 10 kilometres into the race, and still lots of looking around here, lots of seeing who's ready to commit to this. No one's quite happy with the formation of this breakaway just yet, as we see some familiar jerseys working their way towards the front. Seen the familiar pink of EF Education Easy Post. We've seen Unibet Rose Rockets right up there as well. Team Picnic Post NL, as well as plenty of our smaller teams, Alice, who, you know, no, this is huge for them. This is the TV time, you know, flag to finish race, a monument race. To be able to be in the breakaway here, it would be a huge deal for so many of these teams.
Yeah, 100%. Like we say, there are the main favourites we've been looking at. There's also the slight underdogs that we believe will try to start to get into moves after we start getting towards the climbs and the main cobble sections. But there's the riders who are real outsiders who will look to get in the breakaway, really see if they can do something to kind of call the bluff of those bigger teams, to try and get a big group working and to get up the road as far as possible to try and still be out there at the front when the moves really do start to kick off. So there's many more of those riders in this race now than there are the favourites and the riders that do really believe that they can win this race, but you really do never know what is going to happen. Just one rider from EF Education Easy Post at the moment, Colby Simmons, so he will of course be hoping more riders are going to start to come across, potentially with the headwind just causing those lulls in the peloton and riders not wanting to have to make these big investments to chase down these moves on their own.
22-year-old Colby Simmons, the rider here, clear for EF Education Easy Post. Keep looking over his shoulder there, trying to see who's going to come across. He is still, well, just a matter of metres ahead of the peloton here, about to be joined. As once again we've spread across the road here. So this is interesting. There's been a lull in pace there after so long with the peloton completely strung out in almost one single line. We're now spread across the road. That attack has been neutralised. We've got one rider just up the front there from Team Picnic Post NL. We've got a second just coming up as well. They are obviously very keen to get themselves in this breakaway. It's interesting to see a little bit of representation there. The yellow jersey from Visma Leasebike. We can see a jersey from the Ineos Grenadiers as well, as we've now got Unibet Rose Rockets once again trying to force something away. Not quite happy with the combination just yet. Lots of looking around. I can almost feel the tension here, Alice, because the race is not going to be won at this point in the race. But everybody still wants to be able to get involved, wants to be able to make their mark. There's so many different reasons to be able to get in this breakaway, and at the moment we're definitely not settled at all. But look at this, camera's focusing in there on the rainbow jersey of Tadej Pogačar. Now we take a break from looking at the front of the race for a moment. The big question is, not only can he win today, but there's people talking, Alice, can he win all 5 monuments in 1 year? He's done Milan-San Remo, which a lot of people would have said is potentially the hardest one for him to win of the 5. I'm intrigued what you think about that.
Yeah, I think, well, to start with, he needs to win all 5 of those monuments. To do it in 1 year is going to be another task in itself. He will be looking towards Paris-Roubaix. It was very close last year with a couple of mistakes. Potentially it could have been a different outcome, but yeah, it's very impressive to see how he can race, not just across those monuments on the one-day races, but also in the Grand Tours, winning the Tour de France as well. It's just, yeah, one of the things that blows my mind is how riders like Tadej Pogačar don't seem to have those bad days, can always step up and perform in the big races. Interestingly, I think for me, I really did want him to win Milan-San Remo. He's a rider who has to really attack that race. He's watched constantly from the other riders, but in a race like the Tour of Flanders, would be the rider that, you know, I don't look to him wanting him to win. I think a lot of us are having Wout van Aert that we want to win, more of an underdog. Of course, Pogačar's won it twice already. We're just seeing Brennan here looking like he's got an issue with his radio, just getting a new radio from the car. Of course, communication so important between the riders and the car, but also each other as well, and he's going to be, like we heard from Wout van Aert, a big asset for the team and to help him with positioning. So just making sure he's getting that sorted early, just getting a new radio so he can communicate with riders later in the race.
Matthew Brennan, just 20 years old and a rider with already so many wins to his name, already plenty of sort of expectation being placed on his shoulders by a lot of us that have been sort of excited to see him race. Debut, though, in the Tour of Flanders, and I want to talk a little bit about debuts. We've talked a lot about Remco Evenepoel's debut, and I'm sure we'll come back to that plenty of times throughout our commentary today. But debut for 20-year-old Matthew Brennan. He has already won this year in Kuurne-Brussels-Kuurne. He's, you know, obviously a very accomplished rider. But I'm interested in your debut, Alice, in this race and how it compared. How did it live up to expectation? How did you prepare for such a huge race on the calendar for men or women that I'm sure you would have heard so much about, but actually being in the thick of it is always going to be a little bit different?
Yeah, it is. It's an unbelievable race to be a part of. You never really know the buzz of Flanders until you are there on the ground, racing it up the Quaremont. And to have the vibes from everyone that's around you, it's something that is really special. But doing it as a favourite as well is something that is a lot more pressure on the shoulders of those riders.
Well, our TV viewers have gone off for a short commercial break. If you're with us on digital, thank you for joining us for full flag to finish coverage today of the Tour of Flanders men. Women's race is also going to be going on today later on, of course. Different route for them, starting and finishing in Oudenaarde. 264 kilometres remain of this 278-kilometre race, the longest edition since 1988, and we are busy looking at the potential formation of the right breakaway. Different teams being happy with who is and isn't up here. Interesting, very interesting for me, Alice, to see. I've seen Sam Welsford up here for Ineos Grenadiers. He was briefly in a sort of little move that almost got a front, didn't quite work out. And their lineup is interesting for me, having seen Philipp Ogana win on Wednesday, breaking the hearts of every Wout van Aert fan in the world that was watching that one. Huge result for Philipp Ogana there. And there was, of course, a bit of speculation, would he come and race on Sunday? I think he said he'd prefer to watch it on TV at home and enjoy a nice dinner, nice Easter dinner with his girlfriend and family. But looking at their lineup for Ineos Grenadiers, it was interesting to see them sort of getting involved in that potential early move there.
Yeah, definitely. I think they will continue to look for that early move, especially with a rider like Sam Welsford, of course, known as more of a sprinter. Can definitely help his teammates out, potentially be up the road for if the race does come to them later on with his teammates there, where he could be kind of that satellite rider for them. They definitely have options. Magnus Sheffield, of course, a very strong rider. Sam Watson has also been going very well, and Josh Tarling, of course, a real powerful rider, just needing to make sure that they're using the energy wisely. Like we have said, they're picking the right moves, they're anticipating the race as well, and making sure that they potentially are trying to use that middle section of the race as well to get up the road, to maybe be there before the big attacks happen from the riders that we have been talking about as the favourites today, and to be up the road once they've already made the main effort and they've got that gap and they kind of come across when they are already a little bit more tired, and to be able to know that that is happening, to be able to get on the wheel, is something that can definitely favour some of the slight underdogs that we do have in this race. And I'd say Ineos Grenadiers do have a few of those riders that can definitely be in that situation.
A little bit of the hand signal there indicating he wants the other runners to come through and do their turns. They've not got a gap on the peloton from what I can see with this head-on shot. But we are still moving quickly at the front. Lots of looking over the shoulders, lots of wondering, are we going to make this move go? And this is just the start of what we could expect to see out here on the course today. The Flanders fans really very much getting in the spirit. So we just get ready to welcome back our TV viewers, as once again we've got an attack here from Team Picnic Post NL. Welcome back. 262 kilometres remain of the second monument of the season, the Ronde van Vlaanderen men's race, in one of the longest editions that we've had of this race, from Antwerp to Oudenaarde. We're waiting for the formation of our first breakaway. We're not quite there just yet. Plenty of teams with an agenda to try and get themselves into that early move. So we're just looking at the fort here of Steendorp. Our helicopter shots focusing in on plenty of the sights of Flanders. So we're racing southwest from Antwerp over to Oudenaarde. Back with the head of the race here, my name is Jo Russell. I'm joined today by former pro and former double British champion Alice Wood. We were talking a moment ago about making debuts in this, and we did see those shots of Matthew Brennan back at his team car there. You just said looking like changing the radio. I'm intrigued how much sort of, I don't know, nerves can play a part in this early part of the race. There feels to me so much tension. There's all of that possibility. We've obviously not had the break go just yet. There's plenty of teams really with an agenda to make this happen. And I'm wondering how many nervous wheels there are going to be back further in that peloton, or how many are really just taking it in their stride.
Yeah, definitely a lot of nerves from riders. We've already seen a couple of near incidents. There was a slight touch of wheels between a Bora rider and a Picnic Personnel rider earlier on, with riders trying to move up when there's quite a washing machine effect. But if you're one of those riders that wants to be there to try and get in the breakaway, then you need to constantly be trying to move up. But there was also another, when the roads separated, there was a little bit of a slam on, and these are the moments where you need to make sure that you're giving yourself some space, you're staying out of trouble, especially when you're one of those bigger riders, to try and make sure you're not wasting any energy in the early stages, to have to do any chasing, to have to keep moving up or doing any kind of bike changes or anything like that. So really important to make sure that you're aware of what's going on around you. But yeah, like you say, a lot of nerves in the race at the moment, for not just the riders looking towards the final, but also those looking towards the breakaway.
Back at the head of the peloton here with 260 kilometres remaining. We've got the flares out, we've got the Flanders flags. The fans are out in force, of course, even at this early stage of the race, before all the crucial moments, before the cobbles, before the bergs. We're already getting excited for what lays ahead. We've headed southwest out of Antwerp, just heading through Temse here. So the course will then just begin to head slightly northwest, and we'll go to St Niklaas before we'll begin heading south. So a few slight changes in wind direction. We have heard plenty of times how we do have this headwind to begin with, but as Alice said earlier, plenty of riders still predicting potentially a fastest ever edition of this race. Such is the standard of the peloton, such is the progress of the tech. You know, we're continually seeing the sport move on. I believe we've got Hutch back with us as well as part of our commentary team, and we've yet to see the break go away, Hutch. Just as I'm about to introduce you, we're going to hear an interview, but we've got about 2 minutes before we hear that interview, Hutch. I'm just intrigued at your thoughts so far in this race. We have mentioned we're heading into a headwind, no breakaway forming just yet.
Yeah, we said that from the get-go, that it was going to be hard to get the breakaway today, and you know, not just the headwind, so many teams that want to be in it. Flanders, Baloise, who have got a little bit of a gap here. But really, there's nothing that's looked so far, Joe, like it was going to stick, and it's just it's really just the headwind.
259 kilometres remaining, tiniest of gap there for the team Flanders Baloise. And it's still the familiar jerseys up towards the front, so we keep seeing that the pinks of, very distinctive pinks of VF Education, Easy Post and Unibet Rose Rock. It's very distinctive to pick out there. And we can just see, Hutch, by the shape of this peloton, lots of riders just trying to get into that move, snaking across the road there. Not quite making it at the moment.
Yeah, no, it's unsurprising, and when you look at there's such a tight focus on the handful of riders that are really expected to be contesting this into the deep final of the race, it's not surprising that there's so many teams. Even when you look at Ineos Grenadiers who are trying to get into this break, because when you look at Ineos Grenadiers lineup here at the race, is Joshua Tarling, Kim Heidink, Magnus Sheffield, Connor Swift, Sam Welsford, Sam Watson and Artem Schmidt. That's not a bad team, but it's in this race it's quite hard to pick a solid bet out of them. So one of their options is to try to get somebody up the road and see if that gives them, you know, tactical possibilities they can play later on.
Well, we're 20 kilometres in. We've not had that breakaway go yet. We're seeing plenty of support for Wout, for Remco, for Matteo van der Poel. And of course the rainbow jersey there of Tadej Pogačar. Just get a little bit of acknowledgement there on the side. All the stars are here. But a rider that we've not mentioned much, we are about to hear from now. Riding for Tudor Pro Cycling, Matteo Trentin, previous European road race champion from back in 2018, having a strong start to the season already.
Matteo Trentin, you've been showing great form this season already. How excited are you for today?
I mean, it's one of the best races of the year for me. Here in Antwerpen again, super long today, like taking me longer than the normal version. So let's see. There is time to get excited in like 3-4 hour time.
You mean because of the headwind in the first part?
Yeah, there is headwind in the first part, but then of course, like everybody knows, Flanders starting after first time Quaremont, the real game is starting, and from there is still a long way to go. So a lot of stuff can happen, and we need to be ready to adapt to any situation.
What situation do you prefer today? What would be the best for you?
The best for me would be maybe anticipating like I did in 23, and the real favorite just come on the last loop. But yeah, I mean, it works once, and then after 23 never worked again. So let's see if this is the year.
How ready are you for to follow the strongest riders on the Quaremont?
I mean, need to be honest, like these three guys, Van Aert, Van der Poel and Pogačar, are actually on another level compared to anybody else. We saw it in every single race we did until now, and we just need to play smart. Like in the last few races, the bunch in general played smart. Not say how smart them, but together we find out we can actually kind of find a way to get around them.
You say three names. I miss one.
Yeah, I mean, it's the dark horse of the day. Let's see, because he never raced any single classic, and it's a special race. We saw it. I was in the same team of today when he decided to come to the classics, and the first day he was kind of bumped out of how the race is developing compared to any other races. Remco has experience to be a Belgian guy, so he knows a little bit more probably than what they knew at the time. But yeah, let's see what he decided to do. That was also pretty interesting.
When will you be happy today?
Sorry?
When will you be happy? With what result would you be happy?
I think top 10 is something I can do. So if I can beat top 10, it will be already good. Then any place, then we see how much happier I'm gonna be.
Well, that was Jip van der Bos asking the questions there at the start of Matteo Trentin of Tudor Pro Cycling. And that was really interesting listening there, Alice. So much to pick up on. Interestingly, his thoughts on Remco as well.
Yeah, definitely. Trenton's raced this 13 times, the most out of anyone, so definitely got the experience to kind of know what it takes to win this race, having been in teams with riders who have really been in contention to win. Like you said, he was in the team with Tadej when he first raced in the cobbles, and he knew how much it was of a shock for him, but of course Remco lives so close to the course, and to know these climbs, to have raced on these cobbles, is something that you really need as a rider, and to know every course and every corner of these cobbles is something that can definitely help you in a race like this. But of course the stress of a bunch like this is very different to, say, the stress of in a race that he's been doing more in Spain so far this year.
Yeah, I think a stage race bunch is always different to a one-day race bunch. And of course, you know, it's not just a one-day race, it is the Tour of Flanders, it is a monument, it's the second monument of the year, and there's obviously so much hype around it. But also the hype around being a Belgian and the pressure that comes with that. We're just seeing Unibet Rose Rockets there with Tomasz Kopecky just trying to go clear at the moment. Nobody joining him. Peloton just spreading across the road there. This is, I'm pretty sure, not going to be the breakaway of the day, but stranger things have happened in the world of bike racing, and that's all part of the fun, just seeing another rider just trying to go across there. You know, we talked a lot about debuts. We've got Matthew Brennan making his debut. He was mentioned by Wout van Aert in his interview earlier. Interestingly, very different opinions on Remco and his debut. But I know it's been talked about already at the start of the show, but I've got to come to ask your opinion on this, Alice. Your thoughts on the 1st of April as the day to make that announcement. Personally, I thought at first it was an April Fool's Day. I then changed my mind and thought, actually, no, this is marketing genius. But I'm intrigued your thoughts when you saw that announcement on social media.
Yeah, I mean, the team obviously knew there was going to be a lot of talk around Remco racing the Tour of Flanders because of who he is, and of course because of where he comes from as well, with it being the biggest race in Belgium, with him being one of the biggest riders in Belgium as well, and also with it being on the same day as Tour of Flanders. It was, of course, a lot of people talking about him during commentary, wondering if it was an April Fool's joke. He also put out a YouTube video the same day and was talking about kind of his process. He did a recon which they were filming in December last year, where he was wearing all black, specialised clothing, of course, not being on the same team back in December that he is now. So yeah, he of course has had this planned himself for a very long time, as well with the team. They've had this planned for a very long time, but with announcing it on April Fool's Day, no one taking it too seriously, probably until he lined up this morning.
Well, the Easter Bunny was out there supporting Remco's participation, and this is just the sort of early flavour of what we can expect to see out on the course here for the Tour of Flanders. The Belgians love to get into the spirit of this. We're going to have the beer flowing, the Fritz out, the flags will be out there on the climbs, will be so many crowds out there on those iconic climbs we're expecting to see. This is just the early stages, this is just the real sort of starter of what's going to come later on today, and we are all extremely excited. We have plenty of cobbled sections and the cobbled climbs. To see more Belgian artwork, as is normal out in this part of the world, which we love to see. We've got 6 cobbled sectors, 16 climbs, some very steep percentages. Most viewers will be fully aware of the likes of the Koppenberg, the steepest one, up at 22%. The Oude Kwaremont being the one we approached, of course, 3 times. And we've heard plenty of chat in the interviews there. Trentin just saying, you know, the race really starts later on, which I always find interesting when you're watching a race being run off at these sort of speeds and the fight to get into a breakaway. But he's right, Alice, the race really does start later on, when we really sort of go sort of second ascent of Kwaremont onwards, perhaps.
Yeah, definitely. We've got some cobble sectors coming just over 100 kilometres into the race, but nothing that the riders will be focusing on too much. Hitting the Kwaremont, 136 kilometres to go, and of course it's where we're definitely expecting it to light up. We've got some hot air balloons without their balloons at the moment, but a lot of people here across the whole route, and I think that's what's really special about bike racing and racing in Belgium, is everyone's coming along to support these races throughout the whole day, no matter if it's one of the main parts of the race or not. We've got quite a big group here at the moment with a little bit of a split, but we can see it's UAE Team Emirates on the front, actually wanting to close this down fairly quickly, because this will be a group that's too big for them, I would say, wanting to control this from the start, making sure that they're keeping it very manageable throughout the whole race with the size of the breakaway.
And Hutch, as Alice said, we've seen the likes of UAE on the front there trying to control this. And what is the sort of sweet spot for the size of a breakaway that the big teams are going to be happy with, but the smaller teams are also going to be happy enough with, that they've got enough representation there? I know it's an impossible question, but I'm intrigued on your thoughts.
6, 7, 8, something like that. Yeah, that would be my guess, but that's really, you know, that's nearly looking at history as much as anything today. It's obviously just going to be whatever goes, because we've seen just how hard it is to get this established today, and there's so many teams that want to be in it.
So still working hard to get this breakaway established. We've just ridden through Sint-Niklaas, and the largest market square in Belgium. We've got the flames flowing there from the hot air balloons.
Yeah, presumably somebody had a whole vision of hot air balloons on a nice, calm, still day, and they get the balloons up with 30 kilometres an hour of wind. Clearly, they've just brought the baskets.
Well, there was a nice vision there, and I'm glad they've been able to make something work at least. This is interesting now. 251 kilometres remaining. We've got quite a sizable group here, but we've got a few riders really trying to commit to this. Connor Swift has just gone through on the front there for the Ineos Grenadiers, former British champion himself. Team Picnic Post and Ella up there, they've been ever present trying to make these moves stick. Alice, this almost seems like a little bit too much for me, but now I've got the helicopter shot. That's possibly one of the biggest gaps we've seen so far this race.
Yeah, definitely one of the bigger gaps. There's also an Alpecin de Koning rider in there. I think it's Sylvain Dillier as well. So with having a rider for Alpecin up the road, definitely an advantage for them. I was going to say, when we were thinking about the team size, or the breakaway size, sorry, that the UAE might be happy to let go up the road. If the group is bigger, they may be able to lure in some of the other teams who haven't got any representation there. But just as I say that, there is Bora Hansgrohe going up the road, as well as Team Visma as well. So definitely needing to have a UAE team rider there and trying to close this down, because I'd say having a group that big but also having riders from the other teams in there is definitely a disadvantage for them, of course, because they wouldn't be able to get them to work and help them close down that gap as well.
Sizable break just forming here as we see the Van Aert fans out on the roundabout. Very early on this race, still 250 kilometres of racing remaining, but the fans are already full of enthusiasm. The atmosphere is already getting very excitable out here, and this is interesting. Peloton just almost a little bit of a pause, a little bit of a hesitation. The head of the race, it's a very sizable break here, and as you mentioned, Alice, having Alpecin in here just coming through on the front now, we do have a we do have a response from behind. Tudor Pro Cycling trying to get across as we speak. They are being marked by Unibet Rose Rockets and Team Picnic Post NL, both who already have representation in that breakaway, but Tudor really trying to get across here, Alice.
Yeah, definitely. Tudor clearly having the aim at the start of the day to have riders in the breakaway, missing that at the moment, so needing to try and get across, but of course that's going to be much easier said than done. We can even see some riders at the back here actually starting to struggle with the speed of this breakaway, so really working together well now at the moment, and I think this could potentially be our move of the day, and it's a much bigger group. It looks like 13 riders there, so a much bigger group than we expected.
Well, it's taken almost 30 kilometres, not quite, but almost 30 kilometres, and we do have a breakaway established. 14 seconds on the peloton with 249 kilometres remaining. We're looking at 13 riders there, so Hutch, I think we're all slightly wrong with our predictions on that one, but here we go.
Yeah, well, I'm wrong on everything, as you know. No, it's quite a big group. I'm kind of surprised that UAE have seemed quite as happy just to let it go, particularly because, as Alice pointed out, there is Sylvain Dillier from Alpecin Premier Tech is in there. But no, it's what's that, around 10, 12 seconds, maybe a little bit more?
Yeah, it's going. I mean, we're seeing 15 seconds as our graphic on our screen here, and it is, of course, UAE Team Emirates just on the front at the moment. And the peloton is moving at quite a high pace here, Alice. And I mean, the fact that they've let them go makes us think they're happy with this, but we've not completely relaxed just yet.
No, not at all. And, you know, maybe they didn't let them go. Maybe they just didn't have anyone at the front to be able to close that move down straight away, knowing how many riders were in there. Like I say, with Red Bull, Bora Hansgrohe there, and also Visma Lease Bike, with two of the other favourites in this race, it may mean that because this group is so big and more difficult to control, that they're able to lure other teams in to help do that chasing. Of course, Tadej Pogačar being one of the big favourites here, and they're taking that responsibility at the moment. And we know that, you know, Team UAE do that so often. Taking that responsibility, giving the confidence to Pogačar. Now we can see him also moving up at the moment as well. So taking that responsibility, but can they get any of the other teams to help do that chasing with that group being bigger?
Movistar trying to go across here as well with one rider just being marked at the moment. We're seeing 22 seconds as the gap for our breakaway, so looking like this is establishing nicely, taking almost 30 kilometres to get to this point. Remind you of this 278-kilometre race, the longest edition since 1988. With the tension really building ahead of the finale later on this afternoon. UAE just marking this move here from Movistar. Rider from Movistar just having a little look around, not quite getting away just yet. Pace being kept high in the peloton there, just taking a little bit of time off the gap to our breakaway. Very interesting move here from Alpecin Premier Tech. We shall have more chat about that very soon, but off for a quick break now. 21 seconds the gap for the breakaway. We just saw Mathieu van der Poel there, Alice, surrounded by teammates, but he has a teammate in the break, and this is probably the biggest, sort of most interesting factor for me this early in the race. We've spoken about the responsibility of UAE. I don't think any of us quite thought the break would be this size, but look at the lineup here. We've just mentioned, we saw earlier, Connor Swift, one of the sort of instigators of this move, the former British champion from Ineos Grenadiers. Despite such a strong squad for them, really keen to be up there. We can see the rest of the names there on the screen as we just go through the full lineup of that breakaway. Huge numbers here, really. 21 seconds the gap. Thinking this is it, the break of the day?
Yeah, definitely. We can see that the peloton here at the moment have definitely slowed down, just starting to look at each other. There's still riders here in the peloton that we have seen try to get away. Of course, Tudor, we saw trying to close that move down, also Movistar as well. But with the speed here at the back and with the breakaway moving well at the moment, it's looking like it could be established. And for Mathieu van der Poel to have Sylvain Dillier there up the road, a very strong rider, and of course with the breakaway being so big as well, it actually just means that they're not having to do as much to drag that gap out as well. They're getting a lot more recovery in the wheels, so basically can be a bit fresher into the middle to back end of the race. Maybe, you know, if Mathieu is to go across to Dillier, with him being such a strong rider as well, one of the strongest in that group, can have something left to also contribute to the efforts and maybe keeping the pace high if Van der Poel goes across on his own, or to help close gaps down. You never really know the situation at that point, but definitely a really strong card to have there in the breakaway.
Tadej Pogačar coming up towards the front there. Plenty of teammates from UAE, and they look to be fairly happy with the situation that we have got at the moment out on the road. Just see the world champion pull over to the side of the road there. One teammate with him to look after him. Back with the breakaway. 37 seconds now. This is really going the way they want it to go. And with so many riders, it can be tricky to make sure everyone's really doing their turn. But the teams that are represented here, all the suspects we were perhaps expecting on a day like today. So we just run through the lineup here in this move. We did have an interview earlier on this morning from our first rider to start the men's Tour of Flanders from Mongolia, which is absolutely huge news for him. San Bayer, who is in this breakaway, rider number 217. And a little bit later, I will hand back over to our other lead commentator, Jez Cox, who will give you far more information on him, because he is a rider that Jez knows a lot about. But I'm very glad to see him up there in this breakaway, because there were some pretty interest in him before the start of the race today. And of course, he gave an interview in English, which we did hear at the start of the show. So brilliant to see representation from Mongolia at the Men's Tour of Flanders, and of course in the breakaway of the day. There he goes. We're about to welcome back our TV viewers very soon. Welcome back. 243 kilometres to go for the Ronde van Vlaanderen. The breakaway has formed 13 riders strong, with a 47-second gap on the peloton. Most interestingly, we do have Sylvain Dillier there for Alpecin, who are wondering whether they would put somebody in the break, and they certainly have. Peloton going through the shot here. 50 seconds is the gap back to the peloton now. A team we've not mentioned much, Alice, that I do think is definitely worth mentioning. The team at Little Trek and Mads Pedersen. You know, a sort of difficult start to the season for him, but he's here, and he's not one of perhaps the big four that we keep mentioning. But I can see some Little Trek jerseys not too far off the front there.
Yeah, definitely. We had an interview from him, and he said that he wouldn't be starting today if he didn't think that he could win the race. Which I think is kind of the attitude that he has. He's such a strong rider. He's got a lot of belief, and is a real committed rider, of course. So yeah, believing that he can win this race, and is here on the start line, feeling good. Obviously getting back to his best after the injury he did have at the start of February, breaking his wrist and his collarbone. So just 2 months ago. He's had 2 second places and a third place here. So of course has been up there in the mix, but will be wanting to add the win to that tally as well. And has a really strong team around him to be able to do that. So yeah, definitely interesting to see what Little Trek do. Again, coming in as sort of underdogs, but with Mads Pedersen, I don't think you can ever be classed as an underdog.
He certainly can't indeed, and we did hear from him before the start. And I do always find it interesting listening to his interviews, and of course World Road Race Champion from when the Roadwells were in Yorkshire. So always a fan of anybody winning the Road World Championships over here in the UK and on the brutal roads of Yorkshire. See more of the scenes from the fans of Flanders here. So much hype about the Ronde van Vlaanderen. And looking here, just behind UAE, we've got Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. We've got a number of riders here, looking like about 4 riders there. Just having a little conversation, and Alice, they'll want to be up there and sort of policing what's going on. And I think the inclusion of Remco, we've already talked plenty about him. We're going to talk plenty more about him. But I feel like it has changed things, and I'm keeping a close eye on them up towards the front there.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely changed things for some of the riders as well. Today's been saying about how they need to keep an eye on him. They know how strong he is in the one-day races, how he also as a rider can do a long-range attack, so to make sure they're not caught off guard by him. A slight unknown in the Cobbled Classics, but yeah, like we say, in the one-day races, the Olympic Games sort of races, that he really can commit to those early or those long range moves, and yeah, so having the full team behind him just there at the front, keeping him positioned when he needs to be there, to try and help with those nerves as well, making sure he's kept out of trouble, is something that he will definitely be looking towards from his teammates today.
Interesting here, just trying to take the leg warmers off perhaps.
Yeah, riders starting in this cooler conditions. There was a little bit of a forecast of rain this morning as well, so potentially just preparing for that. An easier thing to do, of course, when you're in the bunch. We've seen a lot of riders in the bunch taking off their clothes, stopping for the toilet still. But in the breakaway, when the pace is higher, it's going to be much more difficult to take off their clothing, and especially leg warmers.
Well, the bagpipes are out here alongside the road at the Tour of Flanders. We certainly have a little bit of everything out here in Belgium. for the second of our monuments for 2026. More fans here, flying the flags, waving to the cameras. The helicopter flies overhead. Everybody very eager to catch a glimpse of this race in its 110th edition this year for the men. We've been talking about dominance as we see a number of nature breaks going on at the left-hand side of the shot there at the moment. We won't focus in on them. But talking of dominance, so we've had some brilliant stats through from our colleague Killian Kelly ahead of this race. And one that I love to look at, Hutch, is the dominance of the monuments by... I mean, we've talked about the big four, but really I have to say it's the big three here. So 20 of the last 23 monuments have been won by Van der Poel, Pogačar and Evenepoel. And the dominance of that is absolutely incredible. I remember when I started racing, obviously in the women's side, we had riders like Marianne Vos that were so dominant, and people used to say, oh, you know, on the men's side it's not quite like that. But for the last few seasons now, those three have won 20 of the last 23 monuments. And I feel like there's a lot of people, Hutch, that would just love that to be, well, potentially anybody else, but a certain Mr. Wout van Aert has really got the fans.
Yeah, that's an incredible statistic, actually. I feel as if in the last few years in the men's peloton, there's kind of a second rank that's almost disappeared. We have kind of a dominant group of 4 or 5 riders. I mean, Mads Pedersen, it's funny, you and Alice were talking about him a second ago. I think incredible, we barely mentioned Mads Pedersen in this race. There's this kind of big 3, big 4, however you want to score it. And then there's a gap, and then there's kind of everyone else. So part of that is, I think, the effect of some riders becoming so dominant means the teams have to really focus on a single leader. The idea of coming into a race like this with 3 or 4 cards to play, very few teams are doing that now. So there's a real focus on the small number of big fish, the big leaders. But the effect of that is, yeah, there's kind of the second rank of riders. You know, maybe in a race like this, Florian Vermeersch, maybe a few years ago we'd have been looking at Florian Vermeersch maybe as someone who was going to get up there today, and we were talking about him as a contender. He certainly physically got the attributes that he could win a race like this. We haven't even mentioned him, and I think that's indicative of the way the sport's changed, yeah.
And I was talking to Alice earlier about the predicted speed of this race, and Fred Wright, I think in particular, said that he thought this would be the fastest edition. And of course, you're far more up to speed, Hutch, than me in terms of the tech and the aero gains and everything, and how much the sport has changed over the years. But the physiology as well. But that whole package is just meaning that we're getting faster and faster racing season on season.
Yeah, there's partly that. On a race like this, I think actually, Joe, the biggest thing that is in flux at the minute is nutrition. Because it's such a long race, and you have to work, you know, you'll remember this from doing long races yourself, you know, you have to work so hard at eating. I didn't
quite make it to 278k, I have to confess.
Yeah. But you have to work so hard at eating early in the race to try to keep up. And if you go back, even 10 years ago, most of the riders were aiming to eat 70, 80 grams of carbohydrate per hour. So that's just the amount of energy, the amount of fuel you're putting back in the tank. And it's not enough to replace what you're using. A lot of these riders in the field today are going to be managing to do 150, 160 grams of carbohydrate an hour. They're putting in double the fuel, which means that in 4 hours' time, they've got a tank that is nearly full, whereas 10 years ago, Peter Sagan era, you had a tank that was probably only 75% full at that point. And that really changes how fast the deep final of the race, that the last 80, 90, 100 Ks of this race can run off. And honestly, I think that's made more difference to this kind of race than the tech, because yes, suits and jerseys have changed, bikes have changed, but I think in this race we need to look at other things as well.
It's really fascinating that you say that. I mean, my reflection first of all on that is I was racing in the wrong era. I mean, I would have loved the challenge of getting 150 plus grams of carbs in per hour. I mean, in my day we were talking about 30 to 60, which was more than 10 years ago. I mean, I rode this race in 2007, 8 and 9, so we're approaching 20 years ago, when I had sort of a bit more road racing in my legs. But as you say, even 10 years ago, 70 to 80 grams of carbs per hour, and it's fascinating, the research there and how much it has changed. And I think the perception as well, certainly when I was racing, it was a case of, it almost was a badge of honour if you didn't need as much nutrition. That was something that I remember, whereas now it's get it in you. I love it.
I remember Jacques Anquetil was way back in the 1960s, but his favourite cup was driest as fastest you shouldn't drink. He would do 200-kilometre Tour de France stage on a 500-millilitre bidon because he thought drinking slowed you down. Which is kind of incredible. But no, it's a lot of it. I mean, 10 years ago, I and my coaches were mucking around with, a little longer ago than that actually, mucking around with putting fructose into maltodextrin energy drink, because maltodextrin and fructose use different mechanisms to cross the gut membrane, and you can use them in parallel. And it's kind of been an extension of that, because at the point where we were doing 70-80 grams an hour of a normal maltodextrin drink, you could put in 30 grams of fructose as well and get yourself to 100, 110 maybe. And it's really been taking that and running with it, and it's made such a difference. And there are Ironman triathletes who during the bike leg of an Ironman triathlon will be trying to do 200 grams of carbohydrate an hour, because obviously they can't really eat during the swim. And eating during the run is quite difficult, but they've got a 4-hour window on the bike when they can hopefully load in 700 or 800 grams of carbohydrate to get ready for the run. So a lot of the nutrition actually cycling is really almost being borrowed from triathlon.
That's really interesting, the sort of crossover with knowledge from other sports there. I mean, obviously a large element of triathlon is the cycling, but nutrition there crossing over. I'm interested, Alice, in your career, how much that changed the sort of nutrition strategies. And I mean, I know neither of us ever quite raced this sort of distance, but still, I mean, certainly you would have seen that change in your career.
Yeah, 100%. It was fuel is one of the main changes that you can really make in your racing. Just as we're talking about it, riders, we're just, well, we are now almost 45 kilometres into the race, but riders needing to fuel earlier in the race as well, making sure that you're getting the fuel in now for the middle and the final of the race, and fueling for the job that you've got. Nils Pollitt's job, of course, is going to be taking over some of this chasing when Mikael Bjerg's done the majority of the opening of this race, chasing on the front for Team UAE. So it's fueling for the effort that you're doing. It's fueling enough before the race, but also starting that in the race as well. And also something that's a lot more common these days is actually riders are fueling better in training. They're using actual race nutrition in training as well, training their guts to be able to handle that, because you can't just start a race and be able to have the 150 grams of carbohydrates in a race, because it's definitely something that your gut needs to be able to handle. You need to know what works best for you as well. But definitely something that has changed a lot in recent years. There's a lot more awareness of it as well. Of course, women often can absorb a lot less carbohydrates than men, so it's actually working what's best for yourself as well, and not just copying other people.
It's interesting you talk about training your gut, Alice, because again, I feel like back when I was racing, it was almost a case of, well, we've got energy gels, but we'll save that till race day. Don't train on them. Make sure you save that nutrition, that sugar, that caffeine for the big one, and perhaps not so much day in, day out.
Yeah, definitely. And that's something that you would hear a lot of riders complaining about, the stomach pains sometimes in the race, and then they can't fuel that in the race because they are having those stomach pains where they've started fueling before. So yeah, there's a lot of things that are changing with the tech and also the nutrition that does really help with the speeds of these races.
I'm going to take a look back at the archives here and 2019 for this win for Alberto Bettiol. 18 kilometres to go here, and we're seeing the move go. We are going to hear an interview from him as well. So as we just watch back this highlights package from the archives of 2019, I'm going to hear what he has to say today. We're seeing 6.5k to go here, and this move into the finish. Almost 6 hours and 20 minutes of racing this was. Plenty of time to celebrate over the line.
full focus there for our winner of the Tour of Flanders 2019. Celebrations here for EF. And I did promise you an interview with Bettiol, and that is coming up in a matter of seconds now. So that was some clips of the archive there of him winning back in 2019. He's, of course, racing, and we will hear what he had to say earlier on this morning. I believe our team caught up with him, and he's given this interview in English. So we'll look forward to hearing what he said.
How did you woke up this morning?
Yeah, I woke up very happy, actually, very early, but very happy because it's Easter in every sense. You know, when there is this race, it's always a good day to celebrate. We will try to. We know that we are going to face almost death because we will die literally in this pavé, but the rewards is to finish the race, to arrive in Oudenaarde and say, yeah, I did the best. I spent all my energy in the cobbles, and I did another Ronde van Vlaanderen, the best race in the world.
But finish the race. I think you can expect more from yourself as an old winner of this race, right?
Yeah, exactly. But probably the winner is gonna be the same, but there are some possibilities behind him. We try to catch this opportunity, maybe in early move. It's difficult because everybody know that now racing with Pogačar is like this. So we try just to take the moment to anticipate his attack, and then just hang on until the finish. So the point, whoever knows, but we try to be ready as a team. We have our strategy, and we can still do some results. Of course, winning is something nowadays almost impossible, but for almost everybody except 3-4 people. But again, we are in the best race for me in the calendar, so we will try to enjoy even the fatigue of this race.
Just a problem at the back here, but we just heard that interview there with the strong words that winning nowadays almost impossible. I'm just going to welcome back Jez Cox into the commentary booth. And what do you make of that one, Jez?
Hi, Joe. Do you know what? There's obviously no doubt about this. That win in 2019, as we just watched that crash there for Florian Dauphin, all by himself as well. Another little touch of wheels by the looks of it. I think I make that our second crash of the day if we count Rui Oliveira's little skirmish in the start line. Joe, to answer your question, do you know what? It is a little bit sad, actually, to hear Alberto Bettiol talk like that. He obviously talks with about the race that he won with great fondness, and he loves this race. He said it himself. But, you know, when he's saying, no, there are only 3 people at the moment that can win, I listen to that, and I think, well, you know, there's always space for an upset. He did it in 2019. I think a lot of people thought he was about to kick on and go on to win many more, you know, monuments and big classics. It's not quite worked out like that, but he wouldn't change that day for anything, would he?
I mean, I feel the same. It does feel a little bit sad that that's the situation now, and almost the demeanour of that interview as well. Just it's almost like, well, this is, you know, we'll do what we can, but this is the situation now. So yeah, this is the era that we're in, and we'll see if anything does unfold. But I think, Jess, you wanted to do some predictions.
Yeah, you know, I do. I want to get. I put it out on social media this morning and asking people who's going to win, how are they going to win, and give me a bit of an outsider. And I'll come on to some of them a little bit later, but I just thought maybe while we've got the 4 of us here together, this early stages, the breakaway's established, what we got, 2¼ minutes, Mikel Biel is settled in on the front. Maybe we can give a little bit of our own predictions and see how right or wrong we are. I'm always wrong, so my prediction's the kiss of death anyway, and I think Hutch is kind of equally as bad. So hopefully, Alice and Joe, you'll get things a bit better. But I'm going to use this opportunity to go first. So that's my privilege. I am going to say that if we go with the flip-flopping of Tadej Pogačar and Mathieu van der Poel, and Van der Poel wins a small group sprint finish today, and he's the winner. Maybe we just give our winner. That's my prediction. I'm not saying he's necessarily the guy I want to win, because I think I want Wout van Aert to win after Wednesday. But he's who I'm going to go with. Joe, what have we got?
I'm going to go heart over head, and I'm going to go Wout van Aert. I'm getting in there straight away as a big Wout van Aert fan. My heart was broken in the week. It's been broken far too many times, but I am, going fully heart and going Wout.
Hutch,
I don't know how.
What are you plucking for, Hutch?
I'm going to go left field and say Mats Pedersen because no one's watching him today.
Yes, well, he was second last year, and after a short break, we will find out what Alice Wood's predictions might be as well. Well, for those of you who are still with us on our digital coverage, maybe we'll find that out now. Alice, who are you plumping for? What do you think today?
I gonna go for a Remco. I'm gonna go for a Remco debut win.
A Remco Evenepoel debut win. He is definitely, there's no doubt about it. We've spoken about it a little bit already, haven't we? He is that potential kind of troublemaker in there that, if we're to believe what they say, Tadej Pogačar, Mathieu van der Poel would have been preparing for this race and not expecting to have that potential influence in there. And I think a lot of people watching hope that whatever Remco Evenepoel does in this race, his presence makes it a little bit less predictable and more opportunities to really sort of stir things up in there as well. Alice, thank you. Joe, thank you very much. I'll be handing back to Alice and Joe. Not too long before we get to Herzilla, heading in the direction of the Alde Quaremont, because we are, as I say, about a third of the way down through this 140-kilometre ride southward to reach, really, the world centre of bike racing. I'm not sure if Wout van Aert would be happy with that. Yeah, he's smiling. He's got the hair right, definitely. What do you reckon, Hutch?
I'd be pretty proud if I'd knocked that up.
Yeah, no, it is spot on.
Like that.
It's unmistakable. Hey, this is really interesting. Let's look down on the formation here as well. We've got nearly all, but not quite all, of the Groupama FDG riders sat in behind Mikel Biel. Mikel Biel is doing the Sylvain Dillier job, because Sylvain Dillier is in the breakaway, of course, but he's doing it for UAE. Hutch, I don't know if you noticed this, but Mikel Biel looked round to the two Van Dijk twins, I think it was behind him. He gave them a little look as if to say, what are you going to do? And one of them, and I'm not going to even try and tell whether it was Mick or Tim, did a finger to the head, tapped the finger to the head as if, and sort of shook his head a little bit, because I think Mikel Biel was possibly looking to say, are you going to do anything? What do we read into that? I don't know if you saw it, Hutch. I thought it was interesting.
I missed that. I'm guessing if a Van Dijk twin does that, it's like, oh, you think I'm mental? Do you think I'm coming through to help? This is your problem. You've got the race favourite. You fix it. No, you fix it. But you know what I mean. It's your responsibility, and I think that's very interesting to see Groupama up en masse.
Yeah, it is.
Taking a share of this, because they haven't really got a terribly obvious contender. Romain Gregoire kind of who had been up there in a few of the other classics, but not really this kind of race. No. And he's a debutant as well, so. Well,
yeah.
Not sure what they're plotting.
I'm not sure. I mean, do you know what? They were going with and covering some of those early moves as well. So maybe this is kind of punishment for not getting in the breakaway. It could be they've been sent to the front to help, but don't forget.
Seems early in the race for that.
No, true. Oh, by the way, sorry, I do apologise. Mikel Biel's been replaced on the front by former German champion Niels Pollitt. One of those superstars in that UAE team, of course, Pollitt. So Niels Pollitt on the front. He himself having an excellent record in this race, having been third in 2024 and fifth in 2019. But he is one of those riders for whom Holy Week is usually a little bit more about the second part, because he is madly in love with Paris-Roubaix, or so they say, Niels Pollitt, and loves that race, always peaks for it as well. So maybe here he is at the beginning of his Holy Week. And by the way, talk of Holy Week, just to say Happy Easter to everyone, particularly those of you who celebrate on this day as well. It is Easter Sunday, at the start of what we in cycling, and I say this I say this as a pretty outwardly open Christian, I call it Holy Week. It is, of course, Holy Week, but in cycling terms we also call it Cycling's Holy Week, because it is the week that spans the Ronde van Vlaanderen and Paris-Roubaix just next weekend. And we are headed, Hutch, towards Oudenaarde. I described it as the world centre of cycling. The UCI would have you know that Aigle in Switzerland is the world centre of cycling, but definitely in terms of one-day racing and classics racing, Oudenaarde is the beating heart of the classics, isn't it?
Yeah, it's right in the middle. There are so many races that happen in and around here. Dwars Tour of Vlaanderen, E3, Flanders Fields last weekend. It's all here and hereabouts. An awful lot of kind of climbs and things that cross into the Venn diagram of being in more than one race. And it kind of produces a real narrative through the last few weeks running into this week with Paris-Roubaix at the other end. And I really love that, and it's such a nice contrast to the way that stage racing in cycling works, where it's always different, the stages always change, the route always changes. The fact that so many of these races stick to broadly the same route year after year, and it changes the challenge, because in a stage race where you never know what's going to happen, where it's going to happen, whereas in this, we pretty much know where it's going to happen, but the predictability of that, or where it's going to happen, doesn't tell us what will happen when we get there. And I really love that contrast, if that's not an odd thing to say.
No, indeed. If any of you have joined us fairly recently, because I'm aware people will be tuning in and out during the day, if you're lucky enough to maybe been out for a bike ride already, gone out and got some fresh air, wherever you're watching around the world, because I appreciate here on our Eurosport coverage, people will be watching all over the globe. Thank you for joining us, whatever time of day or night it is. My name's Jez Cox. I have Michael Hutchinson with me. And we're going to be, in a moment, by the way, dipping back into the archives yet again for another, some would say surprise, but in the form he was in, it wasn't such a great surprise, but another one-off winner, so far anyway, because he's in this race, with Kasper Asgreen, the big Dane, winning in 2021. We're going to be looking back at the archives and also hearing from him. Luke Lamperti, the American, winning his first World Tour race by winning the opening stage of Paris-Nice this spring. He is in the breakaway, the American, so definitely recognised as one of the up-and-coming sprinters, but using his form today to be EF Education Easy Post representative in that 13-rider breakaway. As we look at them, I'll try and run you through who's there. Luke Lamperti there. He's just riding up alongside Connor Swift, former British champion for Ineos Grenadiers. There's Sylvain Dillier with the former Swiss champion stripes on his sleeves. They ride past Julius van den Berg, the Dutchman, for Picnic Postanel, and a great man to have in the breakaway. Connor Swift's a very clever rider, riding in behind Fred Frisson. Frederic Frisson, one of the biggest, arguably most powerful riders in the breakaway too, for Pinarello Q36.5. There is Fred Frisson, and then Connor Swift going through. I'll keep introducing you to all the riders in there so you know who they are. There goes Lamperti again. But first of all, let's do what I promised you and have a little look back at that 2021 win for Kasper Asgreen. And this was, some would say, the kind of the high watermark so far anyway of the Mathieu van der Poel Wout van Aert clashes. Something we thought we would see again and again and again. Kasper Asgreen, at the time of course the Danish road race champion, riding for Soudal Quick-Step as it was then, being tested all the time by Mathieu van der Poel. Will we get to see something similar on the Paterberg today? The Al de Quaremont between Mathieu van der Poel and Wout van Aert, that's the question. And also, I guess, where will Kasper Asgreen be in this finish? So many people expected the Dutch road race champion Mathieu van der Poel to win this, but a brilliantly timed sprint and a determined drive. Looking at this from on top, you would think Mathieu van der Poel was going to get it, but then the shake of the head from van der Poel. Now, something we've seen a number of times in his career, that head shake. And an absolute roar from Kasper Asgreen. Of course, in front of no crowd, actually, on that occasion. I think that was a fanless Ronde van Vlaanderen, although what you call fanless, I don't know. So many of us, of course, watching it on television, as you all are right now. What a lovely moment. But we actually heard from him as well. Kasper Asgreen, one of those 4 former winners just before the start today. The 2021 winner, Kasper Asgreen. Hopefully we'll hear about his chances today as well. Here he was.
Kasper Asgreen, former winner of the Tour of Flanders. Will it always be a special race to start here for you?
Oh, for sure. I think
It was always my favorite race, way before I even turned professional, and being here the first time, before I was a winner, it was a special race. And yeah, obviously coming back to Antwerp since then has been really, really nice. Brings back good memories.
Do you sometimes dream of winning it winning it again?
Almost every training ride.
Do you see yourself winning it again?
I think it's possible. Obviously, like there's 4 big favorites this year, and especially 2 of them have been dominating the race the last couple of years. But I definitely think it's possible. We are a big group that are not that far off, and especially in the last races here, we've seen that it is possible to bring it back together, and then it's all to play for again.
Is it giving hope that you see in like Flanders Fields, but also in A3 or in Varsho Vlaanderen, that you can beat Wout van Aert, that you can beat Mathieu van der Poel? Does it give you hope for today?
Definitely. Like I said, also the E3 it was close to coming back, you know, and it's just about keep on believing once you're out there, even if they're out the road, that it's still possible to get a group going that can chase them down.
Is that your biggest chance to win?
I hope to be out there ahead of a big acceleration from them, but otherwise we'll try to make it work afterwards.
It's so nice to hear this race spoken about with so much love by its former winners as well. We heard from Alberto Bettiol, there we heard from the now 31-year-old Kasper Asgreen, talking about how he dreams of winning this race every day that he rides his bike. Worth pointing out, actually, that in the year that he won the Ronde van Vlaanderen, he had also won the E3 Saxo Bank Classic, as it's now known, in that COVID-affected year. Of course, the winner of the E3 Saxo Classic this year was Mathieu van der Poel. Hutch, I just touched on it there. It is so nice. It's not a great surprise, but to hear the way former winners talk about this race as being, and I'm sure they didn't actually say this, but it must be life-changing, eh?
Well, you become part of the history of the sport. You know, it's people kind of coming into cycling very often think about the Grand Tours, particularly the Tour de France, as kind of the gateway drug. But in the heartland of cycling, where we are now, again, in Flanders, in this area, you know, they've got a street. We'll be writing down it later. There's the Ronde van Vlaanderen Trasse, which has the names of all of the winners debossed into the paving stones beside the road. That's what it's like. There's a whole kind of a street of honour that is devoted to the glory of the Ronde van Vlaanderen. And you know, it's like having a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. You become one of the riders who's won this race, and no one can ever take that away.
No. Mikel Biel's back on the front. We do have some shuffling behind them because most of the Ineos Grenadiers have now come up behind him, not yet adding anything to the chase, but just, I guess, staying up and out of trouble. They are riding through Lede right now. They've been through Wichelen. They've ridden through Dendermonde, which will have been a happy moment, I'm sure, for Wout van Aert. He's known to the cyclocross fans as the Dendermonster, having won the Dendermonde World Cup there from cyclocross on a couple of occasions. He was a winner there last winter, if I remember correctly, as well. So very much in the cyclocross heartland as well as the road racing heartland. We get a little look at last year's dominant winner, the current world champion, of course, 4-time Tour de France champion, Tadej Pogačar. And this gives me an opportunity, Hutch, to point out something important here. Lots of people saying, you know, could this be the year that Tadej Pogačar wins all of the monuments? If we're to take him on his word, and he's saying he'll only come back to San Remo to eat focaccia, which makes for a wonderful, wonderful headline. If that's true, it has to be this year, and it can only be this year. And my next question for you, Hutch, before I hand over to your thoughts on that, is how much has his focus been on Paris-Roubaix since last year? Because they are two very, very different races. If Tadej Pogačar was to win today, all of a sudden that puts an awful lot of pressure on Roubaix next year. Next week, next Sunday, 1 week today. There are so many things that could go wrong. What's your thoughts on that?
Ooh, I don't know. Yeah, that's an interesting question, Jez. Because he's won this race before. He hasn't won Paris-Roubaix. So yeah, clearly your first priority, if you're trying to win all of the monuments, is to win the one you haven't won. But there's the opportunity to win them all in a single season.
That's it. That's what I mean.
That's what very special achievement. But he's got to win this one first.
But yeah, but Hutch, he can own. We're only talking about that now because he's won Milan-San Remo, and we saw how close that was between him and Tom Pidcock, of course. So close. Now that he's done it and says he doesn't want to go back, it's this. If we believe him, it is this season or never to win all of them.
He would go back to Milan-San Remo if he thought there was something in it for him. You know, at a finish line interview, and you sort of say, "I'll only come back and eat focaccia." That's not engraved in stone. The other problem, of course, he does have with the Milan-San Remo is it is the hardest, I think, of the races for him to win.
That's it.
He's obviously got the potential to win all of the others because he has won all of them, and hasn't won a Paris-Roubaix. He all but won it last year, and he was right. He was right there. He should have been in the final with Mathieu van der Poel, and we just don't know what would have happened if it hadn't been for that trivial almost crash. But Milan-San Remo, if he wants to stack them all up in a year, that's probably the hardest of them.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
He's got that this year. So yes, you're right. There's a lot of pressure on this weekend and next weekend.
It is kind of ironic as well, Hutch, isn't it? We're talking about, actually, we're saying that Milan-San Remo is the hardest of them to win. And yet, actually, on paper, when you look at it, there's no cobbles. It's a really simple course. We know absolutely every inch of the Cipressa and the Poggio.
That race is genius.
On paper, it's so simple. And yet we're suggesting that Paris-Roubaix should be easier to work out than that. It's bonkers.
Milan-San Remo is pure alchemy. You couldn't design that, because if somebody came to you, as if you were a race director and you went to you went to the UCI and said, right, we've got this, it's going to be an astonishing new race, it's going to be like Strade Bianche, it's going to be amazing, it needs to be on the World Tour, here's what it is, and you describe Milan-San Remo to them, they go, no, it'd be ridiculous. That's a long flat race, too small climbs, a little flat run into the finish. How that race just developed and evolved and became what it is one of the kind of miracles of bike racing.
Yeah, I still wonder, by the way, we mustn't delve too deeply into Milan-San Remo. I still have this feeling that actually if you were to swap Milan-San Remo with Il Lombardia and had Milan-San Remo at the end of the season, it wouldn't be so maybe hotly contested, or it wouldn't be so prominent in our minds. I think it's because it's the first of the monuments that, and I dare I say it, I know this sounds ridiculous, but I think therefore it might be easier to win if it was in the Lombardia spot at the end of the year, because of the kind of diffusion of focus and the fact that a lot of the big riders have got other things done during the season and then might not focus on it. No, it's a fascinating one, isn't it?
I think that's probably true. I think there would be just riders who say, well, do you know what, this year I've won Paris-Roubaix, I've won the Tour de France, I'm going to get ready for the World Championships. Depends exactly where you put it at the end of the season. No, I agree. It's positioned. I mean, I think that's part of the magic of Milan-San Remo, is that it's the curtain raiser.
I got a little bit ahead of myself, by the way. They're not quite in Leda. They are riding literally due southward towards Aalst. And they've got a bit of a wiggly bit where they cross back over the river again. They've actually moved away from the Schelte for the moment. And it is Mikel Biel on the front. And for the first time, we saw the clock tick over to 3 minutes. I cannot see this breakaway, Hutch, getting more than 4 minutes. And Mikel Biel's brilliant at this. Three-time World Under-23 time trial champion. Of course, on the radio, just checking in with things, on the gap maybe. But I don't know about you, I can't see it having more than 4 minutes.
I think I'd agree with that. I think UAE, I think, have the firepower to control this as they need to.
Yeah.
So, and it's also it's quite a big break, so it had the impetus to get away. But it's probably, I mean, I don't see Salvandini doing a lot of work in that break, for example, and they might just start to acquire a little bit of ballast at the back of riders who aren't going through.
Yeah. Well, it's one long strung out peloton, probably looking to marshal that 3 minute gap, I suspect. So 13 riders in the break. I still don't think I've quite introduced absolutely everyone to you in there. I'm going to doff my little casquette cap to Victor Vercouy. Hutch, a guy who we commentated on so much last year, you and I think, always in the breakaway. He was in the breakaway in the Ronde van Vlaanderen last year, and as far as I can see from my records, no, he's not. I was about to say he's the only one from last year's break. He's not. I'd forgotten that. Connor Swift was in the long break last year. in Flanders. So Connor Swift and Victor Vercouy, the two returners to the breakaway. That's not bad going 2 years in a row, is it?
I mean, it's not a breakaway if it doesn't have Victor Vercouy in it.
You're actually right. Last season it was bonkers, wasn't it? How many kilometres he'd done in the breakaway, and it looks like he's back on it again this year too. Fantastic to see, and good for Team Flanders as well, because I don't want to keep mentioning it, but as I say, that team is due to end at the end of this season, and that's going to be a real hole in. We're watching the Ronde van Vlaanderen and the Tour of Flanders in Flandrian cycling. That yellow, white, and blue mid to late 90s style kit of Flanders Baloise has been on the shoulders of so many young Flandrians coming through. It's an all Flandrian team. You have to be from the Flemish-speaking part of Belgium to be in that team, and it's going to disappear at the end of this season by the sound of it, and that'll be that'll be a sad moment, because they're always great animators, but also I dare say a bit of an issue for young Flandrians coming through. That's been such a great start for them.
Yeah, 2020.
Crash. Sorry, we've got a crash.
Yes.
I think either a crash or the gate has come down. It's coming down. Now, we do see this sometimes live. Let's see what happens here. Some of the riders have managed to make it underneath. The vast majority of the peloton, though, stuck at the level crossing. I'm not going to stir up the drama, because we do tend to see this. What it'll tend to be is a toilet stop, as you can see. But they're just twitching. They're just finding out this. In fact, they can see them just behind Hutch, can't they?
Yeah, you can see them just behind, and yeah, this usually just counts as a racing incident.
Yeah. Yeah, Van der Poel is, where did I just see him? He's caught behind.
Well, he's caught behind because he's not riding. At least the train turned up fairly promptly.
Yeah, I can see the unmistakable Danish champion's jersey of Søren Kragh Andersen there. Hang on, right, so...
Oh, they're kind of slowing the group down here.
Now, yeah, that's not usually what we see, is it?
No.
Unless they're slowing down the breakaway.
Well, if they're slowing down the group, they will have a slow down. They'll almost certainly be slowing down the breakaway as well. Otherwise, they just leave it.
Well, exactly. Let's watch that, Hutch, to see if that happens. I'm not going to build that up to be a high point of drama, but we do have a peloton which is split in half at the moment. Mikel Biel just speaking to the commissaire, and you're absolutely right, Michael Hutchinson. If they are to get this lot to ease up, they've got to get the breakaway to ease up, either by a similar amount or stop them. Otherwise, you're giving an instruction which is, well, I would say, crucially unfair. Biel, I don't know if he knows what's happening.
Actually, I think, Jed, is the rule different if the bunch gets split? I think it is.
Yeah, let's watch. Now, those of you who've been away on a short breakaway, I think what you've missed during that time is the peloton having the level crossing come down in the middle of them, splitting the peloton in half. This is the second half of that peloton, which we believe has Mathieu van der Poel in it. Niels Pollitt is now who rolls up just to speak with the motorcycle commissaire here, the race controller. This was the moment at which it happened. I'm pretty certain Mathieu van der Poel was in this second half. There he is. He's got back into the cars, so quite possibly going back down the cars to use that moment to strip off. In fact, I think he's taken off his leg warmers maybe in there. And it looks like Mikel Biel now getting back on the power on the front. Is that? That's not everyone back in yet, Hutch, is it? No. Hello. These are recorded images on the right-hand side of the screen. So we watch Mathieu van der Poel going to the side to see if he could get around. And there is. Where's the gap?
Second half
there.
Coming into view now.
Well, Scott Sunderland, the race director, in conversation with Mikel Biel. Yeah, Vermeers and Pollitt also looking on a little bit nervously here, just to make sure they know exactly what's happening.
Proper committee meeting.
Okay. All right. I was trying to see what Scott Sunderland is imposing here. Yeah, confusion. There's a bit of confusion because, as you've said, Hutch, it's not just about one group stopping, where it would be treated as a race incident. The point is, it stopped halfway down the bunch. Now, there's Tadej Pogačar right up at the front, also looking a little bit uncertain about what's going to happen. So Pogačar was in the front half, Van der Poel in the second half. I think whatever happens, I think I can speak for everyone here. No one wants any kind of disadvantage to be taken by. It's not even a racing incident. It's just a day-to-day passage incident, isn't it? Wouldn't mind seeing what's going on with the breakaway, though, Hutch.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
thinking. We need to see what's happening up there, because the implication of what's going on here is that they're slowing down the race to get the group back together. But I think that's probably the question that is being asked by Team UAE at the front of the race as well. If you want us to slow down to get the group back together, what's happening up the road? Because as we saw from the graphic, they're now showing the gap to the break is now being outside of 4 minutes, which suggests, if that's right, suggests the break is still riding.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Actually, to be honest, Jez, if the brake was still riding full gas, it'd be more than 4 minutes by now. So I'm not quite sure what's happening. But they're clearly slowing this group down because they've got the team director's car pushed right back into the group.
So they have to be slowing the breakaway down.
Yeah.
And we're not
Yeah, they
seeing
have
that
to.
at the moment. And you know, it's not just slowing them down, but if they're doing it correctly, they should then be sort of equalising the gap to where it was when they went through the level crossing too.
Yeah.
And that's not easy.
Exactly.
That might mean they actually have to stop the breakaway. And get a motorbike to time it, possibly, the gap between the two.
Or maybe just today, Luke Lamperti wins the Tour of Flanders.
Well, there we go. Maybe. No, I mean, no one, even he would want to see it like that. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
I don't know.
I suspect, Hutch, with 209 kilometres to go, this will be something we're not even talking about at the end. But it's a little bit of additional, just kind of a little bit of additional stress and concern, isn't it? We see that on the faces of Florian Vermeers here as well. They're trying to take the pressure off Tadej Pogacar, I suspect, aren't they? They want to be the ones asking on behalf of him, so he can just eat, drink, chill, and go through all the process he would have gone through at this point.
And he can kind of loom large in the rearview mirror of the lead commissaire's car. They know he's there. They know he's a big fish. They don't want him to be unhappy either, really.
No,
nearly out to 5 minutes on the break on the graphic, which ought to be right in that that's just working off the bike transponder, so that should be where the break is.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're going to have to pull that back.
Yes. Well, they're riding towards Haltert. Still going southward. About, what are we now? We are pretty much halfway to Oudenaarde and the start of the Flemish Ardennes that sit to the east of Oudenaarde, where they will encounter for the first time the Oude Quaremont. That will come with 145k to go, so we've got about 50k until the run-in, and it will be, as it always is, an eventful, exciteful run-in to the Oude Quaremont, and then it all kicks off. That big loop, first of all, taking in the Eichenberg, the Jagerij, the Wolvenberg, the Berendries, which now serve as a kind of a leg deadener before we restart again those climbs. 3 ascents of the Oude Quaremont today, and the second and third one with that Paterberg, Koppenberg set up, and then the final one, just the Paterberg, to set us up for the finale. Right, let's watch this. Tadej Pogacar's coming up in amongst his teammates here. He's necking another gel. We believe now, Hutch, don't we, that the peloton is back to being complete, but that gap, I would say, isn't fair at the moment, because of the fact that not even just the motorcycle outriders, but Scott Sunderland himself was telling the front half of that group to wait.
Yeah, well, they clearly didn't have any choice. They were being slowed down, and as far as we can see at the minute, yeah, the gap's just stretched out by nearly 2 minutes, which is a little surprising, shall we say?
Yeah. Yeah, it has to be said as well, that was interesting to watch live, because these aren't normally decisions that are made by the actual race director. In my experience, this is, okay, I admit I've not been a race director, but in my experience of working on these races, it would normally be the chief commissaire and the team of commissaires who make that decision and then enforce it from the motorbikes. It might well be, Hutch, I suspect, that Scott Sunderland stepped in, if you like, from the roof of his car, because the riders maybe weren't happy with what the commissaires were saying, and he's a useful in-between as a long-standing ex-pro, well-respected character.
I think that's right. I think there have been riders going, no, we're not slowing down, the brakes up the road. We want to hold them at 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes. We don't want them to have like 4 minutes, 5 minutes. And if you still, so at that point, riders will probably literally just start ignoring the motorbike commissaire because they don't quite believe it. And it's really the authority of a race director and the race director's car to come back and say, this is the rule that we're imposing.
Yeah. Just, I think we're looking back now at the regrouping moments as well.
I think this
no,
is
we're
the
not. No,
barrier
you're
coming
right.
down.
Sorry, it's the barrier coming down. You're right, it is. That's been the drama of the day so far. Spare a couple of little crash incidents. we have had one rider out already. I've seen the notification of it. Jared Drisner's, one of those Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe men, out. And we've seen a kind of a shuffling of different teams wanting to sit in behind whoever the UAE rider is on the front. It's either so far been Michael Biel or Niels Pollitt. And the team of choice at the moment, other than Mike Turnison, who I noticed, by the way, there, the XDS Athana rider, he was the first to point out to those at the front that it had changed behind. But the team sitting in behind them is now Picnic PostNL, who, of course, have Julius Vandenberg in the breakaway, the Dutchman. So I have to say, Hutch, good to see they've got a rider in the breakaway, because you know what I'm like, and I think you're the same with our start list. Lots of different highlighters used. There are a few teams for whom I actually struggled to highlight anyone that hey, rain. Sorry, I've just noticed we've got rain on the screen. I'll come back to that.
It's been raining at the finish for a while now.
Right. Okay.
So we are riding into that.
Right, and that is quite in contrast to last year, where we had sunny, dry conditions as well. So I would call that very wet, actually. Not pouring rain, but there's enough to have actual puddles that we saw on that roundabout. So, yeah. Okay. I wonder if that swings in the favour of anyone in particular.
Flandrians.
Yeah, the
swings in the favour of Flandrians is what that does.
Well, I tell you what, Hutch, it gives me an opportunity to bring in a little bit of a contrast in what's happened over the last couple of weeks, because after Mathieu van der Poel won E3 Harelbeke last Friday, if I'm not mistaken, he then took his private jet straight to Spain for warm weather training. So his tan, as it always is, will be immaculate. But I wonder if there's something in that. We watched Wout van Aert being caught coming to the finish line of, spoiler alert, Dwars door Vlaanderen. We played it earlier anyway. I couldn't help but watch Wout van Aert on the roads of Dwars door Vlaanderen and think of Mathieu van der Poel in the lovely sunny climes of Spain. And I thought on a hardening level, a mental level, I wonder, you know, different things work for different people, but I wonder which approach is best.
I think you're better making your training as unstressful as you can. Riders who come from this part of the world, they know this weather. They sort of grew up through it. I would go to Spain every time and get to the miles in as sort of a low stress way as I can, to be honest. I don't think you're going to breed that much resilience in a week of riding around Flanders in the drizzle.
No, I know exactly where I would go, and you're absolutely right. It would have been on the private jet. Oh, Wout van Aert. Little moment there, getting his gilet put away. And let's hope all handlebars stay in one complete piece today. Actually, he's going for the rain jacket. He's putting the rain jacket back on, if anything.
It's early enough in the race that you would go to the back, put your jacket back on, and try and just kind of stay warm and dry. Because we're still really in the commute to the race at the minute. This is the bit that's here to make you tired, not the bit that's here to go bike racing.
No, indeed.
And very sensible to putting his jacket back on.
Hutch, as we heard from Joe, longest edition of the Ronde van Vlaanderen since 1988, remarkably. It's only a little bit longer. I don't think we need to have a conversation about who does that suit, but it's not as long as Milan-San Remo. We always talk about Milan-San Remo as being that tiring out process that then makes the Poggio and the Cipressa so important as well. But yeah, you just notice
with the headwind on this whole section down towards the circuits, that's going to make more of an impression probably, because the average speed so far I think is only about 41, 42 kilometres an hour. That's a little faster than that. 45 actually is the most recent one, but in kind of modern bike racing, that's not especially quick, and it's not for lack of effort.
No, and it adds. This rain will also add to the stress back there. One of the Alpecin Premier Tech riders just putting his jacket on back there. Didn't see who that was, and it's enough to make our screen a little bit blurry too along the way. Plenty of riders going out the way back to get rain jackets on. As I say, very much in contrast to the lovely scenes we saw for the Ronde van Vlaanderen 1 year ago, when Tadej Pogacar used that second ascent of the Oude Kwaremont to put everyone finally to the sword and ride off into the distance.
There's a certain sort of Flandrian cycling fan who likes it wet and miserable.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes double for next weekend. I always think out of the sadists of the world, cycling fans who all pray for a wet Paris-Roubaix. But it adds a certain gritty character to it. Glad I don't have to do it, but I think you knew that to begin with.
Well, it does make for the I suspect the vast majority, if not all of the people watching this at home, wherever you are, if you're on a nice cosy sofa, maybe you've got yourself a hot drink, you maybe eating your way through your Easter eggs, that sort of thing, it makes it even more cosy, doesn't it, when you're watching the weather just like this. There'll be many hundreds of thousands of fans out at the roadside, though, anyway, all the way through Flanders today, and particularly in the Flemish Ardennes and around. I can only imagine already the Oude Quaremont is absolutely rocking, particularly in the party tents that they have set up all the way up it.
It's kind of, I love the way in races like this you get places like the Oude Quaremont, which is a cobbled hill outside the village. It's, you know, it's a nothing. If it wasn't for the fact that it's in this race every year, nobody would notice or really care. But it's one of the meccas. It's like it's Wembley. It's the San Siro. It's one of the theatres of the sport. And I love what that says about cycling as a kind of a sport of the open road.
Yes, indeed. Very much of the open road. There's the Lucien Van Impe monument in the middle of the roundabout there. Statue, yeah, indeed. It just reminds me to say, by the way, and I don't know, the news was sort of breaking overnight, I just want to mention this, that last night we were met with the incredibly sad news of the passing of one of the riders, and I believe a British cyclist that was taking part in the Ronde van Vlaanderen Sportief, the mass participation ride that goes alongside this race, and there were other riders as well who required medical assistance. And I just want to say, for as much as it means, sending our thoughts and love here from the homocycling team to that individual's family, people who knew them, and I don't know if it's been revealed who it was yet, but it was terrible news to hear overnight, as it always is. Just sending love to any of those involved with that. So peloton pretty much complete. If you've just recently joined us, my name's Jez Cox. I've got Michael Hutchinson with me. And in the middle part of this race, we're going to be handing back to Joe Rousel and Alice Wood. Between the four of us, we've got to have something like 300 national championships between the four of us. Trouble is, none of them are mine.
None of them are yours, Jez,
don't say that. I'll say it myself, thank you. I don't need it pointed out. But
no, it needs pointed out often.
Yeah, super illustrious team. Yeah, and it's really nice to be sharing it with you as well. 13 riders in the break. If you've recently joined us, they now have 5.5 minutes after Hutch and I had both agreed there is no chance they'll get over 4 minutes. And then the level crossing came down at around about, what was it, 210 kilometres to go, something like that, causing this bunch to split. Scott Sunderland, race director, and the commissaires came in and slowed the front of this down. We didn't, I think, see any shots of the breakaway at that point to see what was happening to them. The gap did go out a little bit, but if anything, I wonder if them having that slightly longer gap now is going to make the race, it should then, Hutch, make the race harder. It will make the race harder, right?
I suspect maybe Scott Sunderland isn't heartbroken at the idea that the break might have an extra 90 seconds as a little sort of bonus from the level crossing incident, because it just increases the intensity of the chase back here a bit. If you look at the shape of the bunch, you know, we're sort of saying they're doing 44, 45 kilometres an hour average. At the minute, they're not hanging about, and nor really are they pulling the brake back. The brake have been working maybe better together than I thought they might. I just thought it's a 13-rider brake with a couple of people who are obviously going to be passengers like Sylvain Delia. He's not planning to do any work, for example. I don't know that Connor Swift is going to murder himself either. But no, they've pushed on. I mean, I suppose there are enough teams in the brake who do genuinely want the brake to work. So that's the momentum that's winning out at the moment.
Yeah, you've mentioned it there. The only team of one of the big favourites, if we're to say the big favourites are Tadej Pogacar, Mathieu van der Poel, Wout van Aert and Remco Evenepoel, but let's include 5 in there, shall we? If we chuck Mads Pedersen into that. He was second last year, after all. Of them, the only team that has a rider in the break is Sylvain Dillier, so I do agree with you, Hutch. It's hardly likely that he's going to contribute much to it. The question is he there in some kind of satellite late working role? He'd be an ideal.
There he is, right on the front,
man.
Jez.
There he is. No, he doesn't know any other way. Doesn't know any other way, does he?
No.
Bone dry now. Pictures absolutely bone dry. So we've ridden through the rain, and we're going to send some of you off to a very short advert break. I love seeing the young fans out with the things they've made, holding up to cheer the riders on. Absolutely brilliant. Of course, to a lot of the Flemish youngsters, they'll know a fair bit about this race, I suspect, and its passage, such a key part. This is a different passage this year. Usually, every other year when it starts in Brugge, it's a bit more wind exposed, actually, of course, coming from that direction. Antwerpen is usually a bit less crosswindy, and today, as we know, it's mostly headwindy. This is Victor Verkuy. He is overtaken by Luca van Boven, the Belgian, for Lotto Intermarché. There is the Easter Bunny. We've ticked that one off as well. This is Kamil Gradek, the Polish rider for Bahrain Victorious, right at the back, and he is followed through by Dries de Porter, another Belgian for the Australian Jaco Alula team in the purple and grey. Hartjes de Vries is the Dutchman for Unibet, the now French-registered team that has a Dutch heart, getting their first World Tour win through Dylan Groenewegen in the aforementioned what used to be the Brugge de Panne race, now the I've forgotten what it's called. I was commentating. Thank you, Hutch. The Ronde van Brugge, Tour of Bruges. No Dylan Groenewegen here today, and I must admit I looked at their team today and I thought, well, actually, for a start, it's going to be interesting to see if they get a rider in the break. They have with Hartjes de Vries, but we saw him at the level crossing because you can never miss him. The Slovak road race champion, Lukáš Kubiš, is making his debut in this race, of course, as a Unibet Rose Rockets rider. It'll be interesting to see how he goes today, the Slovak national road race champion. Hutch, I'm excited to see how deep he goes.
Yeah, I agree with you. Don't see him winning it, but it would be nice to see him in there in the final, because physiologically, has a lot of the toolkit. But it's, even when people are talking about Remco Evenepoel coming into this as a first-time rider, being a Flandrian, being a fan of the race, being Remco Evenepoel, still talking about him needing to learn the rhythm of this race and the positioning. It's a very difficult race to get your best performance out on your first ride, simply because of the technical demands of it.
Excuse me. Excuse me for the language. I'm speaking as the son of a television cameraman. My late dad, was a television cameraman his whole life. I think what you heard there was a television operator, could be a man, could be a lady, on the back of the motorbike, not having spotted the speed bump coming. I think I may have been in Flemish, I'm not entirely sure, but I think I heard some other words, so apologies if anyone was offended, but it was a very bumpy moment over the speed bump.
It's one of the great noises of cycling is the noise of a TV TV cameraman on a motorbike having the dust punched out of him going over a speed bump.
Yes, indeed. My dad would have enjoyed that. That would have been quite the moment. It was quite the moment. Now, welcome back if you've been away. Welcome to this if you are joining us. It's the 110th, the Ronde van Vlaanderen for the men. Women's race coming later here at the home of cycling. And if you're watching on Eurosport, we're actually going to go straight to the women's race as soon as the men's race is concluded. You are looking down on absolutely classic, absolutely typical concrete road in Flanders, in Belgium, on this Sunday, Easter Sunday. Concrete strip down the middle, the Death Ridge, as Adam Blythe likes to call it, with the little rumble strips between them, the concrete road that has our peloton led by this guy, Mikkel Bjerg, the Dane riding for UAE Team Emirates, Tadej Pogacar's team, and we've seen Pogacar come up to the front when the bunch split in half. If you look at the gap thinking it's bigger than when you last looked, it's because we had a level crossing come down, splitting the bunch in half. They were slowed down, and it's given now a breakaway of 13 riders a little bit more leash. And as our coverage continues, as we get our way closer and closer towards Oudenaarde and the start of the hill zone, the start of phase 2 of this race, we're going to bring you some more interviews with riders from the start. The next of which, by the way, is going to be with Jonas Abramson, who's been in brilliant form. He was 5th at the ETH Saxo Classic, 9th in hang on, I've got to get this one right, in Flanders Fields. Can I say in twice? To stop it. I've never heard of that race. Yes. Again, well, yes. in Flanders Fields.
It's their race, they can call it what they like, but I know what I think it is.
This is true. Well, you know, I'm going to just be devil's advocate here. He was 9th in Flanders Field and 5th in E3 Saxo. Listen to that. 5th in... sorry, I said 5th at E3. But 5th and 9th, he's in really good form, Jonas Abrahamsson. Maybe he is that rider, Hutch. You were talking about the physiological makeup of a classic Tour of Flanders rider. Is he that guy?
Yeah, I was talking earlier with Joe and Alice when they were leading the commentary about it sort of feels like there's kind of a slightly second rank of rider which has been hollowed out in the last few years, and we've got kind of the big 4 or big 5. And Abrahamsson's exactly the kind of rider who used to be like Kasper Askren. He used to get a chance in a race like this and doesn't seem to anymore. But, you know, maybe today's the day because he's so well suited to this race and he's in terrific form.
Well, let's see what he thinks of that form and what his motivation is before the start in Antwerp this morning.
Jonas Abrahamsson, how excited are you to start in Flanders today?
Yeah, I do amazing. It's one of the biggest races of the calendar, so yeah, looking very forward to start today and hopefully I can get good results in the end.
You've been doing really good in A3 Prize and in Flanders Fields. What do you expect from your results today?
Yeah, I'm hoping for that top 10. It will be difficult. There's so many good riders here to start, but I think if I will come in a good position in the cobbles and the hills today, I think I can have a good opportunity to get a top 10.
You've been focusing on improving on riding on the cobbles. How do you feel on the cobbles now? What did you improve last winter towards these races?
Yes, I think it's a lot of experience. I have ride now a classic for 2 seasons, and every time I feel a bit more confidence on the cobbles, and also experience to be in position on the cobbles. Then it's much easier. And yeah, I remember 2 years ago when I was walking up Koppenberg, and hopefully I can bike up today.
I hope that's it for you. What do you prefer? What kind of final do you hope it will be today? What will suit you the best?
I think as hard as possible. I like it when it's hard for a long time, and today is 280k also. So long hard race, I think that's good for me.
So Poggi going on the Oude Kwaremond the second time will be good for you, or you prefer Remco Evenepoel to start the final maybe even earlier?
Yeah, maybe how harder or better, but it's a lot of good teams today and a good riders, so I think it will be a very hard race, so I'm looking forward.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So Jonas Abrahamsson aiming for the top 10, he says there. Certainly the form looks good for it as well. He mentioned a couple of editions ago, Hutch, walking up the Koppenberg. It's a fearsome climb, that, isn't it? I have to tell you, you'll love this. While I was out there training for something many years ago, I rode up the Koppenberg on my carbon time trial bike with a disc wheel on. It was dry. I have to point out, it was dry. But that's my marker. I was happy with that.
Not a lot of people have taken the time to do that.
No, no. Well, as a result, and I've told the story there before, so I won't go there again, but I had a saddlebag on the same bike, and I was riding around various different parts of the Tour of Flanders course on my time trial bike, because I was out there for an event. Doesn't matter, really, basically, but my saddlebag fell off, and I didn't notice, and it had my car key in it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So I was laughing like that. How rude. No. No, you're absolutely right. I was an absolute nincompoop, and then I had to ride all the way back round and then down the Koppenberg for miles on my time trial. I never did find it. Had to get the car broken into.
That's a very sad story, Jez.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
There we go. Anyway, the Koppenberg yet to come. And
no wonder you're such an angry man.
No, you're right. Actually, we talked about the fact that we've seen a bit of rain, and there could be more rain to come. I would say the Koppenberg is the one place that is most likely affected by the rain, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, no, we saw pictures during the week from some of the wreckage, I think on the Paterberg actually, but it might have been the Koppenberg, I must admit, I can't remember, of just sort of riders slipping and sliding over wet cobbles, and riders having to get off and walk even just on the recce. So if it's wet, you never know.
Emmett against hometown, by the looks of it. Nice to see support for him. And it is now a kind of flourishing of white, black and red at the front as more of the UAE Emirates come up and just sit in behind the Ineos Grenadiers rider, Sam Watson, the British champion, right in the middle. Tadej Pogacar right up there and out of trouble. And he has to be, doesn't he? Hutch, that is the key thing all the way through this passage. Eating, drinking, and just staying away from any problems.
Eat, drink, stay safe. Just start to think about your positioning early. Not quite yet, but start thinking about your positioning early, because that's when we get to the circuits and we get to the cols and we get to the climbs, it's critical not to be sort of struggling to suddenly move up, think, the pace suddenly is to pick up and you suddenly only got sort of 8, 9, 10 kilometres to sort yourself out. And Tadej Pogačar he's good at that. And mind you, so are all of our big 4 or 5 for the day.
Yeah, we keep saying it, don't we? If we say big 5, just tell me who we're thinking, Hutch.
I would be including Mads Pedersen in that.
Yeah.
I saw his interview this morning, and he just seemed very relaxed, and as if he felt he hadn't got a lot of pressure on him. I mean, he's always quite a affable, relaxed-looking guy, but I just thought he's coming in. He was okay at Milan-San Remo coming in off the injury. That's a couple of weeks ago now. I think, if he hadn't had the injury in the early season, we would be expecting him to be a major player today. Somehow, particularly with Remco swinging into action on Wednesday, I think we've been ignoring him.
Yeah, and that's...
I'm sure he will be hoping we're not the only people who will be ignoring him.
Of course, I know what you mean when you say he came in, what did you say, sort of looking quite good at Milan-San Remo. He was 4th as well.
Yeah.
Well, you need to... But the thing is...
He couldn't follow in the final, so...
Yeah.
So... I think what I would stick by how I described it.
Yes, no, I know what you mean.
When you look at the quality of Mads Pedersen.
Oh, absolutely. So as a result of that broken wrist and broken collarbone that he sustained on stage 1 of the Volta Comunitat Valenciana way back in early February, he then had February and most of March out, coming back, as Hutch has said, at Milan-San Remo. 4th there, 9th at E3 last Friday, and then 10th at Dwars door Vlaanderen this week. So we're not seeing, of course, all the training that's going in between all of that. Hutch, there is one person's record, though. If I talk about, 4th, 9th, 10th for Mads Pedersen there after that crash, there is only, as far as I'm aware, and I can't believe there is only one rider in this field who's won every race they've done this year, and that is Tadej Pogačar. He's only done two races. Yes, I know, but when you actually think about that as well, we also, so just to be clear to everyone, he won Strade Bianche with an 81-kilometre ride by himself, effectively. Then he won Milan-San Remo by a hair's width from Tom Pidcock, or like half a tyre's width or something like that, or was it half a wheel? It might have been something like that from Tom Pidcock. Anyway, it was close, very, very close. And but the point is, this is his 3rd racing day of the year, and yet I always feel like we see a lot of Tadej Pogačar. He's got excellent social media going on. We've got a fairly good idea of what he's been doing along the way, and
he's got a great jersey.
You can't miss it anywhere, can you? No, he's made it very much his own. Anyway, we're looking...
No, and it's also interesting, Jess, because it's we talked a bit in this commentary about how cycling has changed, and you don't have to go back very far before the idea that you would come to this as your 2nd race of the year would have been seen as outrageous. Because we always talked about kind of racing into form. You need to be race fit. You can't get fit in training. You have to race. And it's just fascinating that someone of the sheer quality of Tadej Pogačar rolls into Ronde van Vlaanderen, his 3rd race of the year, and we all go, that makes sense. Yeah, you go and have some training camps, and you go to the top of a mountain, and that's how you do it.
Yeah.
He probably has the smallest number of race days of anyone in the race. I haven't checked that stat, but there can't be very many people who've raced less.
Yeah, no, I haven't spotted anyone who's starting their season here, but yeah, when you consider what some have done, particularly those, there's plenty of them in this field who started out at the Tour Down Under way back in January and have carried on often racing stage races since then as well. So no stage races yet for Tadej Pogačar, but to me it seems sensible, if this is to be a season where he's to win his 5th Tour de France title and then go on to win... what I'm saying is literally ludicrous, but he is a ludicrous athlete. What I was about to say, I actually had to stop myself to think, am I really saying this? If he's to win his 5th Tour de France title and win all of the monuments in the same year, and then clean up the World Championships as well in Canada, which is not beyond the realms of possibility in Montreal.
Yeah, on that course.
We're talking about a season, all monuments, Tour de France 5th title and a World Championship.
He'd be kicking himself for not chucking the Giro in there as well.
Well, Yeah. You're right. You're right.
The Triple Crown and the 5 monuments, mic drop, retire. That's how you would do that.
How much conversation we were having at this time last year, weren't we, Hutch, about Tadej Pogacar lining up for his first Paris-Roubaix? What's he going to learn? There was me. I was bringing out, I think, my Johan Museeuw story about you've got to have a big bum to win on, Paris-Roubaix, and it helps to have a big bum to win Flanders. And then up rocks Tadej Pogacar with his tiny little bottom, and just, short of that right-hander crash with Mathieu van der Poel, just disproved everything. And it looks every bit the brilliant cobbles rider. But there is a difference.
Yeah, it was a real surprise, I think, to a lot of people just how adroitly he adapted. I mean, one of the things we've seen in the last few years is cobbled stages in races, in stage races like the Tour. The Tour has several times done Paris-Roubaix cobbles, and we've seen people like Vincenzo Nibali turning up to ride the cobbles and then also to ride races like this. And nobody expected that either. The idea that Vincenzo Nibali on the cobbles looked terrific, and he's an Italian climber. He's got no business being great on the cobbles of Paris-Roubaix, but he was outstanding. That's kind of essentially where he won that Tour.
Yeah. There is a difference, though, Hutch, isn't there, between the cobbles of Flanders, the Flemish Ardennes cobbles, and the Paris-Roubaix cobbles, right? They are different in that obviously most of these cobbled sectors we have here, which there are effectively 16 pavé sectors, they're nearly all on climbs, and that's what makes the climbs even harder. Whereas a lot of course, of Paris-Roubaix is on gently undulating or long, fairly flattish sections, and the actual nature of the cobblestones is different too in northern France compared to here.
They're vicious on Paris-Roubaix. I remember the first time I actually saw cobbles at Paris-Roubaix, being just astonished by how sharp they were. And Sean Yates, who I used to train with occasionally and have my head kicked in by, told me that on his very first Paris-Roubaix, he hadn't recce'd anything. He just turned up to the hotel the night before, and one of the teammates said, "Come on, Sean, I'll take you out to show you some of the roads we're racing on tomorrow, just so you know what you're dealing with." And he said he refused to believe it. He thought it was a prank, until the following day when he was riding down the same awful cobbles on his 21mm tubular tyres. Paris-Roubaix is an insane race. This is a bit more normal. The cobbles are just a bit less vicious, but they're on climbs.
Yeah. Yes, I'll say a happy hello to Sean Yates if he's watching. I know he's quite often watching our coverage anyway, at home. I know he had a bit of surgery earlier in the year as well, and well recovered from that as well, and looking fit as ever as well. So hello to him.
Top 10 finisher at Paris-Roubaix, of course. Sean, 7th, 8th, I think was Sean's best result in the 1990s. Always very much his race.
Yeah, exactly. Tells you everything about the kind of rider it takes to do exactly that. So, the gap is a little bit closer to 5 minutes for those 13 out front, 5:08, and it's now Visma Lease Bike who move up behind. Visma Lease Bike, by the way, I noticed, and I've now got to find this as well, haven't won this race. This is remarkable, since the Rabobank days. They've not won this race since Rolf Sørensen, the Dane, won it back in 1997 when the team was Rabobank on that occasion. So can that be turned around today by Wout van Aert? It'd be a fascinating
29 years ago.
Incredible, isn't it, Hutch? Absolutely incredible. When we would call Visma Lease Bike one of the super teams.
Yeah. No, that's the best stat you've given me all day, Jess. I'm impressed by that one.
Well, actually, that I have to say it's one of Killian Kelly's stats. Right. So thank you, Killian. For those of you who don't know, our resident stato, Killian Kelly, gives us all this fantastic document. This is just watching Edoardo Zamperini, the Italian, in our breakaway, just bouncing off the side of the car. And safely back into our group of 13 out front, as you can see. Zamperini is definitely after something, the Cofidis man at the back. He's one of those who I hadn't mentioned in the breakaway. The sole Italian in a very, very multinational breakaway, it has to be said, these 13 riders. Just 2 Dutchmen, Julius van den Berg of Pickney Personnel and Harthies de Vries, the Unibet man. There is 1 American rider in there, and that is Luc Lamperti in the pink of EF Education Easy Post. There's also 1 Polish rider, Kamil Gradek. One Brit, Connor Swift, back in the breakaway today, again for the second year running, along with Victor Vercouy, who is one of, I haven't counted them up yet, 4 Belgians in there. And we have a Uruguayan, 2, Eric Antonio Fagundes, riding for Burgos Berpellet Biachi. And they always have the most multinational of teams. It is no different this week. And to illustrate that, the 2 Burgos Berpellet Biachi riders in here are Eric Fagundes, the Uruguayan, Fagundes I should say, and Jambeljan Sembaya, the Mongolian. And that team's fantastic in terms of its multinational nature as well. There's Sylvain Dillier now at the back. Unfamiliar surroundings for him back there, I think, as we see him rolling through. And it does look, Michael Hutchinson, it looks like they are rolling through quite neatly, which is quite something, double pace line, 13 riders, everyone ticking through. It looks smooth.
Yep, I'm a tiny bit surprised by that, if I'm honest. I was expecting... I'm still a bit surprised Sylvain Dillier seems to be working fairly consistently, but clearly they just want to, for the moment, to maintain this gap where it is and maybe just put a bit more weight onto UAE to try and control it.
Yeah.
Control it back in the group, which is exactly what we're straight back to now.
Fred Frisson, we just saw there, dropping, I think, taking off his outer layer. The sole representative of Pinarello Q36.5. No Tom Pidcock today, in case any of you were wondering, for Pinarello Q36.5, the Swiss team. But we've seen the fan club of Amy de Gent. And Fred Wright is also riding for them now, of course, the British rider, 26 years of age now. And he's had a good history in this race, let's not forget. 7th and 8th, Fred Wright, in the Ronde van Vlaanderen in 22 and 23. I'm not sure he's been on quite that kind of form this classic season. But we'll see. He definitely knows it inside out, this race now. And he's one of those who's got those physical characteristics. You've only got to look at him to see that, Hutch, haven't you?
Yeah, no, your big bottom theory.
Hey, it's not mine. That theory is owned formally by one of the 3 club, Johan Museeuw, who's got, by the way, the best record in the Ronde van Vlaanderen. Still has it too, when you take into account all of his finishing positions in the 1990s. Johan Museeuw, on paper, if you like, if you were to score points for where you finished in this race, he's the best. And he still cuts a very fine racing figure to Johan Museeuw. So welcome back. You are watching the 110th edition of the Ronde van Vlaanderen, the men's Tour of Flanders, the second monument of the year, as appointed by the International Monument Federation, of which there isn't one. We could have a debate all day long about what it means, monument. This one, though, no doubt at all, if we're talking history, we're talking prominence, importance, the history of winners, the length of the race, and all the rest of it, then there is no doubt the Tour of Flanders absolutely is one of the monuments. Some would say, and many would say, the biggest and most important one-day race of the year. I suspect I'll be saying the same thing at Paris-Roubaix next Sunday, but they're very, very different races. It certainly would make things very interesting if next Sunday Tadej Pogacar has won this and is lining up to try and win Paris-Roubaix after being second there on debut last year. So thank you for joining us. Hutch, thank you for your insight there. I'm going to hook back up with you in a little while, but what I'm going to do right now, whilst we're having a change of clothing, we're also going to have a change of commentary team. I'm going to hand over to Joe Rousel and Alice Wood. And Joe, you might have heard my little thing earlier. I said that between the 4 of us, we've probably got like something like, well, we include Hutch as well, something like 250 national championship wins between the 4 of us. I don't know what you two have got between you. It's an awful lot. It's an awful lot over there as well. So
we'll have to do the maths. I mean, I said at the start of the show, between the 2 of us, we've had 6 starts in the women's Tour of Flanders, but certainly only one of us has ever finished inside the top 30, and that was definitely not me. That was certainly Alice. But I was also listening to your conversation you were having about cobbles in Roubaix versus Flanders. And I want to make it clear, I've never ridden Paris-Roubaix. I've never ridden on the cobbles in a race or a training scenario. I've been to watch it, so I'm aware of the concept. set, and I've heard enough of the horror stories about how tough it is. But as I mentioned, I've ridden Flanders a few times, and as an 18-year-old, when I was coming along to my first ever Tour of Flanders, you know, sort of the blissful ignorance that you have at that age, really looking forward to the race. And everybody said to me, the cobbles aren't too bad in Tour of Flanders. Like, they're nothing like the Paris-Roubaix cobbles. Paris-Roubaix are really tough cobbles. Flanders are fine. So I went into my first Tour of Flanders, like, not even thinking about the fact that the cobbles existed, because I was like, well, they're definitely not going to be like Paris-Roubaix cobbles, clearly not even having experienced that either. But I was blissfully unaware that they do play a part. They do make the climbs a heck of a lot harder, and we are rapidly approaching our first cobbled sector in just under 15 kilometres time. So we're not far off that one, so we shall look forward to see how the peloton approach that. We go at 168 kilometres to go. We come onto the Lippenhover Straat. But thank you, Jez. We'll catch you again in a bit. But just now, as we are coming into 181k to go, looking at some of the fantastic support out on the road here, we do have an interview coming up very soon. Our team of Hannah Walker and Jip van den Bos were at the start. So we're going to hear from one of the riders from UAE, Florian Vermeersch. Coming up now.
Florian Vermeersch, back to business now, working for the big boss, or still opportunities for yourself today?
No, we go full for Tadej today, but that being said, I think I need to be as long as possible there in the final, and yeah, maybe if they battle it out in the front, I can do a good result myself. Flanders is such a hard race, and once you're up there in the front, it's those with the best legs who remain. So let's hope for the best.
Staying in the front, if Tadej goes, the race will be open very early, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know when the race will open. I think the second time Quaremont is always a crucial point, and from there on it's such a hard sequence of hills. So I think yeah, the big splits will be made.
Do you have hopes that the second time out Quaremont you can join the favorites?
Yeah, why not? I think I've shown the last weeks that I have the legs to be with the 10, 15 best riders. So yeah, I hope to be there, and then to be as the best support as possible for Tadej.
How can you support Tadej after the second time out of Quaremont?
If we want to make the race hard, keep the pace high, things like this, closing gaps, maybe if Remco goes, try to chase or something, I don't know, so many possible scenarios.
In the team meeting this morning, how afraid are you guys for Remco Evenepoel? Like how big of a chance do you give him to be there, up there today?
Yeah, it's a big chance. He's a great rider. He's one of the best riders in the peloton. So yeah, it's definitely a factor we have to keep into account during the race. But it's not that we only focus on him. We just try to do our own race, and we have confidence that Tadej can beat him.
Well, confidence there from UAE that Tadej can beat Remco and the rest, of course, and it would be huge news if he could do the double with Milan-San Remo and Tour of Flanders, only ever done in the same year by a certain Eddy Merckx, who did it twice in 1969 and 1975. Our stats is always coming from our colleague Killian Kelly, as we just reflect on the chances of Tadej Pogacar today. But before we went to that interview, we were discussing the cobbles of Flanders versus Roubaix, and someone that has got even more expertise than the rest of us put together, I think, is Alice Wood. So I'm keen to hear your verdict on Paris-Roubaix cobbles versus Tour of Flanders cobbles.
Yeah, nothing like them, to be honest. Roubaix cobbles, they're relentless, they're much more rough often. There's not really a clear line through them. We know that in Flanders, you know, it's the climbs that with the cobbles that make it really tough. And even most of those cobbles on the climbs are fairly uniform cobbles. There's definitely lines through them. There are some that are maybe slightly more difficult. Looking towards the Oude Kruisberg is probably a section where they are the least uniform. But yeah, the Roubaix cobble is much more difficult, but with it being a flatter race, that's kind of how the challenges come there. And again, we're just seeing a lot of riders removing clothing as we are starting to get towards the first cobble section of the day, and from then on it does become fairly relentless, especially heading towards the Oude Kwaremont for the first time. After that it's a very relentless day with the climbs and the cobbles as well.
Just seeing the castle here, dating back to the 13th century. Fully walled layout. And the castle remnants very much clearly visible. A rare example, apparently, of an upright castle in East Flanders. So thanks to our commentary guide giving us some info of the sites out on the route today. We have just been discussing the cobbles of Roubaix versus the cobbles of Flanders, but we are of course focusing on the cobbles of Flanders, which are rapidly approaching today. Our first sector we come to with 168 kilometres to go. As we're just at the back of the peloton here, Alice, and the hearts of all Van Aert fans always, everyone takes a little bit of a holding their breath when they see him coming back to the team car here, but no stress at the moment, just passing over some clothing, it would seem.
Yeah, just removing clothing, taking it back to the car, and we'll get back to the front. Like we said, we've around 10 kilometres now till the first cobble sector, which isn't going to be raced, but still important to make sure that you're in the right position. We can just see Nils Pollitt here coming up and speaking to Mikkel Bjerg. Bjerg has been on the front for quite some time now, and I think Jez and Hutch were talking about it earlier. It's almost like there's the changing of teams behind Mikkel Bjerg. When you've got kind of the headwind like you do now, actually, you know, you do get shelter being on the wheel, but you get a lot more shelter being further back. So it's almost like, yeah, teams are swapping off behind Bjerg to get more shelter, maybe getting closer to the front once the team swaps off and realising that how much wind you are still pushing at the front and just taking a little bit more of a back seat. But it will be interesting to see if we do see a little bit more jostling for position as we get into the next cobble sectors, to make sure you're just a little bit further at the front, a bit out of trouble. We can see UAE are behind Astana here, all in team formation at the moment, but yeah, it looked like Pollitt just coming up and giving Bjerg a little bit more fuel. He will be going as far as he can at this moment, maybe won't even make it past Oudenaarde for the first time, but he will have done his job trying to control this breakaway. Of course, we also saw the train crossing causing this gap to go out a little bit more, which has made the job that bit harder for the peloton to bring down that gap.
I want to pick up on the level crossing. I mean, that was when Alice and we were both off air, but we certainly saw it happen. And you are, Alice, a race director of the Women's Tour of Britain, and I'm not going to ask you all the detailed rules, but either way, tricky decision-making for the race director in that situation. We have been busy Googling the rules, and of course we did see a large portion of the peloton stop, which we believe is what they were supposed to do. The peloton was split, it came back together. But there were some discussions going on between riders and race directors, so tough, perhaps some tough decision-making there.
Yeah, definitely. It's a difficult one to be able to make that decision. Of course, the timetable of the trains is known, and potentially could have been something where maybe they could have slowed down the peloton a little bit before, so they were all stopped and stayed together. You know, with half the peloton making it through, they needed to bring them back together, and the race director making that decision alongside the commissaires to bring that back together. But if the breakaway is gone and they're not affected by it, then they are able to continue to ride into that gap. The same as if the breakaway was stopped and they lost maybe a minute off of their time, the peloton wouldn't be held up for that minute. So it is, even though it's not really part of the race, it's still technically a racing incident. But when it's affected the peloton and split that in half, then that's something that needs to be kind of brought back together.
And this is, I guess, part of the quirk of racing on roads. You know, road racing in itself, it's not in a stadium. It's not, you know, contained safely. It is, you know, out there in, you know, and we do sometimes get these level crossing situations, and of course rider safety is of paramount importance, and I'm glad to see those riders that did stop, but still it's very intriguing from a rules point of view and from a race director point of view. So I mean, I'm keeping my fingers crossed the Tour of Britain doesn't have any level crossings, but we shall eagerly await the route announcement for that in due course. 175 kilometres to go. Our first cobbled sector, the Lippenhoverstraat, comes at 168k to go. It's 1.1 kilometres long. It's followed almost immediately by the Paddestraat, which is 2.3 kilometres long. We have discussed the brutality of the cobbles here in Flanders are not as severe as those of Paris-Roubaix, but still to be respected. But I want to pick up on what you said, Alice, about these sectors won't be raced. Of course, the peloton is racing and they are going over, but not in the same way that we'll have some of the later sectors raced.
No, kind of. When the cobble sectors are a more important part of the race, you can see that there's that big surge into them, a lot of positioning when, you know, we're expecting the bunch to split, with this being so much earlier in the race and not a key point for the race in itself. We will likely just see Mikkel Bjerg riding through that, because at the end of the day, what if other teams are starting to race into it, they overtake Mikkel Bjerg, what do they do once they get off the sector, because they don't want to do the chasing of this breakaway themselves. So it is just kind of making sure you're in a position where you feel safe, and you continue to stay in that position with your team, with your teammates, and also try and avoid any of those crashes, those mechanical situations. That's what we're looking for most on these early sectors.
Roger Hammond, Director Sportif there in the team car for Unibet Rose Rockets. Little conversation going on at the back of this group, and we did hear before we came on air Michael Hutchison and Jez discussing how well this group's really working together. We've talked before about an optimum sort of size for a breakaway, and I don't think any of us would have gone with quite this number of people, but they do seem to be working well together. Just this helicopter shot here, Alice, showing that we have got a few riders just getting their way back on here. This will just be from riders taking off clothing and that sort of thing at this point in the race.
Yeah, using again this point of the race where it is more calm, just take off clothes, to stop for the toilet again before it really does start to kick off. Often when the race is slower and a little bit more boring, that's when actually you need the toilet a bit more, and making sure you're going at the right point before there is any action is really important. And like you said, yeah, there's always that interesting number of what's the right size of a breakaway. The right size for the breakaway itself is as big as possible, with the riders all working together, because like we said before, you save more energy with the bigger the group when everyone's working together. If it gets too big and you start to have riders sitting on it, can really start to hinder the work that is done for some of those riders. People don't want to invest as much because they know riders are going to be fresher that are sat on. I'd say this is a good size breakaway for the break itself, but it's a good size which makes it that bit harder for the bunch and for UAE Team ADQ to do the chasing down and closing a 5-minute 15 gap. It's going to be tough, but like we said, when the climbs and the cobbles are more important, the speed of the bunch increases that bit more, because they're racing into those sectors when they are more important and can affect the race a lot more.
About to go off for a short commercial break if you're with us on the TV, but do stay tuned. 173k to go. Just ticked down to 172k to go, rapidly approaching our first cobbled sector for any fans of the cobbles. So we just have a little bit of a wave of the flag there, just indicating I'm just slowing down a little bit for this roundabout. We have just been discussing some of the rules around level crossings and what had to be done there. And Hutch, I believe you're back and you have familiarised yourself with the level crossing rules.
Yes, Joe, I've gone and checked. The rule is that for what we were dealing with there, if the bunch make it across, if the break make it across, that's fine, they're in the clear. If a bunch is separated in two by the level crossing coming down in the middle, they slow down the front of that group to let the back of that group come back together. So any groups in the race that are split by level crossing are pulled back together by the commissaires so that they have the same composition as they had before the barrier came down. But a break that is up the road just gets to enjoy whatever advantage it gets from the level crossing. And just while we're on the subject, if a break gets stopped by a level crossing and the bunch catches up, it depends whether the bunch actually catches them. If they just lose some time, it's a racing incident. If the bunch actually catches them, they restart the race with the gap established as it was before the level crossing incident. So that is the relevant rules. If you want to check it, it is 2.3.035 of the UCI racing rules.
I'm glad you've quoted that reference there. Alice, you've got something to add?
Yeah, I think what is quite lucky is that, you know, with it stopping mid-bunch, and there was the marshals there to stop the bunch with their flags, we're very lucky that there wasn't a crash in that situation, because when riders are kind of focusing on the wheels in front, not really paying attention to the flashing lights, because it was the lights that stopped them, really not the barriers at that time. You know, if there's a big slam on suddenly, then there could be a potential for a crash in that situation. So I think also very lucky that the riders were quite aware of what was going on and avoiding that.
They did sort of spread out across the road. They had at least a little bit of space to play with. They weren't kind of gutter to gutter doing 50 k's an hour when the barriers came down, because that would have been different.
Would have been different indeed. Hopefully everybody's safe. We are through the level crossing. The break have enjoyed perhaps a bit of an advantage there. 5 minutes and 16 seconds now with 170k to go, and it does seem like an awful lot of time to be working on the front if you are a rider from UAE. I used to think when I was racing, when a break got, you know, more and more gap, it just meant it was just going to get even harder in the bunch at some point very soon, as we just see them riding alongside the railway tracks here. We are rapidly approaching cobbled sector number 1, the Lippenhoverstraat, followed almost immediately by the Paddestraat. So we have just over 3 kilometres of cobbles coming up very soon. That'll be our breakaway, of course, as we just see Christophe Laporte here in the bunch, as we just get ready to welcome back our TV viewers. Welcome back. You are watching the 110th edition of the Ronde of Vlaanderen men's race, the second of the official monuments for the 2026 season. We have had Milan-San Remo. It was, of course, Tadej Pogačar that took the victory there, and he is the red-hot favourite for this race in the rainbow stripes with his team riding on the front. Just focusing in there on the team of Team Visma-Leasebike. The breakaway are rapidly approaching cobbled sector number 1. Visma-Leasebike working their way to the front there, Alice, looking after Wout van Aert. And the return of Christophe Laporte for this classic season should be very key for Wout.
Yeah, definitely. And this is what we were saying, that they're just looking at the positioning at the moment for the team and for their leaders heading into the cobble sectors. We can see UAE have now also all moved on to the wheel of Mikkel Bjerg, just making sure that Pogačar is out of trouble, heading through Zottegem into the cobbles. So we can just see it is getting a bit more twisty, and some of those teams moving closer towards the front, and we can see onto the cobbles now.
Breakaway at the head of the race here. The Lippenhoverstraat is our first cobbled sector, 1.1 or 1.3 kilometres long there. My data is slightly out of sync, and then we have the Paddestraat coming almost immediately after that. So our first taste of cobbles of the race, so lots of excitement around this. Plenty of fans out here at the side of the road. This is just a taste of what's to come, though. There are going to be so many more fans. The beer is going to be flowing, the Frits are going to be out, and Flanders fever will be well underway as we approach all of the series of climbs on the outskirts of Oudenaarde. But for now, this is our first taste of the cobbles. Breakaway approaching that without too much stress, of course, with there being 13 of them away with more than 5 minutes on the peloton. The stress, Alice, is of course really coming from behind, because that's where the positioning is key. And this is a point in the race where you're not going to win the Tour of Flanders here, but a mistake could be potentially costly.
Yeah, 100%. Just staying safe, staying out of trouble, using as little energy as possible. And actually there's stress in that peloton, but what you want for your leader is to have as little stress as possible, which is why we will see that positioning. The closer you are towards the front, the less danger that there is. So we can see some of those teams starting to move up. We can see Little Trek there with Mads Pedersen moving him up, Remco Evenepoel not too far behind, and Van der Poel there as well. But of course there's so many more teams here wanting to be at the front, wanting to save their energy, and that's where the fight does come for the positioning. as we can just see Mikkel Bjerg just starting to ramp the speed up slightly to stay at the front.
Well, we saw a team gathered towards the start there, the team of Lidl Trek, just towards the front of the peloton behind UAE. And we are now about to hear from their leader, former World Road Race champion, Mads Pedersen.
Mads Pedersen, we've seen you fighting back after your crash at the beginning of the season. How is your shape now? Are you at 80, 90 or more percent?
It's a good question. It's a good question. We will see how far it will make me. You know, it's a different preparation, a different approach to this classic season, and we will see if it's good enough now when we come to the really big ones.
Do you think it's good enough to win today?
Otherwise, I would stay home and watch it in the couch.
How do you think you can win?
Yeah, that's a good question. You know, this is it's a tough one, but we will see. You know, it all depends on how the other guys will race as well, and it's hard to make a clear plan on this. So yeah, first of all, we have to follow and make a perfect race until it really starts to be open, and then hopefully the legs is good enough when we are reaching the 20 to 270 kilometers, and yeah, I know the legs can make a difference.
What's your power meter showing you in training? Like the last couple of days, you've probably been racing the Oude Kwaremond, the other climbs in the final. What did your power meter tell you about your form?
Enough.
That's good enough to start?
Yes, exactly.
Good luck.
So our colleague Yip van den Bos asking the questions there of Mads Pedersen before the start today. I love the direct question there about the power meter. We'll come back to some reaction from that. We had a little bit of an issue there, Alice, on that left-hand turn into the cobbles there for a few riders.
Yeah, we could definitely see the fight was on for that sector. The speeds were really ramping up, and there was just, with that left-hand turn, a little bit of a coming together, a little bit of an unclipping. Everyone staying upright. But of course, having to unclip in that situation's never the most ideal, and that was the riders that were further towards the back, so having a little bit of work to get back on turns.
Keeping the pace high here, just went under 5 minutes there to the breakaway, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. We're keeping a close eye on that gap that was of course affected by the level crossing incident. I just wanted to pick up on the Mads Pedersen interview, where when asked a very direct question by Yip, which I loved, about what's the power meter saying, he wasn't giving anything away, just saying enough. That's it, enough.
Yeah, he did say that he wouldn't be here if he didn't think he could win. Of course, he'll also potentially be seeing what we're seeing, where it's the big four that everyone keeps talking about. He'll either use that to his advantage, where, you know, he could be a bit of an underdog, riders not looking at him as much, or is that going to frustrate him if, you know, people don't think he's on good enough form, wanting to prove that. We've obviously seen him with a different run into the Classics this year after his crash and his broken collarbone and wrist. We've also seen him, unfortunately, a couple of years ago have that nasty crash just the week before heading into Flanders as well, and he was still very competitive there, and of course finishing second last year. So some very strong results here in the past, and really looking like he's been finding form in the recent weeks as well.
It's also interesting to me that a rider with the Palmares of Mads Pedersen, we're talking about the World Road Race champion from 2019, you know, I'm not going to sit here and list all of his Palmares. Winner of stages of the Tour de France, 3 times winner of the race that used to be called Gent-Wevelgem. We're not including him when we're talking about the top 4, and that is, or the big 4, and that is just a testament to quite how high the level is, and it's one rider in particular that's really, there's a lot of eyes on in terms of Tadej Pogačar, just on the wheels of his teammates there. And I know it was being discussed before we came on air, just on 2 race days so far this season. This is his 3rd race day. How unusual is that to come into a race like the Ronde van Vlaanderen with just 2 races in your leg? I mean, 100% win ratio for him. They were 2 very big bike races, but it just, again, another sort of way the trend for pro cycling is changing, certainly for those at the very, very top.
Yeah, it's very unusual, and not many people can perform at this level without having more racing in the legs. Of course, he knows exactly what works for him. He also has a lot of people around him who can prepare him in the best way, whether that's using motor pacing instead and getting the speed work that he needs there. And, you know, and also, yeah, like you say, with Mads Pedersen, with the Palmares he has, how is he not in that top 4? I guess it's just with the crash that he has had and building back up from that and using these races as well. And it is really interesting, of course, like he says he wouldn't be here if he didn't think he could win. How true is that? And does he, how much belief is there, or is he kind of convincing himself that, convincing his team that he really does believe he can do that? Because, yeah, like you say, if that's the goal of the team, then you need to be able to believe in it. We've seen a lot of other interviews where riders are saying, you know, they're looking for a top 10, like the likes of Trentin and Van Baarle, because they know that podium is potentially out of reach, but really looking towards a strong result in a top 10 with this kind of field actually is going to be almost a win for some of these riders.
It's interesting you talk about what Pedersen has said to the media versus what others have said about aiming for top 10s, because I almost think it's not great PR for your team if you say, well, we can't win this, we're looking for different placings. And there have been a few interviews this morning that have been as honest as that and said, you know, we're not that one of those big four. But what really stood out to me was the confidence of Pedersen saying, well, I wouldn't be here if I didn't think I could win. And how much of that is, you know, he's got to say that because that's what his team wanted to say. How much does he really believe? We don't know. The roads will give us the answer to that. The legs will do the talking, as they say. 164 kilometres to go. Gap's coming down to the breakaway, 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Still an awful lot of work to be done on the front for the team of UAE Team Emirates. Of course, got all their riders up there. And it's interesting, Alice, where Pogacar is sitting in terms of he's in, I believe, 5th wheel here. Yeah, there he is, just poking out there in the rainbow jersey. And I'm interested in your thoughts here, the difference it makes between being safe, i.e. literally in 5th wheel, versus the gains that you can make sitting a tiny bit further back in the peloton, or therefore having more riders around you and sort of, you know, the drafting effect of that.
Yeah, definitely. I think at the moment, being on the cobbles, the safety is the main thing. We haven't seen him this close to the front for any of the race so far. So yeah, it has been preferred to sit further back, but with the cobbles here, he's wanted to go closer to the front with his teammates that obviously he trusts. Potentially will start to take a little bit of a back seat again between these cobbles and the Quaremont for the first time, just to not really recover, but like you say, save a little bit more energy, maybe stop for last toilet break, maybe to get rid of some clothing before it really does start to kick off again. You can see they've come off the cobbles. There are the team helpers there with bottles, but also with wheels in case there are those punctures, because with the peloton it is lined out, there isn't any splits, but the cars are still fairly far back at this moment. So we can just see Mikkel Bjerg still digging in. He's been on the front for, gosh, around 80 kilometres now, trying to control this break, and the gap has come down. That was partly because of the race into those cobbles for positioning, but also because of the work that Bjerg is putting in at the moment.
Just to come back to your comment on the wheels, I have printed out a list of sort of bottle and wheel zones that we've got in the race today at the Tour of Flanders. And just, you briefly touched on it, but I just want to expand on that a bit about how difficult it is to provide service to the riders if you were to puncture on the cobbles, in terms of just physically how far back the team cars are, you know, let alone, you know, even if you got that wheel change, you know, even if your team car was the first one in the convoy, it's still going to be an awfully long wait.
It is, and like I said, at this moment it is all in one line, but you can see the distance from the front to the back is quite a long way, and it is a bit of a wait. But when the race isn't really on at the moment, although we are starting to look like they are really ramping the pace up now with Mikkel Bjerg, they have been looking around, maybe looking to see how everyone's doing, where everyone is positioned, but the pace is definitely on at the moment. We can see riders out of this little corner having to accelerate, and these are all efforts that you don't want to have to be making, but they are at the moment. But yeah, like you say, later into the race, having those wheels on the side of the road, if there is an issue, is going to be really, really important. And when you have a rider that can be solo, but if they're only between, you know, 10 and 40 seconds, then their car might not be there to help them, and can be a long way back for that assistance for the rider.
And our TV viewers are on a short commercial break, but if you're still with us on digital, thank you for staying for the full duration of the 110th edition of the Tour of Flanders. Alice, you just pointed out something there at the side of the road I think you've noticed.
No, it just looks like there's quite a big split here in the bunch.
Yes.
There is at the moment, so definitely depends who is in that second group, and you could see that UAE and Mikkel Bjerg are really pushing on those cobbles, and they have split this at the moment.
Big news, 161 kilometres to go. The peloton have split in half, and we've got riders trying to get themselves across, and we have just raced over our first 2 cobbled sectors, which we weren't too stressed about, but this helicopter shot here showing the bit of distance that needs to be made up. Just going to see some replays here, see if there were any incident that happened. These might just be some of the arty shots here, just showing our breakaway at the moment. This was the breakaway going through the cobbles a little bit earlier on. They are about 4.5 minutes ahead of the peloton at the moment. It was well over 5 minutes that there was their maximum gap. Plenty of fans out on the roadside as we just get ourselves started in terms of the cobbles and the climbs at this year's Tour of Flanders. UAE Team Emirates all up towards the front here. Tadej Pogačar in the rainbow jersey, just going through just behind his teammates there, not far back. Mathieu van der Poel, rainbow bands on the end of his sleeves. Just turning right around that tight bend. Now, this is the helicopter shot that we were after. We've got UAE really pushing on the front. We want just the camera shot to pan back a little bit to see what we're dealing with behind. It might have been they've got themselves all back on.
I think they potentially have. It did look like there was some little Trek riders that were a little bit further back in that group, potentially getting themselves back on, because we have just seen a UAE rider having a nature break, which you wouldn't do if the bunch was split like that. But it does really show the intention of UAE and how hard they want to make this race today.
So still UAE push on the front. Tadej Pogačar is sat in about 5th wheel there in the rainbow jersey. He's just taken a layer off. Now this helicopter shot is going to show us, do we still have a split in this peloton? Let's pan back. Oh, we've got a few riders chasing to get back on, but it's not perhaps the split that we thought we initially had. We've got the Flanders Baloise team, we've got Lotto, we've got Unibet Rose Rockets, just 4 riders here chasing their way back to the peloton. So I'm not quite sure exactly what happened there. Oh, no. I stand corrected. The peloton has split in half. Now we've got the second half of the split, and the gap is opening up between the front of the first and the second peloton here. A number of riders have missed out big time. Let's see what teams have got the representation to do the work to try and bring this back together. This is perhaps not what we were expecting at around 158 kilometres to go. Still UAE Team Emirates push on the front. Ineos Grenadiers right up there as well in that orange and white kit. World champion Tadej Pogačar completely safe as just go through a feed zone here. Get ready to welcome back our TV viewers and we'll update everybody. Welcome back. You're watching the Ronde van Vlaanderen men, the Tour of Flanders 110th edition. We've got 158 kilometres to go of this 278 kilometre race. One of the longest editions, longest since 1988. And if you were just away on that break there has been a split in the peloton after our first 2 cobbled sectors. We're waiting for the helicopter shots to really give us an idea of quite how big this split is. But UAE working very hard on the front at the moment. 4 riders ahead of Tadej Pogačar himself. Van der Poel is right up there for Alpecin. Evenepoel is right up there as well for Red Bull, Bora Hansgrohe. You can see how much that peloton is strung out, and there's quite a significant gap there still to the second half of this peloton, Alice.
Yeah, there is, and it's almost panic stations at the moment. You can see there was 3 riders before that were trying to go across, and now it is Q36.5 who are doing a lot of this chasing. I don't know what favourites will be in this second group, if any, but there'll definitely be riders here who are starting to panic at this situation at the moment, who definitely won't want to be in this Port Magnier here. One of the main riders for Soudal Quick-Step, so definitely in that second part of this race. Just taking on fuel at the moment, trying not to panic. We'll be getting some information from the car as well, but definitely needs to get back into that group. And you know, he's not going to do any of the chasing himself if it's his, if he is one of the leaders, but needs to hope that the other teams are also going to contribute.
I think that not panicking is key. It's quite easy here in the comfort of the commentary booth to see gaps opening up and really panic, but often I see the demeanour of some riders knowing that it's all going to be okay. But like you said, it's not so much about the big favourites, have they been caught out, because we don't believe they have. It's more in terms of teammates, domestiques, quite how many people you've got, and you want, of course, you want numbers as you go deeper into the race, and there'll be some that have just missed out, as we just saw another of our castles there. Our camera's just focusing in on that as we are not far from Aldanada. Still UAE Team Emirates on the front of this peloton, 157k to go. That distance is, of course, from the breakaway. They're 4.5 minutes ahead. So we just see this lovely helicopter shot here, really getting an idea of exactly what we've got to deal with. Still a significant gap there, Alice. Still some very hard chasing to be done behind. I'm really thinking here, who has lost out some key teammates? I can see just one yellow jersey of Visma Lease bike right towards the back of this group. So most of Visma Lease bike are the correct side of this split. Let's see if we've got any of the riders from other big teams here. There's a rider there from Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. We've got quite a few from Movistar. I think you're picking out some people as well.
Yeah, Binyam Gamay is there, who will be one of the main riders for NSN cycling team. So definitely missing out on this move. And like you say, some teammates for the riders. It looked like Jan Tratnik there from Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. So just again, like you say, not panicking is the key thing at this moment. But also some of those riders in the front who potentially were going to use this moment to fuel, to get rid of some clothing, to have their last nature break, now not being able to do that. So yeah, like we say, UAE Team Emirates really starting to light this race up earlier.
Well, it's UAE on the front. We're going to focus in on Alpecin here and Mathieu van der Poel and hear what he had to say before the start today.
Mathieu van der Poel, everybody's talking about the big four today, but who do you think is your biggest opponent today?
Yeah, today I think it's very clear. The big four is maybe the big one today. I think he's one level above all the rest. It was also clear the last two times when he won here that nobody had an answer when he went on Quaremont. So yeah, it's going to be very difficult to beat him, but yeah, it's racing, so you never know.
Last year we saw you've been racing quite aggressively together with him. Are you going to ride more defensive this year?
Depends my legs. If I have the legs, I always race aggressively. I don't think it's a good thing to be afraid and not pull with him. Of course, he's the strongest, but yeah, I'm always there to try and make the race, and we will see if I have the legs to follow or not.
But if you race together with him, do you think your chances aren't getting smaller to go with him on the Oude Quaremont?
I don't know. I don't think. Yeah, it also shows you're afraid, of course. So if I have the legs, I always ride, and it will be not different today. So we will see.
Do you think it's is it a good thing or a bad thing that Remco Evenepoel is starting today for you?
It depends. If I'm second behind him, it's a bad thing today. But no, I think everybody knows his talent and how good he is, especially in one-day races. So for me, it's not a problem. It's his first time. He will be there, and he's maybe the biggest candidate for the win next to Pogacar.
Are you the only one who can hold Pogacar from winning 5 monuments in 1 year?
I hope so, but we will see after today. But like I said, the last two times I was not able to follow, so hopefully today. Thank you.
Well, there we go. Mathieu van der Poel, who has won this race on 3 occasions. Can he be the first man to make it 4? Can he make history in 2026? That's the question we are asking of him and asking of his team, Alpecin, who do, of course, have one rider in the breakaway. Didier is up there for them in that blue jersey, as we just see the huge amount of work still going in here for UAE Team Emirates. The onus very much on them to do the work, and it's fascinating for me, Alice, you know, we're having this ongoing conversation about the big four and all of that, and you know, we keep coming back to Tadej Pogacar, and when we discussed earlier on this broadcast who we thought would win, the four of us as part of this commentary team, none of us named him. I don't know if some of that was perhaps going with heart more than head in terms of some of the other riders that we're hoping to see victorious today, or perhaps some of it just hoping to go for an outsider. But it's interesting hearing other riders' perception with him in terms of he's the talent, he's the one that we're looking at.
yeah, I think none of us went for him because he doesn't need any more people believing in him that he can do it. Yeah, I would say he is the out-and-out favourite, especially with the form that we've seen of him so far. But, you know, you also do need luck in this race, like we were saying before, as well, with mechanical assistance that can play a big part in this race. Of course, that's not how anyone wants a race to be won. But, yeah, with his races so far this year, with the history and his palmares, it is very difficult to see past him. But I think with more and more favourites in the race, it can make it more difficult. So yeah, it's going to be interesting once we do head towards the climbs, and we are going to get there very, very soon. But with Van der Poel, how he was talking there, it was questioned whether he should work with Pogačar when it could potentially be the two of them, and if that's the most intelligent thing to do for racing for the win. But he does say that if he's got good legs, then he'll never not do that, because he doesn't want to show that he's scared. He doesn't want to show the weakness, that he doesn't think he is strong enough to beat him. So very interesting insight into like the mind of someone like Mathieu van der Poel.
I do think the psychology of racing at this level is absolutely incredible for those that have won quite as much as these riders have that we're talking about at the moment. I mentioned earlier from our stats from Cillian Kelly, 20 of the last 23 monuments have been won by Van der Poel, Pogačar and Evenepoel. But if we go back to the last 10, they've been won by Tadej Pogačar, 6, and Mathieu van der Poel, 4. So the last 10 monuments, it's just 2 riders that have taken the victories there. So it's interesting, the rivalry between the two, because you know, in cycling in general, we talk so much about the rivalry between Mathieu van der Poel and Wout van Aert, and of course that dates back to, you know, racing together when they were far younger in cyclocross and all that. But as it become, you know, into the monuments in road cycling, in the last 10 to have had 6 to go to Pogačar and 4 to Van der Poel, the dominance is incredible. But then even when you hear from Van der Poel there in that interview, he says it's not even the big 4, it's the big 1. It's Tadej Pogačar, and that's the one rider he's talking about. So that's particularly fascinating to me, as we're just back with the breakaway here. Unibet Rose Rockets there with that fantastic graphics on the car, just feeding their rider at the back. Breakaway still working well together. We've had a few shots of a little bit of rain out on the course. We've heard varying weather reports of rain falling in Aldenada. I've got a little bit of specks of rain on the camera lens at the moment. Peloton still being controlled by UAE Team Emirates, but Ineos Grenadiers are massing towards the front now, just going back from third wheel backwards there.
Yeah, we believe that group has got back on behind us, so Jan Tratnik was reabsorbed in that group, and his Pogačar obviously having had maybe a final toilet stop, coming back through the cars now. So all back together as we do head through Oudenaarde. For the first time, of course, the race does finish here, as we do the laps into the hills and over the cobbles, where riders are starting to prepare for when it does start to kick off. But yeah, I think the rain could make it a very interesting situation if the Koppenberg is as slippy as it did look during the week. I think in the week they mentioned that a truck had kind of gone up or down the climb and munched up the verge a little bit and dragged mud onto the cobbles. We were seeing very few riders managing to make it up the Koppenberg in the damper conditions. So if it does start to rain a little bit more, then that's definitely something that can affect the race, and we've seen it have big impacts on the race in the past, with just a few riders making it over the top, and others having to walk and remount at the top. Definitely gives those big gaps into the race and can really affect it. So making sure that positioning into there is as close to the front as possible, and being smooth up there as well. And you know, that's not something that is luck, that's all about being smooth on the bike. Something that especially is something you need to have as a cyclocross rider, making sure that you're not getting any wheel spin behind and having to unclip.
Well, as the breakaway rides through Oudenaarde there, that will of course be the town for our finish line. We're not going to go over that just yet, because we are about to do multiple loops around the climbs, around the bergs of Belgium here in Flanders, for the 110th edition of this race. The first one, hill number 1, Oude Kwaremont, comes at 136 kilometres to go. So the tension is building. The first of 3 ascents of Oude Kwaremont. The longest one, not the steepest one. We have just mentioned the Koppenberg being the one that is the steepest, and that's where the wet weather can really affect things in terms of the traction for the tyres there, and who can actually able to ride up that. We have seen some of the greatest riders in the world have been forced to dismount in previous years as well, so tricky one there. We will have Oude Kwaremont 3 times in total. We're getting ready for the first, though, coming up in 14 kilometres time now, as we focus in on Remco Evenepoel. Looking very relaxed there on the wheels. We just was up this group here. Just this group looks like good opportunity. These riders, Alice, just took the opportunity to have that nature break, take some layers off, get some feeding done before the racing really starts.
Yeah, definitely. Probably the last calm moments in the race at the moment. Like you say, Remco looking very calm there, probably because he was so close to Pogačar. Interestingly, Pogačar not wearing white shorts today, and we do know that white shorts does give the confidence. Of course, a bit of rain kind of going on at the moment, but Lucas Kubiš, he is in a full white skin suit, and maybe that does tell something about his confidence and form for today.
Mathieu van der Poel just going through the shot there, past Tadej Pogačar, rainbow bands on the end of his sleeve. He's a previous world road race champion, just being moved up by his teammate. Just coming along the outside of this string of riders, very strong out here at the moment towards that part of the peloton. But we are about to hear now the interview from the big favourite, the man who has already won Milan-San Remo this year, the defending champion of this race, and the reigning world champion in the rainbow stripes, the man that everyone is saying is the big one, the one to beat, riding for UAE Team Emirates. We are about to hear from an interview before the start from Tadej Pogačar.
Tadej Pogačar, this is a race you've won already on 2 occasions. You've got 11 monument wins so far. You've had 2 race days this year and already won both of those. What's the feeling coming back to the Tour of Flanders, having won last year and as world champion again?
I mean, certainly some pressure to keep the defense of the title and to come back here. I mean, it's an honor to defend the #1 on the back, and yeah, we will give our best.
Last year on the second ascent of the Oude Kwaremont, we saw you started to make some accelerations. The final time up the Oude Kwaremont, that's where you broke your rivals. What's the plan today? Because the weather conditions are very different with the wind.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, but I think anyway the race has to be hard for me, and I mean we will try to make it hard as possible on all the climbs, and with the team that we have, I think we can do it.
How can you use Florian Vermeers, who's in incredible form, and what a guy to have as a right-hand man?
Yeah, I think we can use him as a second leader, I would say, because he's so strong, and I think he can go also very long and close to the finish, so we will see. Yeah.
You believe you can join the other riders who already have 3 victories and add that to your name already?
I hope so.
Best of luck. Thanks, Tadej.
Looking to add a 3rd Tour of Flanders to his palmarès. Tadej Pogačar looking to add to the victory from Milan-San Remo, looking to add to his 100% streak that he's got so far for the 2026 season. That was, of course, Tadej Pogačar. UAE Team Emirates just leading through the crowds here as the tension continues to build. 147 kilometres remain of this year's edition of the Ronde van Vlaanderen. And a reminder, 278 kilometres in total as we just see the beautiful sights here of Oudenaarde. This is the town hall. And this is really the epicentre of this race. The women's race will start from here. Men's race will finish here, a finish that we've been well used to for a number of editions now, as we take in all the surrounding climbs, the cobbled climbs of this area of Flanders. Plenty of excitement is building up as we get ready to have our first ascent of the Oude Kwaremont. That will come at 136 kilometres to go, so not far now. The first of 3 will be coming up very soon. A reminder, there are 16 climbs in total in this race, plus 6 cobbled sections, which are flat. And of course, the vast majority of our climbs are also cobbled, which is going to make things even spicier Peloton just winding their way out of Oudenaarde now. As we just see the church here. No times to really take in the scenery here, Alice, but we can see the wind blowing strong. It has been mostly a headwind so far today as we've headed from Antwerp southwest towards Oudenaarde. We have had those stressful moments where the peloton has seemed to have split, but we're getting very much ready now for the climbs.
Yeah, definitely getting ready for the climbs with the lead in, and that's how we are going to see that there's going to be big changes in the time caps, with the peloton starting to race in, doing more positioning into every sector and climb that we have coming up. So definitely for the breakaway they need to keep pressing on, but they can't control that gap too much themselves, with the breakaway working hard and positioning.
Thank you for staying with us here for the entirety of this edition of the Ronde van Vlaanderen. Just go back to the head of the race here and the breakaway. 5 minutes and 3 seconds they have on the peloton. It went down to about 4.5 minutes at its lowest most recently. Did have a bit of a bigger gap earlier on, and plenty of encouragement here from the crowds. This is the heartland of cycling, and Belgium, Alice, I think it just is worth adding to anyone who's, you know, not had the privilege of being out watching a race like this. Cycling is huge in Belgium, like so huge, and this is the big one.
Yeah, it is huge, and it's really the race to come to. The women's race not starting too long from now and does many of the same climbs, so it's not that you're just coming out to watch the men's race on these climbs. You can also watch the women as well, and it's a bit of a maze, and it's a bit difficult to understand, and yeah, very interesting from organisation point of view to be able to make those timings work, where you can have those two races going on at the same time. But yeah, we have so many big names from Belgian cycling in both the men's and women's races, and the fans really coming out and being inspired by that as well, and of course with the sportive that happens alongside the race as well. It's just a great day out for cycling, for Belgian cycling. We can see more jackets coming off at the moment, with only around 6 kilometres into the Oude Kwaremont for the first time. Wout van Aert taking off his rain jacket now that the rain has stopped. We'll just be waiting for his car before they do start positioning into the climbs. Interesting he's doing this himself. Often you would kind of hand these over to your teammates and they would do that for you. But just taking this opportunity to maybe have a little bit of calm away from other people, to speak to the team, and to just have that communication there, as well as we just see him grabbing another bottle as well.
So grabbing a bottle there, taking off a rain jacket, short amount of time to communicate. And I think it's worth mentioning, although the riders have the radios, it's never quite the same as actually having a conversation with your director in the team car. The sound quality is not always ideal in terms of the radio, and you're looking very calm there, just heading back to that team car, and now he's going to work his way back up.
Yeah, definitely. Radio communication can often be really difficult between the team and the riders. The team, you can normally hear your director quite clearly, but the director hearing what the riders are saying can be much more difficult, especially rider to rider as well. So yeah, it looked calm, but the racing's really starting now, even though there are still some raindrops, with the racing sort of heating up, the bodies heat up as well, so not needing them as much, and making sure you're not getting too hot yourself as well before it really does kick off.
Welcome back. You're watching the 110th edition of the men's Tour of Flanders, the second of the monuments for the 2026 season. And we are asking the question, can Tadej Pogačar back up his win from last year in the rainbow jersey? There he goes, past our shot there. He's won this race on 2 occasions. Or can Mathieu van der Poel make history and be the first rider, male or female, to take 4 victories here? Just off the side of the road there a little bit there for Mathieu van der Poel. Keeping a close eye on him as we are rapidly approaching our first of 16 climbs in this race. It is the Oude Kwaremont, and we will have a recon of that by a certain Alberto Contador, That's coming up very soon, so we'll see what he makes of the climb. This is a climb that we are going to see on 3 occasions, of course. Peloton spread across the road here. The gap to the breakaway's got up to 5 minutes and 20 seconds now, with 143 kilometres remaining. Still UAE Team Emirates with the work on the front, but plenty of teams now trying to get their top riders into position. So we are not far out from our first climb. There is Tadej Pogačar. On his wheel is Remco Evenepoel making his debut in this race. Can he take a victory for Belgium? First up, we're going to take a look at a recon of the Oude Kwaremont by Alberto Contador. Coming up now.
In Belgium, cycling is more than a sport. It is a tradition. If you want to win in Flanders, you must survive the Kwaremont. The Kwaremont is only 2.2k, but it's still the longest climb of this race, and the riders will go up 3 times. The cobbles are horrible. This is the reason I never chose to ride the classics. Some people won't know, but I ride the Flemish Hills in an Eco Tour in 2012.
It's Pogačar winding it up. This man is about to lay down the law. And then there's the gap. It's only taken 4 or 5 pedal strokes on the cobbles.
This is exactly where Tadej Pogačar made the difference in 2023 and again in 2025. So incredible how many people will be here. It's all about setting a good rhythm. If the road is wet, you cannot get off the seat and attack, because the wheels can slip on the cobbles. This is not for me. The virtual ride prepares you. The real climb exposes you. And here, in Flanders, there is nowhere to hide.
Well, thank you there to Alberto Contador taking us over the Oude Kwaremont. We're going to see that on not 1, not 2, but 3 occasions in this year's race. We're rapidly approaching, and I'm getting ready to hand over to Jez. Jez, are you ready?
Oh, I am. I cannot wait. I tell you what, I mentioned at the beginning of the day that I think this is going to be a humdinger, and I think the humdinger is about to get dinging, because it's although the gap to these guys has gone out again a little bit more, you can see everything warming up behind for the first ascent of the Oude Kwaremont. And I get actually what Alice was saying earlier, Joe, about, when we got to the first cobble section, it not being raced. And I think this Oude Kwaremont section won't be raced as such. But it is a tester. It's a first chance on the crucial cobbled climb of this race, and you can already see how nervous the bunch is behind, can't you? This is a race that both of you have ridden. You'll know what those nerves are like. And am I right in saying, Joe, by the way, when you rode this, it was the Bosberg, it was the Mövenherberg and Bosberg edition, right?
Yes, yeah, it was a very long time ago, 2007, 8 and 9 that I raced here. So I think it changed in 2012. So, yeah, really showing my age there, that it was not quite 20 years ago, but approaching 20 years that I first raced this event. As an 18-year-old, I must say, full of that naivety that comes with youth, and full of excitement. And of course, you couldn't watch women's racing on TV back then, so I really had no idea what I was getting myself into, and it was baptism of fire. And was never successful there after that either, but less said about that the better.
Hey, probably the best way, Joe. I like the fact that you were told that you wouldn't worry, not to worry about the cobbles. They're nothing serious. It's not like Paris-Roubaix.
No. Straightforward.
Yes. Maybe you... Yeah. Anyway, right. let's give you a little break. You go and have a little break, and of course I'll be bringing Joe and Alice back in a little bit later. My name's Jez Cox, and I have with me Dr. Michael Hutchinson. We've been watching all of that unfolding, and I'm just going to bring you a split screen, I think, with the start of the women's race in Oudenaarde. You can watch that one. You can flick over and watch it when it starts. You can catch up with it during the course of the afternoon. I promise you, if we do go to it during the course of the afternoon, if I hear we're going to it, I will give you a spoiler alert as well, because I know some of you will want to watch this race first, having started with it, and watch the women's race later. Some of you will be a double screening, I suspect, as well. Of course, it is such a massive day in cycling today for both the men and the women at the Ronde van Vlaanderen. All on the same day. I think most of the big races now are moving towards having one-day races on the same day. Paris-Roubaix likewise, having started having the women's race on the Saturday and then moving to both on the Sunday, and it seems to work in terms of the crowd being there, everything being in place, and the infrastructure around this. If you've not watched the Ronde van Vlaanderen before, as you'll see on the Oude Kwaremont, where we're headed to right now, it is massive as well. Just seeing the race supporter there, just raising his hand to the crowd, encouraging them to cheer and make the most of it. Because we are coming into the base of the Oude Kwaremont. In actual fact, he's not the only one either. They are all absolutely loving this in the breakaway at the moment. You could just see a couple of the riders there, Eduardo Zamperini included, just encouraging the crowd to really go for it. Victor Vacui waving to a friend in the crowd, if I'm not mistaken. Hutch, this is lovely to see, isn't it? And, Michael Hutchinson, the sun has come out too.
Yeah, the sun is out. You never really see pro bike riders doing that. It kind of just shows in some ways what a special race this is. You know, hey, we're in the break at the Tour of Flanders, give us a cheer. Does suggest that they don't really think they're staying away to win it, doesn't it? But yeah, onto the Oude Kwaremont for the first time. Yeah. Cobbles are just a little further up here.
Gosh, in the sunshine as well, yeah. Hutch, yeah. So, let me give everyone the stats about the Oude Kwaremont. It is the longest climb on course across the whole 130, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? 278 kilometres today. There's only really 2,400 metres of elevation, and I say only, but for that distance, it's the way the hills keep coming at you thick and fast, and they are on it now. This is the Oude Kwaremont. Look at the size of the crowd, and actually, more importantly, Hutch, we're going to be watching the race into the base of it at the bottom. It is Sam Welsford for Ineos Grenadiers in the orange and black, right in the middle there. Great work being done by Sam Welsford today for Ineos Grenadiers, but these are nervous and, Hutch, dangerous moments too.
Just look at the pace on here on the wide road. We're turning off this road onto narrower roads and then narrower again at the minute. But we always talk in this race about the importance of positioning, and that is the fight that's going on at the minute. You can see it's like running into a sprint finish. All the teams at the front in colour order, and Wout van Aert being brought up. He was back at the car very late on, and giving his jacket in. It's a wild thing for someone like him to be doing at this point of the race. Just a few kilometres ago, back at the car doing his own domestiquing. And he's coming up on the left-hand side. At the minute, he is out of position. He needs to get to the front now.
Yeah, he's been brought up by Axel Zingle there up on the inside, but Zingle's now dispatched him and left him to get on with it. This is a bit of the squeezing. A little traffic island in the middle, around the roundabout. It is Ineos Grenadiers who at the moment have the, if you like, the control of the front of the peloton. They can pick their line through there as well. Hutch, we haven't really touched on Ineos Grenadiers yet. Magnus Sheffield was 6th in 2024. He's been he was 20th last year. Sheffield is in very good form. Is the focus all about him as we watch the breakaway coming up the Oude Kwaremont now?
Good question, Magnus Sheffield. I mean, Sam Watson you wouldn't rule out as well in that context. I think, given the previous form, I think they're probably looking towards Magnus Sheffield. But it's hard looking at Ineos Grenadiers to really see a clear leader in that team.
Yep. And that will only add to those probably wondering where Filippo Ganna is, winner of Dwars door Vlaanderen on Wednesday. We'll come back to that later on, though, maybe. We have all 13 riders now breakaway, still there together. We haven't lost anyone, have we? No, we haven't. And they go over the top of the Oude Kwaremont. There is that enormous party tent off to their right-hand side. The infrastructure up here is quite unbelievable, Hutch, isn't it? Because at other times of the year, it's quite a quiet place. But look at this. The Oude Kwaremont in full flight for the first of 3 passages.
Yeah, it's a farm track. It's a farm track the rest of the time with the odd cycling fan riding up it, but for one day every year it is the amphitheatre that you see in front of you at the minute. And these riders are riding through an absolute wall of noise, and there's this kind of real excitement as a rider to riding in those circumstances, to riding up this hill, this historic hill in front of this huge, noisy crowd. Must feel magic.
Yeah, and that magic gift there, I think, has been given to Luca van Boven, one of the youngsters, the Belgian for Lotto Intermarché, the Belgian rider, riding up the Oude Kwaremont at the front. It is now Frédéric Frisson who takes over, one of the other 4 Belgians in the field for Pinarello Q36.5. And then it is Jambeljan Sembayar, the first Mongolian man to ever ride the Ronde van Vlaanderen, riding for Burgos Berpilet Beace, who takes over at the front. What a special passage for 3 riders who I suspect, Hutch, will remember that moment for the rest of their racing lives, unless they go on to win something that eclipses it. It's a special moment, isn't it?
It's the kind of thing that at the end of her career you could look back at as one of the highlights. You can just see from that low angle, these, we talked a bit about these cobbles and not being like Paris-Roubaix cobbles, but they're not straightforward. You just see from kind of a low camera angle, you can see the horrible texture to them.
Yes, and haven't we been through the weather today? I did not think we'd be seeing shots like this. This looks like last year. It's the Oude Kwaremont in the sunshine, dusty, dry conditions, if anything. And it was only 60 kilometres or so ago, slightly less, that we had actually quite heavy rain and wet roads. So if it stays like this, it swings in the favour of kind of fast ascents of the cobble climbs. If we were to get any more rain, as we know, the Paterberg and particularly, where am I thinking of? The Koppenberg in particular, the steepest of them, is an absolute nightmare when wet. So some people will be wishing for that, but I don't think we're going to get it just yet. By the looks of it.
Mathieu van der Poel praying for rain, I would imagine.
Yes. Yeah, may well be.
Wout van Aert maybe as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
One of the cyclocross guys with a lot of confidence in their bike handling will be the ones. And you can sort of see how the pace now, and now we're onto the climb, the pace comes off because everyone hopefully has gotten to the front and got through safely. I haven't seen whether Wout van Aert had made it to the front. I don't know if you spotted that, Jez.
I haven't seen him move to the front. We saw him moving up the outside, about 2/3 of the way up. Did we look out for the yellow jerseys? It was notable, though, as we mentioned, it was only Axel Zinglet with him. Zinglet dropped off.
Don't see him.
No.
Udo X kind of came to the front on the run into that. Trying to keep Jonas Abramson at the front. I haven't seen very much of them in the race so far, but he's certainly one of the dark horses that we mentioned a little earlier.
Yeah. Once again, Hutch, for the second time, we point to the colours of Groupama FDJ coming up on the left-hand side of the screen. In fact, they've got 3 or 4 riders in shot there, near the front. They're up for this today, aren't they? Whatever their plan is, the French world team.
Well, certainly are. Theo Trentin up there as well.
Yeah. Trentin is having such a brilliant year. He's not the oldest man in the race, nearly. He is 36 years of age. Yeah, yes, he has. You're absolutely right. And he's
13th.
Hello. Hello. We've got problems further down. That's 2 of the Burgos Berpilet riders with issues. One of them is Georgios Bouglas, the Greek rider, riding. By the way, that was the moment. Bouglas, one of those who was sort of balked, his own teammate, I think, just alongside him. I think that's Clement Eleno. It is Eleno, the Frenchman who went OTB. This is the peloton now. 5 minutes down on our breakaway of 13 riders. They are on the Oude Kwaremont. But there's no one team taking control of this. In actual fact, you can see Magnus Sheffield just sitting back. So there was our questioning about Ineos Grenadiers and what their thinking might be today. But yeah, that's interesting, Hutch. Just to point out, just to say, first of 3 ascents of the Oude Kwaremont, no one obvious team taking control of that.
I think part of that is the fight to get in is part of that dynamic. I think once you're on the climb, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, just see Kasper Asgreen on the left-hand side there in the pink of VF. He's looking well placed, right up near the front, having moved up. I'll just remind viewers, he's one of 4 former winners we have in this race. They are, of course, Mathieu van der Poel, who's won 3, Tadej Pogacar, who's now won 2, and then Kasper Asgreen and Alberto Bettiol, the 21 and 19 winners. Asgreen looking good. very familiar for him. Of course, he won in that year when none of this crowd were here, and there were no crowds allowed at races that spring in the classics. I swear the crowd gets bigger every year. They seem to build more and more of a grandstand Flanders Classics here as well,
Yeah.
Hutch. It is incredible,
Yes.
isn't it?
I think we've got some new rules / guidelines in place this year on some of the climbs. Not here because this is barrier, but some of the other climbs they've got flags and things in areas where the crowd are literally not allowed off the verge. They're not allowed onto the road surface at all. I'm curious to see if that's going to work, since it seems to be kind of on an honour system. I'm not sure how the honour system is going to survive a whole lot of Belgian beer and enthusiasm, but we will see.
No. Yes, I am not sure either. It is, by the looks of it, Fabian Landhardt, the Swiss rider, who leads for Tudor Pro Cycling, up and over the top, I think, on the front, in the black. And as we mentioned, they have, well, every reason to put their trust today in Matteo Trentin, who's in really good form. He's a good shout for a top 10. Actually, it's Marco Haller, sorry, at the front for Tudor Pro Cycling.
Yeah, Trentin's in there behind him, I think.
Yeah, Mads Pedersen well placed. There's Evenepoel, just watching them go through. Tadej Pogacar, Mathieu van der Poel. Where is Wout? There he is. Van Aert back in about, what, 25th place, something like that. So if we're to count the big four, as we did, they're all in within the top, what, 20 places. There they are rolling through underneath that little timing point at the top of the Oude Quaremont. It was Jambal Jansen-Bayar, the Mongolian, who was given the credit of being over the top first. There they are all scrolling through. Everyone over safely at this stage. Hutch, and in the sunshine. Lovely. Through the feed zone. Lunchtime.
Yeah, there are team zones like this at the top of most of the climbs. Most of the team cars obviously don't go through and up the cobbled climbs. There are kind of diversions so the cars aren't around. So they've got bottles, wheels, and things. You can't take a bike from the side of the road. Under the regulations, you can take a wheel change from a team helper by the road, but you can't take a bike. Only have a bike off the team car.
There we go. Actually, that I'm sure makes things, I would have thought, safer in the feed zones as well, rather than having bikes hanging around like a cyclocross race. We've all seen bike changes and cyclocross races go wrong with bikes flying everywhere, so it's one less thing to worry about. Spread it out and do it behind the race as well. Makes sense. So, this time, over the top of the Oude Quaremont, hang on, what are we looking at here? The King of the Mountains. I have to confess, I'm not entirely sure what we're looking at there. Oscar Riesbeek. So this is the fastest times. I think it might be. I think we're looking at the fastest times. Would that make sense?
Yeah, it could be that. So it's people moving up within the bunch. Christophe Laporte apparently sliding through the bunch like a knife through hot butter.
Interesting, isn't it? Well, he might have been one of those trying to move Wout van Aert. Hey, Christophe Laporte, a name we've not mentioned. I don't think any of us have mentioned
I'd be surprised if he's really on that kind of domestic duty, because he would be, I think, he ought to be their second string. So I just paused because I thought of Matthew Brennan, but I think I think the idea is for Matthew Brennan to be a worker. I think Christophe Laporte would be maybe sort of semi-protected.
Yeah. Yeah, well, if we're to, I'll just remind people again, that team in a previous guise as Rabobank, Visma Lease Bike, haven't won this race, the Ronde van Vlaanderen, since Rolf Sorensen won it in 1997. But I think, actually, even when we compare, certainly if we compare them to Van der Poel's team, Alpecin Premier Tech, I'm just going to stick my neck out and say I think Visma Lease Bike have got an even stronger team. In fact, on paper, I don't think they have. Brennan on debut, we've not really mentioned, but we're assuming he's not really the focus. But Christophe Laporte, as we say, Perstrand Hagenes, who's in brilliant form at the moment, the 22-year-old Norwegian, and then, of course, Wout van Aert as well. That is a super strong team.
Eduardo Affini.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's I mean, UAE have a few riders out with injury. Navarez, for example, is out with injury at the minute, so they're not as strong as they might be. They've had a terrible year, actually, for injuries and crashes and things. Actually, they were at Copia Bartley a couple of weeks ago. They pulled the team from it because they basically run out of riders. So it shows the depth of their resources when they've got that, but still turn up with the team they have here today.
There was a shot of Tadej Pogacar going through. There is Christophe Laporte on the left-hand side. Benoit Cosnefroy, Mathieu van der Poel. All looking comfortable and smooth. There's few things I enjoy more, actually, than watching Mathieu van der Poel on the cobbles in slow-mo. Just wonderful, isn't it? Just to see how loose he is.
Yeah, it's like watching kind of really good mountain bikers.
Oh, yeah.
That kind of, you know, just keep it loose, let the bike steer itself. Don't try to steer the bike. I can't do it. I only can hear mountain bikers who know how to do it telling me that's what you're meant to do.
Yeah.
I can't do it. Let me emphasise.
Likewise.
Mads Pedersen actually came through, you know, ahead of the rest of the Big Four, and also looking very relaxed.
Toe warmers coming off for Dries de Porter, one of 4 Belgians in there. The Belgian riding for Jaco Alula. He's 23 years of age now. The Belgian from Giel. Spelled G-E-E-L, in case anyone's wondering.
These guys still have over 5 minutes. I was expecting to see that just squeeze down a bit, not so much on the climb, but just in the run into the bottom of it. We saw how fast the bunch was moving there, but they are still out at 5 minutes, 90 seconds of which they owe to the level crossing.
Yep.
But heading to the last 100 kilometres of the race, quite a chunky advantage, actually.
Absolutely, Hutch, you're absolutely right. Good friend of mine messaged me briefly earlier when I was on a break and said, I wouldn't let Sylvain Dillier have 5 minutes, not at all. I'll come back to that. And I think, Hutch, you might have a point. Literally, that was the message. I popped to the loo from my commentary box. I looked at my phone, and my good mate Tom had sent me a message saying, all it said was, I would not let Dillier have 5 minutes at this stage.
It's interesting that he's been working from the beginning. I assume part of the objective of that, given UAE have all of the responsibility here, really, I assume part of the logic there was just to make their job harder.
Yep, we got a problem here. Hang on, who have we got here? We've got Riley Sheehan, the American, for NSN. I think he's been off by the looks of it, Hutch. He's been helped back with his bike. I think Sheehan may have gone off onto the edge of the road. He's a brilliant bike handler, Riley Sheehan, too, so I'm quite sure what's happened there.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. He just didn't have the urgency to get back on as if he was taking a bike change or something. He was kind of seemed to be just checking himself. I can't see any sign of blood or mud or anything other giveaways, but yeah, I think you're probably right.
Hutch, I'm going to say it now. I think watching the face of Mikel Biel, he's usually pretty smooth. Look at the gaps opening up behind as well. I think we're starting to see, I wouldn't call it panic, but I wasn't expecting to see that look on the face of Mikel Biel, but it's 5 minutes and 2 seconds with 127k to go. I think they're a little bit more nervous than they would otherwise be at this stage.
Maybe, or is it just that we are getting into the heart of the race and there's just a bit more urgency about everything, people trying to move up, because that bunch it's going quite fast, but it's not strung out the way it was earlier in the race. So I'm not sure. I think panic might be too strong, and the gap is beginning to tick down.
Yeah, we'll keep watching that. Yeah, it's now under 5 minutes for the first time in a long time too. Let's see who else fancies having a go. We've got XTS Astana coming up, tucked in there as well. Evgeny Fevrov, the Kazakh road race champion, sitting second wheel. Don't forget they have one of 4 former winners in their field. Alberto Bettiol, who I'm yet to see today, actually, for XTS Astana. It's Mikel Biel still on the front, but now Tadej Pogačar sitting third wheel. He has Benoit Koznov right just behind him. And Biel will go as deep as he can into this race. Won't he, Hutch? He'll keep doing this until he drops, I presume, today.
Yeah, he will do. I think that's also part of the expression of his face. Maybe this is a bit of a last effort. He's also got his overshoes on the wrong way around. Everybody else in the team is wearing them with the logos on the outside. He's got them with the logos on the inside. So whether he got dressed in a hurry this morning, I'm not quite sure. But that's certainly the most pointless thing I'll point out in the course of this race.
No, it's all right. I'm just glad you spotted it. This is what you're here for, Hutch. All these tiny little differences. No, XTS Astana with, I have to say, Davide Ballerini in incredibly good form. I'd like to see them really get behind Ballerini today. He looked incredible at the Ronde van Brugge. He was really strong there, attacking multiple times, and he was 10th in this race 1 year ago. Davide Ballerini, the 31-year-old, could be, I suspect, back in the top 10 again today if they look after him well. Back in the sunshine, back with the breakaway, who still have, let's still call it 5 minutes really, they're only 5 seconds under. 13 riders clear, and I'll do my best to run you through who's in there if you're just joining us for coverage. Sylvain Dillier is there, the Swiss rider for Alpecin Deceuninck. Alpecin de Koning, my goodness me. Alpecin Premier Tech, of course, Mathieu van der Poel's team. And I'll work you up from the back if I can. Harthies de Vries sat on the back there for Unibet Rose Rockets, the Dutchman. Victor Verkuy and Connor Swift are back in the breakaway for the second year in a row in the Ronde van Vlaanderen. The British rider, former British champion Connor Swift, and the Belgian rider Victor Verkuy. They have 2 riders. The only team that have 2 riders in that breakaway today are from Burgos Berpelet BH, the Spanish team, and they are Jambal-Jant Saint-Bayard, the Mongolian rider, and Eric Antonio Fagundes, the Uruguayan. When we go back to the break, I'll let you know who the others are as well. We're just looking into the peloton, picking out Remco Evenepoel, I think, if I'm not mistaken, just sitting in amongst his teammates. He's moved back a little bit further, possibly just getting a few things up from the cart. All of the big 4, if you like, up near the front of this and out of trouble. Tadej Pogačar, 2-time winner. Mathieu van der Poel, a 3-time winner, looking to become, hopefully for him today, the only ever 4-time winner of this race. And then Wout van Aert, who's never yet won it, but sort of been there so many times now. And Remco Evenepoel on debut. We're sticking our necks out and calling them the big 4. There's our first sighting of Matthew Brennan near the front, working for Visma Lease Bike up alongside Sam Welsford. 2 riders there who, of course, we saw duking it out last year and this year at the Tour Down Under. Welsford getting his traditional Tour Down Under stage win in January. And here he is in very, very different climbs, different circumstances. Mathieu van der Poel also, by the looks of it. Hutch being brought back up by his team here.
Yeah, the next climb's the Eichenberg, which is 120 kilometres to go. Remember, of course, that that's 120 kilometres to go. The 123 kilometres on the screen is for the break, so the bunch have a little bit more headroom to play with. But you can already see the little bit of urgency that's coming into the bunch now, just as that's beginning to exert its kind of magnetic force, magnetic field on the race.
Yeah, I'm just going to remind viewers that although we've had the first ascent of the Alde Quaremont, it is technically, I guess, the easiest setup because it doesn't then come thick and fast followed by the Paterberg. The next 2 times, of course, they only have about 3 kilometres over the top until they start the Paterberg as well. This time, a much bigger loop to take them in the direction of the Eichenberg, as Hutch said, which will start in a couple of kilometres' time. And then they really do come thick and fast. We've got the Eichenberg, Holleweg, the Wolvenberg, Kirkgate, Jagerijn, Molenberg, and then a little gap before the Berendries, and then we're back into Berg ten Houte. And the Nieuwe Kruisberg Hotond, the Hotond route is the bit at the top. We go over the Nieuwe Kruisberg and the Oude Kruisberg, so the new Kruisberg and the old one as well. It really is a kind of... I often talk about courses being...
Could there be a short quiz later?
I often talk about
complicated race.
It is, but it's because it's that you talk to people. Oh, I've got a really great training ground. I always go to the same place. I head over here and I just ride loops of this, that, and the other. And that's what this is. They are perfect racing roads, well-preserved racing cobbles, and we just basically keep looping back and doing similar different ascents of the same couple of ridges in the Flemish Ardennes. Here we go. The Eichenberg is our next of our classified and cobbled climbs, and it's in glorious sunshine once again, just as the Oude Quaremont was, and bone dry too, Hutch.
That makes life a little easier for everybody, doesn't it?
It does indeed. I'm just going to quickly remind everyone who's in that breakaway there as well. That was Eric Fagundes at the back. There we go. We cut away from them as soon as I say that. Stefan Bissegger there for Decathlon. Of the big teams, a lot of people this year and last year are starting to talk about Decathlon CMA CGM team as one of the biggies, one of those who wants to step up to being sort of super team status. I don't know what their focus is at all today in this race. I think we have just seen Bissegger there moving up.
Oliver Naesen.
I mean, Oliver Naasen's been seventh three times. Yes, I saw that too, which I thought, in a way, that's a little bit indicative of him at his best. He was so consistent, but he's not quite at that level now. I tell you what, if I stuck my neck out now and said I think Oliver Naasen's going to win, I just don't. It's not going to happen. But
I think there are a lot of teams in this race, James. You've got riders in good form but don't have an outstanding favourite, and it a little bit comes down to the legs at the start, a little bit just how the race develops, because it is such a long race. We always talk about a sprint at the end of a race like this is not the same as a sprint at the end of 160 kilometres. So if you've got riders in form, you get at the front, you work hard, and I think we started to see how the race develops. Oliver Nassen certainly could do something this race. Stefan Bissiger probably looking more towards next week at Paris-Roubaix. But they've got, again, they've got quite a strong team, and they're clearly trying to get up and do something.
Hutch, you just mentioned that about Bissiger, you know, focus on Roubaix 1 week's time. I think earlier, who was I talking about earlier, saying, it was in relation to Niels Pollitt, wasn't it? Talking about his big day of the year, every year, the biggest race for him seems to be Paris-Roubaix. He absolutely loves it. He's not the only one, of course, as we see Tadej Pogacar moving up. Let me use Pogacar as this focus for this. Hello. This is a problem for... Hang on, we've got Remco Evenepoel. No, we haven't, sorry. Where are we looking? This is Gianni Vermeer. She's just having a front wheel change by the looks of it. I do apologise. I thought for a second there's no golden edges to his bike. Anyway, so bike change complete for Gianni Vermeer.
Not a great moment.
Not a brilliant moment, not least because I think, Hutch, Gianni Vermeer could be exactly the foil that Remco Evenepoel needs today. His experience in this race in particular, his positioning qualities as well, are right up there. There is Remco Evenepoel, so at the moment maybe unaware that Gianni Vermeer is having that bike change behind.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at Gianni Vermeer, you're looking at the Van Dijk brothers as well, are probably sort of the main resource that Evenepoel's got to draw on, but he needs Gianni Vermeer as well. And he's down to one of the few withdrawals from the race was Drisner's, his teammate from Red Bull. He's gone, so he's 1 man short already.
Yeah, hey, we're starting to see Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe just taking a little bit more leadership at the front here. Remco Evenepoel sitting in third wheel. This is coming in for them into that same Eichenberg. We've just seen the breakaway go over the top of. They've chipped, what, 25, 30 seconds off the lead of our 13 riders out front.
It's taken a lot of effort.
Yeah, Hutch, I'm putting you in charge, by the way, of telling us which one of the Van Dijk brothers we have on the front. In fact, I can do it for you this time. We've got Mick Van Dijk on the front. When it's a front shot, though, it's over to you on that one.
Yeah, Tim Van Dijk probably slightly the more explosive of the two, so probably being kept in reserve for the next shift at the front.
Hutch, in my usual style, I started making a point and asking a question that I didn't quite get to the finish of it. I'll go back to that now. Tadej Pogacar, if we're to believe, if we believe the hype, he spent the whole of the winter getting ready and learning, riding the Poggio constantly and the descent. It was all he did all winter. But then now we're getting towards Paris-Roubaix. We're apparently to believe that he's recce'd every different cobble sector a million more times, and he knows everything about it. So, is there somewhere in between the build-up to having been second in Paris-Roubaix last year, is there somewhere that his focus is slightly off on Flanders? Because of those two things, the gap between San Remo and Paris-Roubaix.
So hard to know. I mean, I'd love to have a tracker on him, so I knew where he was 24 hours a day all year. If you've been up to Recce-Roubaix, well, this isn't so far away. So you could perfectly well do both of them. It's just, at what point do you want to recce and at what point do you want to train? Because recceing and training aren't really the same thing. You want to go to the sunshine in the winter and get the miles in with a few teammates, regulate your efforts and all of that, or you come here into January, February, into the Flandrian drizzle and spend your time riding around in 6 degrees. You've kind of got to pick one.
Paul Magno's made his way back to the front on the left there, Soudal Quick-Step man. So many people expecting big things of him in this race in the years to come. He looks good. On the left-hand side, he has one of the Lotto Intermarché riders alongside him. Don't forget they've got Luca van Boven in the breakaway. It's worth pointing out, of course, that they come to the race without necessarily an obvious focus as well. And no Arnaud Delis, crucially. I think a lot of people pointing that out in the run-up today. He was ill after Dwars-Door-Vlaanderen, and not seeing Arnaud Delis here is a great shame, I think, in that team, and for the race itself, Hutch, too.
Yeah, no, he's such a good rider. I always enjoy watching him race, and it's, as you said, it's a shame he's not here.
This was
a bit of a compression at the back.
Yeah, it was Gianni Vermeer just making his way back on, just as the squeeze happened as well.
There was a UAE bike on the ground to the left-hand side of that shot. I didn't see a rider with it. I don't know if that's someone who's just out to watch the race and who's bought the full race spec, bike. Oh, here we go.
Oh, this is Connor Swift from the break. Looks like he's already had a bike change, by the looks of it too, because that's, yeah. So maybe he's had a bike change already. That's a bad moment for it, though, where that was.
I'm wondering if he'd been done, because there was a beat on the ground.
There we go. Oh, it's a nasty crash for Connor Swift there. That's where his race number went. It is the same bike, but he snapped his race number off the back of the seat post. Gosh, yeah. So that's that kind of sloping edge to the pavement there, isn't it, Hutch? Nasty moment.
Yeah, actually, our commentary colleague Alice had just said that Cosnefoy was off his bike on the left, right, so that I saw the bike but didn't see a rider. Alice says Benoit Cosnefoy from UAE was off his bike there.
Thank you, Alice. That's useful intel.
Sharper eyes than mine.
Yeah, I didn't see that. Well spotted. So, let's see the gap over the top. It's still dangerously close to 5 minutes with 117 kilometres to go. It may all mean nothing in another 30-40 k's time, but we are into the second phase of this race now, and the 110th edition of the Ronde van Vlaanderen for the men. We are well now into the Flemish Ardennes, the cobbled bergs that make up this key middle part of the race. It is a big 81-kilometre clockwise loop, staying south and southeast of Alkmaar and taking in all of these constant climbs. Next up is the Holeweg and the Wolvenberg to come right in the middle. This big 81k lap. This is the very back end of what is now well, a peloton which is grappling for itself at the very, very back. If you can grapple for yourself, that was Floris van Tripp going into the feed zone.
I imagine taking a wheel change.
Yeah. And these are the slow-mos of our breakaway, led by a combination of Sylvain Dillier and Eduardo Zamparini.
Is it possible,
sorry,
is it possible that Sylvain Dillier doesn't know the entire race isn't sitting on his wheel? Because he's riding at the front of that brake like he sits at the front of a Lance on Remo every year.
Yeah, I think it's where it's his comfortable, happy place, you know. It's his happy place. Sylvain Dillier. All 13 of them still together. Let's keep an eye on those moving up, because the climbs, the cobbled bergs in the Ronde van Vlaanderen are fascinating anyway, Hutch, but also so is the flat land in between. The widening out of the road, the chasing to get back on. Look at the gaps behind now already. This is where we need to keep our eyes peeled. And let's watch that front. Antonio Morgado is on the left for UAE member. It's just moving up. But he's not got anyone specific with him. He seems to be split from the rest of the UAE Emirates riders, who are in a bit of a bubble. And what we're going to start to look out for very, very closely now, Hutch, I guess, is how much marking there is and following between those big four, if that's what we're to think of them as.
Yeah, we've certainly got, just as I said, that Red Bull sort of sunk back into the second rank. Red Bull, if anyone was controlling this, it was Red Bull until a few seconds ago.
Yeah, Red Bull, a lot of them still there. Mick van Dijken is still up near the front. But once again, we're getting into a narrower road now. This is the run into the Wolvenberg. As you might expect, pretty bumpy shot as we're looking at them. Yeah, Antonio Morgado, I suspect, being bumped up in importance. He is kind of filling, and I think he's physiologically capable of doing this for sure, Hutch, but sort of probably filling the Jonathan Narvaez role today of being the accelerator into the climbs as well, to try and thin things down at the front end, keep safe passage for Tadej Pogacar.
Yeah, and we've already seen Tadej Pogacar hopping kind of on and off the edge of the road. He's, you know, there are points where he seems to have been looking after himself a bit more than we might have expected.
Oh, cyclocross superstar Toon Aerts with problems. If anyone can cope with it, he probably can, riding for Lotto Intermarché. Good to see him getting a decent season of road racing this year, Toon Aerts, as well. For the crosslands.
This is his first Ronde van Vlaanderen.
There we go. Yeah, making his debut.
It feels like it shouldn't be, but
no, indeed.
Hasn't really been a road rider for as long as you think, to be honest.
No. Of the what have we got? 175 riders in this field. 44 of them are debutants. Obviously, Remco Evenepoel is the most prominent of those, but there are others who've waited a long time to get here. I mentioned Georgios Bouglas, the Greek journeyman through pro cycling, riding for Burgos Biachi. He's 35. He got his debut today and is riding it right now. Aaron Gate, also 35 years of age, getting his debut for XDS. No, it's brilliant. Also, it's brilliant to see because he, like a few other debutants here as well, has got such great pedigree on the track, and you know, yet his road riding pedigree deserves to be seen in a race like this too. Mathieu van der Poel now right up near the front. We can see the world champion stripes on that blue skin suit, sitting third wheel there now. And an attack as well, and this time it comes from Groupama FDJ. We wondered what they might try and do today. Groupama FDJ United. And I was not expecting this.
I don't think anyone was expecting that, Jess, because he took the bunch by surprise.
Yeah, let's see who's reacting.
Visma coming across. I don't think he's going very far.
No, but it should stir things up a little bit on the front. The only problem is these climbs are so short and sharp now that they just keep happening. It could just be a regroup and attack and a regroup and attack, and it might not do that much to what is now a 4:23 gap as well. Let's see if it's done any more damage further down as the peloton gets more and more strung out.
I think I would be prepared to guarantee that that's done some damage further down, Jess.
Yeah.
Romain Gregoire, I think.
Was it Gregoire attacking? Do you know what? I don't normally see him wearing those glasses. He's normally wearing, he's got some clear glasses on today. Oh, well, that is, I tell you what, if it's Gregoire attacking, that is quite a move, because he's got to be their team leader today, along with Valentin Madouas. I know Madouas has got that podium finish from 2022, but I don't think he's on quite that kind of form this year. Happy to be proven wrong. Back to our breakaway. Now I'm going to count them up again, Arch, to make sure they're all together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes.
Oh, we got Connor Swift didn't get back, did he?
12. No, you're right, he hasn't. There is no orange and white of Ineos Grenadiers. Now, for those of you who don't know, Connor Swift wiping out on a little bit of curb as well. That's interesting. This is Per Strand Hagenes looking back. He wants something. I don't see anything wrong with his bike.
I'm trying to decide if that was a casual hand on the knee or if he was feeling something in kind of the bottom of his quad.
This is Stander Wolof of Decathlon CMA CGM now having a go as well. Maybe this is the moment. We've heard a number of the riders, Hutch, including prominently I noticed Jasper Stuyven saying, I'm not going to wait. We're not going to wait for Mathieu van der Poel, or everybody wait for Tadej Pogacar to get attacking. We need to go on the front foot before that. Maybe from the likes of Stander Wolof and others like that, this is them doing it now, before we get to that second ascent of the Alto Caraman. Connor Swift back on. Good ride, that man.
Connor Swift got back. Yeah, and actually one of the things people have talked about is whether Remco might look at kind of attacking from even further out, rather than leaving it to the traditional sort of second ascent of the Caraman.
Now Laporte gives it a go, so he's the next to them. Sorry, Hutch, to butt in, but former European champion Christophe Laporte being followed. This is interesting, actually. Being followed by Paul Magnier. Magnier's been looking good over the last 20-30k. Are these the opening skirmishes? Is what we're seeing now the pre-Tadej Pogacar, the get it in before Poggy starts to do anything moves? It certainly feels a little bit like it.
Yeah, it does feel like people just trying to stimulate the race.
That looks like, I think, Eric Fagundes going out the back and swinging Dries de Porter in. So I don't know whether Fagundes has done some big turns maybe for Jambal Janssen-Bayard and is now out of there, but he looks like he's going. You wouldn't do that if you were trying to get back in, Hutch, surely, would you?
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. I think he has decided his day is... He may not even wait for the bunch. That might be just his day done.
Yeah. I'm trying to
Good
keep
ride
up with...
by Swift getting back in, actually given the pace of the race at the minute.
Yeah, indeed.
Because in this kind of terrain, getting in behind, because there are team cars trouble being behind the brake, but even so, the pace you're going at on these hills, not necessarily straightforward. I'm trying to think whether he'd have a team cars there the whole time, because the team cars get diverted. Did they go to the team cars went up the Woldenberg? They might not have done so. Yeah. All credit to him.
It is Kurt Gates, Jagerai, and Molenberg next to come in this middle section of the Flemish Ardennes. And here is the 110th edition of the Ronde van Vlaanderen. My name's Jez Cox. I have Michael Hutchinson with me, and we are watching on as it now gets down to 4 minutes of lead for the riders in the breakaway, which we think there are 12 left, 11 possibly now, actually. And there is our peloton, led at the moment by Bahrain Victorious. And Paul Magnier starting to do a lot in this middle phase of the race.
Yeah, that's Jasper Stuyven, Dylan van Baarle. I mean, they do have some options. Stuyven was 5th last year. Yeah, I think he was 5th last year. So he's capable of getting up there in the bunch that doesn't have Mathieu van der Poel and Mads Pedersen and Tadej Pogacar.
Yeah.
Somebody off the front of the ball.
Yes, and it is one of the riders from Unibet Rose Rockets. Where has Harthuis de Vries gone from the breakaway? I think de Vries is one of those who's dropped out of it. I may be imagining that.
Thomas Kopecky.
Yeah. One of the 2 Kopeckis in that team making their debut. 25-year-old Tomasz Kopecky, the Czech rider. Harthuis de Vries should still be up the road as well, so he's got to be... Don't often see that, do we? One rider attacking. At least he's by himself to try and go across to the breakaway where his teammate is already. And this is the quite long cobbled climb. It's 1,400 metres of Kirkgate. It's very quickly followed by Jagereid, which is just 800 metres long. Mercifully, thankfully, it is bone dry. And we have, by the looks of it, yes, yet another one. Well spotted. Jonas Abramson, calm as you like, both bottles in. He's going to get a big push back in as well.
Forgot to bring his GPS with him, I think.
Yeah, I'm guessing he can go back to the car and get that hutch, right? Yeah. So we're now watching the front of that peloton. On the Kirkgate. And it is one of those that has a quite smooth gutter down either side of it as well, that most of the riders are trying to hug. This is our breakaway, Ramon. When you cut to them, you have to check whether it is the breakaway or whether it's the back of the bunch, Hutch, because it's such a big group. Still, even though we've lost a couple, it is still such a big group. Zamperini at the back there, the Cofidis man, one of only 3 riders in that breakaway who doesn't yet have a professional win to his name. He and Luca Van Voven are both youngsters, really. Yet to win their first pro race, but there is one guy in there who fits into that bracket that I've been investigating this year of older riders nearing the end of their career who haven't yet won a professional race, and that is Fred Frisson, who's so often ridden at the service of others, a 33-year-old riding for Pinarello, who's yet to get his first professional win, the Belgium. I think it's not going to come today. I'm going to stick my neck out and say that. But I never like to see a rider who's done so much for others, Hutch, go all the way through their career and not get a pro win. But it's easier said than done, isn't it?
It's one of the things, if you're ever flicking through pro cycling stats, having a look at, it's amazing how often you get to a rider who you know well, who you recognise, whose talent you're aware of, and you realise they haven't won a race. Or even sometimes that they just haven't won as many races as you think, even some of the decent sprinters. And then you realise what an enormous lion's share of the races riders like Tadej Pogacar win.
Well, I'll once again plug an article that I wrote for cyclingnews.com this spring. There is that attack, and it stirred things up in the end. We are in between the first and second ascent of the Outer Quaremont, where we're taking on all of these short, sharp climbs that just keep coming thick and fast. Lovely arty shots here, a bit of colour pop going on. I like that, Hutch.
Great looking kit that actually for a nice arty slow-mo shot.
It's great, isn't it?
Nicely blurred in the background, lovely look.
Yes, sorry, just to get back to what I was saying, some of you will have read it, others might have seen it. We're looking at Connor Swift now, I think, changing his shoe after that crash. He's got a bloodied hip, he's ripped his shorts, he's got blood down his arm. He is a particularly tough...
Sticky shoe?
Yeah. Yeah, new shoe. New sticky shoe. Yeah, we've not had that one before, have we? And he's kept his overshoe cover. What are we calling them now? Oversock.
It's an overshoe.
Overshoe. He's kept it on.
Yeah, I just pulled it up, puts the new shoe on, we'll pull that down. Just shows some of the skill involved in being a professional bike rider, because I know what would happen if I tried this.
Oh, I know exactly what would happen if I tried it, for sure. This was an odd one. Matthias Kopecky now being brought back in, the Unibet Rose Rockets man. I mean, part of it is that is a team which is quite happy to show itself whenever it can as well. I'm not suggesting he's out there just for TV shots. He's still dangling out there as well. But having said that, he did make, as you say, probably one of the best arty shots of the day, just by riding out in front of the peloton, trying to get across.
And nobody's looking to them to make a race. Nobody's looking at them to do any work. It's one of these odd sort of attacks with somebody up the road. You think it almost feels like he just drifted off the front, except I don't think you drift off the front of the Ronde van Vlaanderen at this point.
No, it was a definite attack, wasn't it, for sure. Right, this is Jan Tratnik now. The Slovenian, one of, goodness me, how many Slovenians have we got in here? 6 in this field. A country which just keeps turning out top talent. Jan Tratnik, just another one of them, riding for Remco Evenepoel here. So we've got Tratnik, Vermeersch, Gianni Vermeersch, I should say, who himself, I mentioned this to you earlier, Hutch, you know, about him being a brilliant teacher, if you like, a foil for Remco Evenepoel. And Gianni Vermeersch has been 7th in 2021 and 15th last year. He has a long record of being up there, and of course he loves the cobbles. His positioning is brilliant. He sits second wheel with Remco Evenepoel tucked in just behind him.
So far, Remco hasn't really put a foot wrong, has he, in terms of positioning? I mean, the team are expending a lot of energy keeping him up there. I mean, if you look at Visma Lease bike, we haven't seen a lot of yellow jerseys right on the front of the race. We've seen a lot of Red Bull and we've seen a lot of UAE. But his positioning so far has been pretty good.
So that is the Jager I dealt with. Berg 7 of 16 in this race. And they are now headed to the Molenberg. Yeah. Only 400 metres long, but average grade of 6.4, yes.
Crash by Arthur Tuckers.
Yeah, Luxembourg national champion. I'm not sure where that... We might get a chance to see it again. Thankfully, it looks, Hutch, like he might have had a soft landing, the Tudor man there.
He was at the front very recently, so has he gone to the back?
Here we go. Let's have a look at the right-hand side. Looking down that... Or are we? No, we're seeing it there. He's on the smooth concrete, about to stop, I think. Yeah, oh, dearie me, just caught the... Oh, my goodness me. Caught the back wheel of one of the Uno X riders, just enough to knock him off.
I wonder, he may have had a puncture or something. He's just kind of drifting back on the smooth side, so he won't have the control. I mean, I think at least he landed on something fairly soft.
Arthur Kluckers, one of 7 national road race champions, riding today's 110th Ronde van Vlaanderen. Connor Swift has got his overshoe back on. I do struggle to call it a shoe, by the way, Hutch. It's a sock. It's an oversock, right?
It's an overshoe. It's what it's called. It's an overshoe. It goes over your shoe.
No. But I think, you know, the rubbery ones that almost have a bit of grip on, and that's an overshoe. This is an oversock that goes over your shoe. An overshoe sock.
We're just not going to agree.
It's an overshoe sock.
It's an overshoe. It's an overshoe. Right. It goes over your shoe.
I won't be trying to read anything into the face of Niels Pollitt, because he always looks like that when he's riding his bike out front on the front of the peloton, so I read nothing into the impetus. This is the Molenberg. We always get a great crowd on the Molenberg, and it is narrow too, as you can see. Maximum 14.2%, so it's not quite the 22% maximum of the Koppenberg, and thankfully it is dry, but it is one of those that needs to be dry in order for it to be able to be taken at good speed. It has potential slipping room on that one for sure, the Molenberg, and that's why UAE Team Emirates and Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe know it. They're the teams who seem most intent. Dare I say it, Hutch? I mentioned that I thought Alpecin Premier Tech's team were a little bit weaker in this race, and there is Mathieu van der Poel pretty much by himself.
Gonna say he's on his own, isn't he?
Yep.
I mean, they've also, to be fair, they have got Sylvain Delahaye in the break. I don't know if that's changing that. Shouldn't be really, should it?
No.
It's just curious that Delahaye's been working, because it doesn't feel to me like he's there as a bridge.
No, I agree.
On this kind of race, that's just not really the way the tactics usually work, I guess.
But yeah, you're right. In as much as, I mean, it's Sylvain Dillier really. He's kind of, I would have expected him to be kind of the strongest lieutenant to kind of control things for Mathieu van der Poel here back in the bunch. It's interesting that they've sent him up the road instead.
Yes, indeed. Of anyone here that you'd rely on to be doing that, it is Sylvain Dillier. We know that. Let's see if he does come on to play his part. Hello, hang on a minute. Let's just keep an eye on this, because Tadej Pogačar sits third wheel. Jan Tratnik's still just marshalling him, but there's Remco Evenepoel there. We saw Mathieu van der Poel moving up just a couple of bends ago. Look out for the former world champion stripes on the sleeve of an Alpecin Premier Tech jersey. In fact, look out for any Alpecin Premier Tech jersey, because at the moment I think it might just be Mathieu van der Poel. Not
one
seen a great
slightly
deal
further back, but yeah, I'm just wondering if I think this is just a kind of, are things going to kick off on the Molenberg, and the issue of just whether this race is going to start earlier than the traditional second descent of the Parmont.
I think it is, Hutch. I really do think it is. I think everyone knows that when Tadej Pogačar starts to, if he wants to go, you've either got to get him on the back foot beforehand, or you've got to try and stay with him. The second of which is not an easy thing to do. And Wout van Aert himself is being moved up. He's got Eduardo Affini absolutely shooing the bars just to bring him onto the back of that group as well. This looks a little bit desperate. There's a gap as well to the group that Wout van Aert is in. The gaps are opening up here, Hutch.
Wout van Aert's been caught out of position once or twice in this race already, and he has been rescued by the team. But once again, we've got the heads of the race at the front, and Wout van Aert, you can still see him on the right hand side of the bunch, the left as we look at it, just being moved up.
Yeah. This is their race into the base of the Molenberg as well. It's such a short climb, but it's so narrow, and that is why Niels Pollitt has done this drive into the base of it. There we go into the narrow edge of the Molenberg. I think Wout van Aert might have been brought up in just about enough time, but he's not only burning himself up, but he's burning his teammates up doing it this way, Hutch, too.
Yeah, he's not using his team on the front to control anything. They're not taking responsibility for the race, but they're continually having to move Wout van Aert back up.
Florian Vermeersch is now doing the big work on the front. Sam Watson, the British champion, sitting in behind him. Mathieu van der Poel has moved up to fourth wheel. Van der Poel is on the wheel of Tadej Pogačar. It feels like things are starting earlier this year at the moment. We've got about 100 kilometres to go. Florian Vermeersch looks cool as a cucumber this Sunday afternoon as he gets to the top of the Molenberg. All the main players in position except Wout van Aert. Where is he? He's in what, well, let's call it Group 2 there. In fact, he's got a teammate looking back for him. Van Aert at this stage is not looking, I don't think, particularly good, Hutch, to be drifting that far.
No, I think I agree with you. I think he's the kind of rider you would expect to be up with the big three, is it not?
Yeah.
He just hasn't looked as strong today, and been looking terrific all season. It's kind of unexpected if he hasn't got the form today. But right now, no, he doesn't look like he's got the form.
And where is Mads Pedersen? That's the other one too. We've got Florian Vermeersch leading. If anything, we've got a little chase group here forming at the moment. Florian Vermeersch, Sam Watson, Tadej Pogačar, Mathieu van der Poel, Remco Evenepoel back there with Gianni Vermeersch as well. It is at the moment, by the looks of it, Magnus Sheffield who's chasing back on. But he's bringing back, by the looks of it, Magnus Sheffield is bringing the Wout van Aert group back with Christophe Laporte. And on the back of that group is Mads Pedersen. We're getting the formation here, I think, of a favourites group right now. And it's only about 20 riders or so, Hutch.
And at 101 kilometres to go, it's more than that. It's 102, 103 where they are now. And Wout van Aert at the minute is not in this group.
I need to check that. I'm not sure he hasn't just got onto the back of it. I might be wrong. We need to zoom out a little bit. You see, I think he's there. There's two yellow jerseys back there. I think one of them is Laporte, and is that Wout van Aert there? Yes, it is. Yeah,
it is.
And Mads Pedersen is the last of those riders, isn't he? Pedersen is the Lidl-Trek rider there at the back. There's two trying to come across. If they put their foot down, they can squeeze this on here, and that might be it. Who are those two riders trying to come across there, I want to know? It is
Vacek.
Yes, it is Vacek, you're right. The Czech champion, Vacek, and he has... I didn't actually catch who the other rider was that was with him. We'll look for that again.
Lotto Intermarché, but I didn't see who it was, I think. I just wonder if that group that's at the front, are they going to press on now? Are they going to force this advantage home this far from home? What multiple teams? Because Remco's got two teammates in here.
Yeah, he's got Van Dijk there. Or is it just the two of them? I think it is just Van Dijk and... I mean, I say just, it's not a bad move to have, because there aren't many other people that have got in there. Mathieu van der Poel, thankfully for him, as we say, has got... he has got a teammate in there, hasn't he? I haven't spotted... No, I might be wrong. No, I don't think he has got anyone in there. Sorry. He is the sole Alpecin Premier Tech man in this group, but he can handle himself quite nicely, no problem in there. Christophe Laporte is definitely there. Stander Wolof is there as well for Decathlon.
There are 3 Red Bulls in there.
Who is that third Red Bull rider? Oh, it's Vermeersch, isn't it? We've got both Vermeersches in here. No relation, of course, I should point out to anyone watching. Magnus Sheffield has made it for Ineos Grenadiers. There he is in the orange and white. Uh-oh, what are we seeing here? Yep. Oh, dear. Right. Now that, I think, actually, we might be looking back. That's Riley Sheehan off again. This is the second time, isn't it? He was off in the wooded section. Now he's gone off into a field. Riley Sheehan not having a good day.
Well, at least he stayed upright.
Well, true. Oh, and I did pick him up as being a great bike handler, didn't I? So he's kind of showing it off there. Now we have a look at the race numbers in there. Stander Wolof has definitely made it. Sheffield looks good on the wheel of Vermeersch there. Gianni Vermeersch, of course.
This is a lovely looking situation if you're Remco Evenepoel.
It is indeed. Great ride by Sam Watson here, by the way. Watson looks good for Ineos Grenadiers. So let's not forget, 2 Ineos Grenadiers riders in this big group of favourites here. Ate Mohoric has made it as well. Yet another Slovenian in that leading group for Bahrain Victorious. There are those 2 who are trying to come across. Vacek and... who have we got there? Sorry, I managed to miss all my...
Vito Brat.
Thank you. Vito Brat, who was 9th at Dwars-Vlaanderen midweek. In great form, the 25-year-old Belgian. Matthias Vacek, who's had a much quieter start to the year this year. We probably would have been talking about him as being a top 10er today. But in the shadow of a comeback king, Mads Pedersen, Vacek looking good at this stage.
Matteo
Trentin's made it, hasn't he? Yeah, Dick Dastardly himself has made it into this group. No great surprise either, actually, because the kind of form he's in at the moment, he'd be a popular winner, wouldn't he?
Wouldn't he be a man who knows the lurks, yeah.
Yeah, indeed. No,
13th edition of this race he's competing in, so if he doesn't know this race, nobody does.
Yeah, so he does go back, doesn't he? Does he go back to the Bosberg? Herradsbergen days? I think he might. I think he might have ridden the last one.
Yeah, he probably does. Unless he's done literally all of them since they moved up, he must go back to the when they're on the Bosberg. That is a big old gap to the peloton, though.
Yeah, 1 EF rider trying to ride across, and then no obvious. Is it Pinarello mustering behind again to chase, but no obvious.
Not a lot of urgency back there because there's so many of the big teams.
Michael Valgren, sorry Hutch, Michael Valgren trying to ride across that gap. If anyone can, he can. He's in really good form as well, the Dane. Talking of comebacks and bouncing back, Valgren, well, he's got a lot of work to do like that. You are right, Hutch. That gap is enormous. I think that's done. I think that's it. We're back to our leaders now, who have 2 minutes and 20 over the group of favourites who are now a chase group behind. It was opened up, wasn't it, by Florian Vermeersch. He was the man who cracked it open. So, in a way, although we suggested others might want to try something before Tadej Pogačar did, I wonder whether they sensed that, Michael Hutchinson, and then used Vermeersch to sort of open things up themselves.
Yeah, that's what we've been talking, the last couple of days. Even a lot of the riders in the interviews this morning were talking about this is going to go early. It's going to go early. We've got so many big riders who want to go on those long attacks. We've got Remco, who's a long attacker. We've got Tadej, who's the long attacker. And I don't think anybody wants to get caught out waiting for that second climb of the Kwaremont. It had to go earlier, and it went at 100 kilometres. First selection went at 100 kilometres to go, and the gap to the leaders now is down to nearly 2 minutes.
Yeah, this is Matthias Vacek and Vito Brat. Vacek seems to be doing all of the work at the moment. I don't think I've seen Brat do a turn. I'm not suggesting he hasn't, but I don't think I've seen it yet. It's a big ask, though, that. That is a massive ask to a group like that, who appeared to be pressing on. Why wouldn't they be? Still got to catch this lot, though.
Yeah, well, they've got 25 seconds, and I don't know how far behind them what we were thinking of as the peloton is, but they're further back than that, and I think, as you suggested, Jez, that this is the first selection made.
Yeah, this is the Berendries, which has become increasingly popular over the last few years. A really big one with the fans, making its way up basically a residential road. But hello, Tadej Pogačar now on the front, does a little turn. Watson coming through. So Pogacar just keeping the group honest. By the look of it, there are some riders who I think are not going through on the front, and I think Magnus Sheffield might be one of them. The fact that he swung out and took the back wheel of Tadej Pogacar so he didn't have to go through. Is Matej Mohoric using the dropper post? Doesn't appear to be, Hutch. Looking for the dropper post.
It's funny that we're not a rider we've really mentioned in the context of this race. But yeah, the famous dropper post they went on the Poggio, was it 2022?
Yes. 21, 22, yeah, not actually that long ago.
Yeah, he proclaimed the future of road cycling was the dropper post, and never has anyone been more wrong about anything. But you know what? He won Milan San Remo, so more power to him.
Absolutely. Doesn't appear to be using it today, looking at that. This is Valgren, Brat, and Vácek about to be caught again by the looks of it. So this is not good for three very strong riders as well who've tried to get across. I mean, they might not get caught, but I don't think they're going to get across the gap.
Suggests the gap's 30 seconds. Maybe slightly more, maybe 31, 32, 33, 34, something like that. But it's just... It's certainly the favourites like Van der Poel and Tadej Pogacar have been working in this group, which suggests that they're trying to kind of keep energy injected into it. They're not even relying on their teammates at this point. They're actually going to the front and doing pulls themselves, which is particularly from Mathieu van der Poel, who's on his own in here, I think. Shows a certain clarity of purpose, should we say.
Yes, we are looking at an extraordinarily illustrious Group 2 on the road, led by the Slovenian Matej Mohoric, and containing the greatest Slovenian cyclist ever. I can say that, definitely, Tadej Pogacar. This is Jambal Saint-Bayard, the Mongolian, being caught from the breakaway. And I think he's sensibly probably going to let that group go through and find his place in this race. He's had his big day out.
Not sure how much choice he's got.
No. There's Wout van Aert being picked out. He's on the back wheel of Mads Pedersen.
Wout van Aert's never been any nearer the front of this group than that. We're talking about some of the favourites prepared to get to the front and do a turn. Wout hasn't been one of them. He got Christophe Laporte there as his wingman, so I mean, he couldn't have picked anyone out of the team he'd rather have, I don't think.
Yes, well, we'll watch that. Look to see whether maybe over time he moves up from being wingman. I hope not, for his sake. It is Rick Plumers who's there with Matteo Trentin on the Tudor team. So Tudor with two riders in this group of favourites. And we are looking at Tim van Dijken now, the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe on the front, out of the saddle, with Remco Evenepoel looking cool, calm and collected second wheel there with the Rainbow bands of world champion. Gianni Vermeer's just behind them too. This is Kasper Asgreen now having a go from behind. But this is desperate, because this group are how far behind? My goodness me, they're another, minute or so? 40 seconds? 40 seconds. It's not impossible, but when you bear in mind the riders and the combination of teams we have in the group ahead of them, it's a massive ask, isn't it? But Kasper Asgreen not giving up. That is good to see from one of our former champions in this race, the winner from 2021.
EF have missed this, UX have missed the move as well.
Yeah.
The other kind of team who you might really point out and say, are they one of the big teams who might want to try and do some work? They've got riders to support. But that gap, I mean, the ticker is flicking in and out of it. We've seen 30 seconds, 40 seconds. I just think we're not quite sure what the gap is at the moment. Remco will be very pleased he's in this group, since the questions marks one would asked about Remco in relation to this route had to do with positioning and just where was he going to be when things happen, and he's on board with this with teammates. He's playing a blinder at the minute.
Yeah, so that is that very select 17 rider group sitting in second group in the 110th edition of the Ronde van Vlaanderen. Kasper Asgreen just drops back. Asgreen dropping back into that group now as well. There is still one of the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe riders back there, who I presume will just get in the way now as well by the looks of it. I think that's Loris Pithy actually back there, just spoiling things. What has Tadej Pogacar got sticking it? Has he got a little napkin? It's very natty of him while he has his lunch. He's tucked his napkin in to consume his 200, as he consumes his 200 calories. What is it? 200 calories an hour.
200, he's probably trying to do 150 grams an hour. Is it not just kind of there's a bit that goes in behind the zip of a skin suit just to protect you from the zip?
It's a napkin.
Just too big for that,
Michael, it's a napkin. He's a modern man about town. Eating his lunch on TV without a napkin.
Eating his gel with a knife and fork.
It's obscuring the UAE logo completely, though, as well, isn't it? I can see the marketing people not enjoying that. Anyway, right, this is now Gianni Vermeersch who takes over on the front, making the most of their numbers. They can drive this one home. Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. We talked about what an incredibly strong team they have here today, and tucked in behind him, Matej Mohoric, who has no one else to worry about. He's ripping through these corners, MotoGP style, with the knee out in this group of 17 riders. Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe have the numerical advantage. They're the only team that have 3 in here. It is Rasmus Tiller now trying to see if he can go across the gap, but this is desperate, and there will come a point, unless I'm wrong, I'm happy to be proven wrong, but there should probably come a point, Hutch, where we stop looking at this lot, because I don't see it happening. I don't see anyone getting across.
They're only going to get across if the group at the front stop working, and to be honest, Red Bull can probably keep that group away on their own.
Yeah. I tell you what, one advantage for them, I hate to say it, but is that they've got a camera motorbike in front of them as well. I'm not saying they're getting tons of pacing off it, but it does give them a little bit of a target. And if the gap was closer, there wouldn't be a camera motorbike there. So actually the gap being slightly bigger ironically, gives them something to aim at. Do you know what I mean, Hutch? I'm not suggesting the bikes influence the racing, but
yeah, if it's 15-20 seconds, there shouldn't be a camera or media bike in the gap. But yeah, as that goes out, they do. It's always the way of it, because you know, there's always Moto2 in front of the main peloton looking back, so it's one of the factors of the race.
Right, we've taken in the Berendries, the residential road packed with its residents enjoying it too as well, and we are headed towards Valkenburg. I should say the Valkenburg, not Valkenburg, which was home to the UCI World Championships a couple of decades ago. No, this is the climb of Valkenburg, which is kind of part of a three-step step up to take us back to the Oude Kwaremont. And the next time we go over the Oude Kwaremont, don't forget, we have the Paterberg and Koppenberg duo straight after it as well. And these are the remainders from our breakaway. Now, we've lost a few. Sylvain Dillier, Cavell, Gradic, Luc Lamperti, Connor Swift, Luca Van Boven, Eduardo Zamperini, Fred Frisson, Julius Vandenberg, Eric Fagundes, the Uruguayan, still there, and Victor Vercouy, the man who was in that breakaway in this race 1 year ago. And we are headed in the direction again of that second ascent of the Oude Kwaremont, where Tadej Pogacar lifted things. It is now Wout van Aert going through on the front, and the big 4, if we like it, are all in this group and now involved. Mads Pedersen, Wout van Aert at the front. And there's Mathieu van der Poel too. Well, before we do get onto that ascent of Valkenburg, it gives me a chance to hand back to Jo Rousel and Alice Wood. Ladies, how have we been enjoying it?
Well, Jez, there has been so much happening, so much earlier than we perhaps thought. So we've got riders isolated, we've got Remco with so much more strength in terms of teammates than we thought we'd have at this point. I didn't expect to be coming on at 91k to go and this to be the situation, but this is the Tour of Flanders, this is what we love, so bring it on.
Yeah, absolutely. We wondered, didn't we, at the beginning of the day, whether we would see things start before Tadej Pogacar decided to get himself going. And I still think there's a bit of that in this. As you've got a card to play, for goodness sake, get the card out and play it before it's all over.
Absolutely, and you know, we're seeing exactly that unfold, but obviously Pogacar's wherever he needs to be. And, you know, exactly at always the right time, and looking ever so dominant here already. Just see Van der Poel come through. So thank you, Jess. We shall continue for the next hour or so, and then welcome you back ready for the finale. Alice, what have you made so far of the last few bergs that we've had?
Yeah, very interesting. Of course, Florian Vermeersch on the Molenberg, putting the pace on that we heard Pogacar say that he wanted. He wanted the race to be hard. We can see the rain starting to fall again, but the race is really on now, and I think very interesting with this group at the moment how they are working together very well. I would say this definitely suits Remco Evenepoel. Having a smaller group, there's a lot less stress heading into the next climbs, and less wheels to have to worry about. So I would definitely say for Remco on his debut, this is a very good situation for him and Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe.
I believe Remco Evenepoel the only debutant in this group. I was going to say lead group, it's not, it's the chasing group. We do still have the breakaway. They are 1 minute and 38 seconds ahead of this group of favourites, we could say. as the rain is starting to come down, and this is looking like it's going to be a very tough finale to this race. But inside the final 90 kilometres here, we've had 6 of our climbs. We're approaching the Valkenburg climb with just under 87 kilometres to go. And how much does the rain really affect this, Alice? You know what these climbs are like. We've been up the Molenberg, which is one that I've got some strong memories from many years ago, but we were glad that we went over that in dry conditions, but now these wet conditions.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially in a situation like this where it's not cobbles, it's kind of what they call on the continent clinkers, but they can be very slippy, especially in these towns and villages. Again, with the Koppenberg looming, I think that's definitely one where the riders will be wondering how that's going to go. We'll definitely want to be at the front of this race and of their groups to avoid having to walk, because that's where we can see massive splits happening in groups if someone is having to get off and walk and can't get that traction. Of course, we've also said that there's not much team support here for Mohoric, for Van der Poel, but of course there's still the breakaway where they both do have teammates up the road. Now only a minute and a half up the road, but of course still with that team support there. They have been out the front a lot more, having to do some work, but still not having to follow these moves to work in this situation, potentially just backing off in the front at the moment to try and recover, to take on some fuel for when this group does catch up.
Well, just look at this weather, absolutely hammering it down. We're inside the final 90 kilometres. There is still an awful lot of racing to go. We've still got the mighty Koppenberg, the steepest berg of the race. That's going to come with just over 45 kilometres to go. These conditions are going to make that incredibly tough. Back with the breakaway here. They're 1 minute and 26 seconds ahead of the group of favourites. Still working well together as they approach now the Valkenburg, maxing out at 12.8%, averaging 8.1%. We can see from the graphic their steepest section really in the middle. This one not quite so stressful, Alice. It's really what's to come that we're going to get quite nervous for.
Yeah, 100%. The next climbs coming, the Berg Ten Houten, are also a tough climb for these riders, but it's the next descent of the Kwaremont Paterberg followed by the Koppenberg. That is going to be really interesting, and I think with this group being much smaller, it's much more difficult to take anyone by surprise. We can really see the rain is coming down hard at the moment. I don't think anything that will bother these riders. They certainly won't be going back for rain jackets anymore, trying to stay as warm as possible, potentially why they will continue to also ride through. But temperature's not too bad, I believe, around 10 degrees at the moment over in Belgium. But chasing behind, we can also see FDJ. They are doing some of that chasing behind. One of the teams that had started attacking earlier on the Wolvenberg, but have also missed this move. We could see it was crosswinds heading into the Molenberg, where a lot of the positioning was done. It was in one line into there, and riders and teams have missed out because of that.
So in this situation here, we're seeing the group of favourites. We can see Wout van Aert here has a teammate in Christophe Laporte. Tadej Pogacar, of course, has a teammate as well. Isolated, though, some big names, notably so Mathieu van der Poel. It's very early to be isolated at this point. 87 kilometres to go. That distance is from the breakaway. They are just over a minute and a quarter ahead of this group of favourites. And Tadej Pogacar is leading up the climb of the Valkenburg. Remco Evenepoel is right where he needs to be. Mathieu van der Poel in third wheel there. Where is Wout van Aert? He's a little bit further back in this group. It's his teammate Christophe Laporte there in the yellow helmet, who's a little bit further up. We can pick up Wout van Aert just on the right-hand side there. He's got the Red Bull helmet on of his personal sponsor. Remco Evenepoel here, Alice, looking very much in control.
Yeah, looking really good at the moment. And like I say, I think he's going to be very happy with this situation. We can see Jasper Stuyven actually starting to struggle on this climb, drifting backwards a little bit. He either wants to be closer to the back or he really is starting to struggle. So I think this pace that we're seeing at the front is actually a lot harder than they are making it seem. Even Mads Pedersen a little bit off the wheel of Van Aert. I think Van Aert is just gambling slightly, trying to stay in the wheels a little bit more to save energy. But the pace there on the Valkenburg looking like they are still pushing this on, trying to make it hard. But like I say, I don't think it's too much of an issue for the likes of Van der Poel, who doesn't have anyone there and in team support at the moment, because there's a lot less numbers, there's less positioning that needs to be doing. He just needs to follow those right wheels. And of course he does have Sylvain Dillier up the road that can slot in and give him some support where needed.
Just saw some shots of the peloton there, almost a minute further back on the group of favourites coming on to the slopes of the Valkenburg Hill. 7 of 16 that we've got here in this year's edition of the Ronde van Vlaanderen, the 110th edition for the men. We'll have 3 ascents of the Oude Kwaremont. We have done 1 of those so far. Second ascent will be hill number 10. This is hill number 7 at the Valkenburg. Tadej Pogačar just comes through on the front here, just looking around to see some of the sort of little gaps opening up there. So we're just going to take in some of the arty shots here. And this was the moment the rain really came hammering down. Everyone had long since stitched their rain jackets down to the racing jerseys. Fortunately, not a cobble climb, this one, to contend in the wettest of conditions. The fans ever enthusiastic. The rain will not dampen their spirits on this Sunday in Flanders for the biggest race of the year for the Belgians. There's a party atmosphere up here as well. That's the Bracon observation tower. As our leaders now, 86k to go, 48 seconds on the group of favourites. Seems to be brightening up now, which is a positive, we can say, Alice, as we come towards the cobble climbs. They're keeping a very close eye on the distance to the Koppenberg. That comes at 45k to go, so still a little bit of time. But as you mentioned earlier, we have heard that some tricky conditions on that climb.
Yeah, definitely. In the week, it looked like it was a very muddy climb on the Koppenberg. Mud had been dragged on by some vehicles, and we were seeing riders having to walk up there. It did seem that in the video I saw anyway that Remco was able to continue to ride it. You know, riders around you can definitely affect that, but also staying smooth on the bike, something that the riders that race more off-road, like Van der Poel, like Van Aert, are very used to having to do to gain that traction. Being smooth, not kind of pushing down on the pedals, but keeping that very smooth to keep traction. But of course, if there's riders around you that are kind of weaving or putting their foot down, then that's also going to balk you. So important to have that positioning maybe leading into the climb to make sure you're not one of them. I think that's going to be a really key moment of this race. Of course, not raining now, the sun's come out, but it will still definitely be wet on the cobbles. So really important for those riders. I think you can just see some riders now starting to sit on, not wanting to do too much, of course. I mean, if I was in this situation with the likes of Pogačar there, with Van der Poel, with Remco, I wouldn't really be doing any work either, making sure saving as much energy as possible for when they really do start to kick off, but in a great position at the moment for some of these riders.
16 riders make up the group of favourites, headed up by Tadej Pogačar, of course, and his teammate Florian Vermeersch. So 2 riders from UAE Team Emirates. Van der Poel is isolated. He is still doing turns, and as you say, Alice, he's such a big favourite. I guess he's going to be doing the turns anyway, but he's not got a teammate with him. But plenty of people happy to sit back and let him do some of the work here. We have seen Wout van Aert sitting a little bit further back. We've seen Mads Pedersen sitting a little bit further back. Advantage Remco Evenepoel with the numbers in terms of that group. And with 16 riders, we've got 12 riders ahead still in terms of our breakaway. The gap is coming down rapidly to them. We're seeing a distance as well on the screen. They're less than 400 metres. So we just look at the next climbs that we are approaching. 84k to go now. Next climb is coming up at 74k to go. So a little bit of distance before our next of our climbs. That is hill number 8 of 16. They're coming thick and fast now. This is the breakaway, still 12 riders still working well together. We've got Connor Swift up there for Ineos Grenadiers. And that's an interesting situation, Alice. 2 riders from the Ineos Grenadiers in the group of favourites, which we perhaps might not have expected coming into this.
I think in this kind of group, we've seen how well Sam Watson has been going in the Classics so far this year. Magnus Sheffield, always a really strong rider. So if it maybe was a smaller group, maybe 5 or 6 of the favourites, to have 2 there would be great. But to have two in this group, I think, is a good situation. It was, like we said, Florian Vermeersch who went on the Molenberg, and Sam Watson was on his wheel, able to follow that move. And Magnus Sheffield was just in that second split, but able to get back on with a number of other riders, including Mads Pedersen and Wout van Aert. So a strong ride, like you say, from Ineos. They've got Connor Swift here up the road. He's had a crash out of this breakaway, but managed to get himself back in. I would say what looked to be just a mistake, getting himself caught in the gutter, and I think he'll be kicking himself in that situation, but still looking riding strong. And we'll be waiting for his teammates to come across to see if he can give any assistance heading into the climbs, where we're still expecting to see many attacks from the favourites trying to whittle this group down.
Vermeersch comes through on the front here. Christophe Laporte doing a turn here in the yellow jersey for Visma Lease Bike. The bands on the end of his sleeves. There's a former European road race champion. Tadej Pogačar certainly putting his turns in here as well. We just go back now to the breakaway group. This is the head of the race. 30 seconds still ahead of the group of favourites. Still working well together. We can just see them spread diagonally across the road here, Alice, with the windy conditions that we've got today. I mean, it's quite windy out here, and that's just useful to make sure you still get some shelter when there's crosswinds.
Yeah, in that echelon formation, not something that we've seen the riders use too much today. I would definitely say that UAE were definitely using the wind to their advantage going into the Molenberg to make it difficult before the climb, to string it out, so when they did start to push the pressure on the Molenberg, that those splits were happening. I mean, of course, the wind being so strong today has also blown those rain clouds over quite quickly, so I don't think the riders will be too worried about how strong the wind is, and with that blowing over now back in the sun. But yeah, like you say, just using that echelon formation just to get a little bit more shelter where they can. But this group's still rolling through fairly well. The gap coming down quite quickly to the breakaway, but they'll have backed off knowing how quickly this gap is coming down to see if they can recover before they are absorbed by the group behind.
Did see Wout van Aert coming through to do a turn here. He was sitting right at the back beforehand, now just leading this group around this left-hander. Teammate Christophe Laporte just in third wheel. Pogačar there in second in the rainbow jersey. The question that everyone will be asking is, how can Wout van Aert win this race? He's been on the podium before, he's been up there, but never had this victory that he so desperately wants. He's here with a teammate. Christophe Laporte was out of action last year in the Classic season, but very much back there where he needs to be to assist Wout van Aert. Just seeing Sam Watson here, British national champion, just at the back of this group. I mentioned earlier, the only rider in this group making his debut at the Tour of Flanders is, of course, Remco Evenepoel. We have talked so much about already. But I think it's worth saying, Alice, all the riders here have experienced this race before.
Yeah, definitely, and they know how difficult it is, the different elements of the race. They'll know the roads as well, not just from this race, but from so many of the classics using these roads. Definitely Umloop Nieuwsblad using many of these different roads and cobbles and climbs, sometimes in different kind of orders, but knowing the area. Of course, some of the Belgians living very close, that's something that can be a huge advantage, to know where you need to be positioned at those points. But I think this is a very different race situation than we've had for these riders before, with it being such a big breakaway, but also with the group of favourites going so early, over 100 kilometres to go. That's normally where we would see the moves of kind of the slight underdogs, kind of anticipating when those moves might come from the favourites on the Kwaremont the second time, but they're already in this group at the moment. There's not been any time for those riders wanting to anticipate to get up the road before this.
Group number 2 on the road, the group of the favourites just coming round this bend here. 12 seconds is the gap from the head of the race back to the group of favourites. 3 riders here from Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, including the debutant Remco Evenepoel, the Olympic road race champion, former world road race champion, and of course a Belgian rider. Will the Belgians be celebrating a home victory this year? No one has done it since Philippe Gilbert. They've had a long old wait for a Belgian winner here, and there are hopes will still very much be alive in this group. Remco Evenepoel is here, Wout van Aert is here. Two of the biggest names in the world of cycling, but the two men who have between them won the entirety of the last 10 monuments are Mathieu van der Poel and Tadej Pogacar. We can see on this helicopter shot here the distance from the breakaway to the group of favourites. That's coming down rapidly. Just 11 seconds now is the gap. Most riders here rolling through, Alice. I've not seen, we've seen a couple of riders maybe, missing some turns. It's a group of 16. It's very hard to get everybody rolling through. But in general, there's nobody completely sat on. I'm not sure if I've seen Mads Pedersen come through for a turn.
No, some riders, of course, will be doing more turns. Others may roll through every now and then. Of course, it's difficult when you've got quite a big group and you've got multiple different teammates as well. They can kind of use that to ride others off the wheel almost and make them have to make that effort. So we can see a little gap opening up at the moment. But yeah, I definitely, like I said earlier, I think some of these riders should be sitting on, kind of gambling, not doing as much work. We can see this group now 7 seconds. So we've got Sylvain Dillier here, who will become a teammate for Mathieu van der Poel in that second group, which will become the first group, of course, and give him that help, whether he can help with positioning or he can even just pass over some nutrition, some bottles, give him a wheel to sit on, or with a teammate there also help and start to do some of those turns and give Mathieu the opportunity to be able to sit back a little bit. But we did hear from Van der Poel earlier that he isn't one of those riders who will just sit on. He doesn't want to give away the thought that he isn't feeling very good, and to keep that confidence in himself and show the others how he is feeling with and confident in that as well.
The junction is about to be made from the breakaway to the group of favourites. So the head of the race is all coming together. Mathieu van der Poel is gaining a teammate in Sylvain Dillier. The two riders from Ineos Grenadiers are gaining a teammate in Connor Swift as the race is all together. 28 riders now at the head of the race. That includes the original breakaway. Still 12 riders of those remain, and there's 16 that have come across in the group of favourites. Alice, you just spotted something.
Yeah, it looked like Pogacar was going up the left-hand side, wanting to attack already, maybe trying to make this group smaller, or he just wants to get to the front as quickly as possible, but very quickly marked and also shut down slightly on that corner. But you can see how quickly he's moving up. Remco on the wheel can see what he's trying to do. We are heading towards the Berg ten Houte, which is one of the tougher climbs in the race. 1.1 kilometres at 6% average with maximums of 21%, so a tough climb for the peloton, or that main group, sorry, of 28 riders coming up. And I think Pogacar just wanting to get to the front of that as quickly as possible to maybe be able to look for a move there.
Well, we've now got a situation where if you're at the back of this group, you're 28 riders back. Just by being in this group, there is still a little bit of work to do in terms of positioning. Nothing like a peloton, of course, but really interesting. Wout van Aert, again, right towards the back. A huge contrast to Remco Evenepoel, who is literally on the wheel here of Tadej Pogacar.
Yeah, definitely. I think those riders who were in that second group coming across definitely need to make the effort to move up so they aren't distanced from these riders in front, with the 13 riders from the breakaway between them who are more fatigued, who are either looking to do some work for their team or just want to survive as long as possible in this front group.
Wout van Aert here, rider number 151, as a few brakes are slammed on there. Very narrow roads here for this group of 28 at the head of the race with 77 kilometres remaining. We're over a minute, or almost a minute and a quarter ahead of the peloton. Looks like the winner of the Ronde van Vlaanderen will come from this group of 28. .76 kilometres remaining. We're rapidly approaching hill number 8 of 16 in this year's race. It's not a cobbled one, but it is fairly steep, up to highs of 21%. Just under 700 metres before we reach our next climb. Just getting organised here at the front of this group. A little bit of a shake of the head there from Florian Vermeersch. got Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe coming up there as well, and this is a little bit trickier situation, Alice, for some of the riders. Interesting, Tadej Pogačar right there in second wheel on the wheel of his teammates.
Yeah, making sure he's at the front. We're going to have the left-hand turn now. It is actually a cobble climb where they dip down and have that kick up, and then it does have a couple of twists in it, so we can just see it ahead of the riders there. So, like we say, one of the steeper climbs on this course, and also one of the longer ones as well. The riders, again, will know this very well from races already this year. And we can just see them dipping down. I think Mads Pedersen, Wout van Aert and Sam Watson here potentially going to be distanced, because I think it could look like UAE going to try and push on again here. And with some more tired riders between them, it could mean that this group potentially is going to split up.
Onto the cobbles, deeper sections towards the bottom of this climb. Florian Vermeersch is on the front. Tadej Pogačar looks poised and ready. Is he going to stretch his legs this time? Remco Evenepoel is exactly where he needs to be on the wheel of the rainbow jersey. Tadej Pogačar, who have we got a little bit further back? Remco Evenepoel's got both of his teammates just behind him. Christophe Laporte a little bit further back for Visma Lease bike, but Tadej Pogačar himself is setting the pace on this climb now. We are in the centre of the cobbles here. There's plenty of crowds out. There's riders suffering at the back of this group, Alice. But at the moment, all the favourites still there.
Yeah, definitely. Pogačar really starting to push on now, not too hard, but this does drag on over the top, and Evenepoel has also seen that, so starting to ride with Pogačar, as you can see a small split opening up to Magnus Sheffield. And like I say, some of the riders in the breakaway from the start have got more tired legs, so these gaps are starting to open up as riders are also being distanced. Sylvain Dillier has been distanced there as well, so no help there for Mathieu van der Poel.
So Mathieu van der Poel briefly had a teammate here in Sylvain Dillier, rider number 12 here for Alpecin Premier Tech in the blue jersey, but he is being distanced, having been in that breakaway all day. Tadej Pogačar setting the pace on the front. Magnus Sheffield here coming to the front for the Ineos Grenadiers. Should have 3 riders in this group. Connor Swift was in the breakaway. Sam Watson, British champion, was here as well. Pogačar more than happy to set the pace here. Everyone else more than happy to let him do that. Mads Pedersen is about halfway back through this group. Wout van Aert has also worked his way up nicely here, Alice, because he was a little bit further back. I was a little bit concerned about that before, but he's doing a lot better now. This is Connor Swift. He was in the early breakaway. Tired legs now.
Yeah, definitely tired legs, and also that crash for Connor Swift as well. We can just see the rip in his shorts and the cut on his right-hand side, but it's been a strong ride from him to be in that breakaway and also to get himself back in after that crash. We could see Pogačar, and Remco Evenepoel just on that climb, not giving it everything, but just starting to test themselves, to test the others. And that's where we've really started to see some of those riders struggle behind, and others making sure they're working their way further towards the front. So left with more of the riders that have come across in that second group of favourites.
The legs are being tested, but Pogačar hasn't really put the hammer down just yet. We're back with the peloton now, 1 minute and 33 seconds behind the leaders up the road. It looks like the race is gone for them, but still pushing on here, just coming through one of these feed zones. Opportunity to take some more nutrition on as needed. So we're back now with the head of the race, 74 kilometres remaining. Looks like Connor Swift just worked his way back up to the back of this group here. We do still have a number of the riders from the early breakaway remaining. I think the most crucial rider that has gone, Alice, really is Sylvain Dillier, because he was the only teammate option that Van der Poel had here.
Yeah, definitely, and like we say, Dillier had been doing a fair bit of work in that breakaway, potentially is able to get back on, as Connor Swift has done here. So pace not too hard at the moment, but also with that headwind is going to make it easier to sit on the wheels, and riders at the front less willing to do all of that work. We've got around 18 kilometres until we have another cobbled climb. They do have the Kreuzberg, but that's the new Kreuzberg climb, so it doesn't have the cobbles that we're doing this next time around. The cobble climb will be the following smaller lap. So a little time to recover at the moment for riders to recover in the wheels, like I say, and also take on some more nutrition in this moment and use these wheels where they can.
Off for a short commercial break. Do stay tuned. gap to the peloton, 1 minute and 32 seconds. Pogačar coming through on the front here. 2 riders for Tudor Pro Cycling in this group. Rick Ploym is here, as well as teammate Matteo Trentin, who we heard from before the start of the race. Laporte having a little look round here, just working out who's putting in the big turns. A reminder, a total of 16 climbs in this race. Of course, we're doing some climbs like Alder Farmont 3 times, but 16 bergs to contend with. We've done 8 of them, so we are halfway through. There is still plenty more to come out there today. We've got plenty more bike racing ahead of us. The story has begun, but we are just about getting to the middle, definitely not quite near the end just yet. Teammates here from Ineos Grenadiers having a little bit of a conversation at the back. Sam Watson there, the rider in the National Championship, with rider number 66 on his back. His teammate on the left there, former British champion Connor Swift, with 64 on his back. As we just look up this group, we mentioned a few times how the likes of Mathieu van der Poel is isolated here. The other rider isolated, they're the big name, Mads Pedersen. No one else from Little Trek here, Alice.
No, we could see that Vasek was trying to come across when this move did go, but wasn't able to quite make it across. So like you say, isolated for Pedersen. Again, I don't think being isolated is too much of a big deal at the moment with this group being smaller. It's not a full peloton who's going to be fighting into the sections. We could see a bit of a fight into the Berg ten Houte there, where the road was narrow. It was difficult for riders to move up. With the next part of the race, it's on much bigger roads. There is going to be the descent down into Ronsen, and like I said, the new Kreuzberg, which is a wide road where they head onto the Hotond and then down onto the Oude Quaremont. So a lot of wide roads to be able to fight for position. So having teammates isn't too much of an issue unless we do start to see the splits happening in this group because of riders not working.
Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe keeping the pace high in this front group. Tadej Pogačar ever present at the front alongside Florian Vermeersch. Mathieu van der Poel never much further back than roughly about rider number 5 here. Christophe Laporte ever present at the front. Belgian fans keeping a close eye out for Wout van Aert, of course, as well as Remco Evenepoel. This group working well together here. 71 kilometres to go, 1 minute and 51 seconds back to the peloton, who are definitely not gaining on this group, as we would expect. We've done 8 of the 16 climbs today, and we'll get ready to welcome back our TV viewers, and we'll take you through the remaining climbs that we have, because there is plenty more to get excited about. Another couple of sections to come as well, as the gap to the peloton is reaching almost 2 minutes now. 71k to go. Welcome back. We're inside the final 70 kilometres of the men's Ronde van Vlaanderen 2026, the 110th edition of this race, one of the longest editions ever at 278 kilometres in total, and we're now inside the final 70. We've got a lead group here at the front of the race containing all the biggest names, 24 riders strong. Some of them were soaked up from the early breakaway. All the big names have, of course, come across together. And we're just under 2 minutes ahead of the peloton. Just having a little look at the shoes here on the front. Or are we looking at the gearing?
Looks like Vermeersch just pointing something out to Pogačar about his bike there, but I'm not too sure what he was pointing out. If maybe there was an issue that he's got.
It's the lead group here with 70k to go. Just make this left-hand turn. We've got a few wider roads to race on now. We have completed 8 of the 16 climbs in this race. That means we've got 8 remaining. We've got the new Kreuzberg coming up next. That will come just inside 65k to go, so not long to wait till that. And then we have ascent number 2 of 3 of the Oude Quaremont coming at 55 kilometres to go, and then it really gets spicy. 51 kilometres to go is the Peterberg, followed by the Koppenberg at 45k to go. A short section of cobbles before the Tyenberg, and the Oude Quaremont comes up again at 16k to go before the final climb, the Peterberg, at 13 kilometres of this race remaining. 69k to go now. 3 riders from Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe in this front group. Two riders from Tudor Pro Cycling. Trentin just at the back here at the moment, just on the wheel of Connor Swift, who was in the early breakaway, alongside British champion Sam Watson, their rider number 66. Two riders just shaking the legs. We have had all sorts of weather conditions out there today. We saw riders starting in plenty of layers, taking them off. We then had the rain absolutely pour down, and now the sun is out again. We're going to keep a close eye, of course, on the Koppenberg. That is the steepest of our climbs. It's a cobbled climb. It's very, very tough at the best of times, even more so in the wet weather. And these faster roads, Alice, here, a little bit wider, some sort of faster descents here, a little bit less stressful for these riders, perhaps.
Yeah, definitely less stressful. And like we said, going up the Kreuzberg climb very soon, the stress will start to come again before we start to head back to the Quaremont, where positioning is going to be important. Of course, the group here is much smaller, but there's still positioning is going to be really important because of how narrow the Quaremont is, wanting to make sure in the right position, and most importantly, really, on the right wheels. So like we said before, there's the riders here like Van der Poel, like Pedersen, who don't have teammates here. If you're on the right wheel, and basically I would say there's one or two right wheels here, which is Pogačar, which is Remco, where we know that they're the ones who are going to really want to use the climbs to do the attacking. If you're on those wheels or as close as possible, then you are going to be quite confident you're in the right place. That's the right position to be in. If you're further back than that, and if there's riders between you who aren't able to follow that, you're going to have to make some extra efforts to start to close gaps over the top of the climbs.
And those extra efforts to close gaps are, of course, what can be ever so costly, particularly at the end of 278 kilometres. But that is when this matters. That is when the race will be decided. Plenty of kilometres in the legs. And we're keeping a close eye on the weather. We've had some terrible conditions. The sun is out now. What's it like, Alice, racing in these sort of changing conditions?
That depends who you are, to be honest. I don't mind the rain. I've lived in the north of the UK my whole racing career, so something I'm very used to. If you're someone who's not as used to it, then it can really bother you, and I think that's something that mentally you can really struggle with when the rain does come down, especially if it sets in for the majority of a race. If you're someone who does get cold, of course, it's going to be difficult to drop back and get any sort of clothing. I don't think any of these riders at the moment have their team cars behind them. It just looks like it's the Shimano neutral service car there, which of course isn't great for if you're wanting some clothing, if you're wanting a bottle, but also if you have a mechanical at any point in this. If the team cars are still behind that peloton and have been unable to get past them, then that's 2 minutes to wait for any sort of change of bike or of wheel, and that can be race over for any of these riders. So I'm quite surprised actually that the team cars haven't been let through at this point. Potentially are able to get past the peloton on this climb with it being wider, but with the amount of crowds that are here, it's also going to be difficult to do that as well.
The crowds are absolutely phenomenal. Just being kept behind the barriers here as we get further up. But this is just the start of it. We have two more ascents to go of the Alder Quaremont, where we have a huge fan zone. Look at all the fancy dress we've got out here at the side of the road. Got the big screen up there at the top left-hand side of the shot now. These fans can watch the race live, wait for it to come past them. The beer will be flowing, the Fritz will be out. This is Flanders at its very, very best. A little bit of a zone here where there's some teams with spare wheels if riders need them. Fortunately, everybody okay at the moment. But that's really key, Alice, when we've got a situation where team cars are quite as far back as they are.
Yeah, definitely. And also, we are at the same point where the riders will be at, with around 28 kilometres to go, where they will do the Outer Kreuzberg, so the old Kreuzberg climb, which is the cobbled climb as well, which is why we will have more team support there as well. But look at the crowds that we do have here at the moment at the top of the Kreuzberg, on the way to the Hoton, which is kind of an unclassified climb almost, where it does continue to drag up. But at the moment we've got Florian Vermeersch and Connor Swift, who are starting to push on a bit. And this is what we were talking about. When riders aren't working and aren't following the wheels, are sitting further back, then these riders are able to start getting away. And I think it's also Rick Ploymers who's also managed to get up the road. So interesting move here at the moment.
Well, what a move we have here. 66 kilometres to go. Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe are coming to the front of this group of favourites. We've got a little sneaky move of 3 going up the road here. Florian Vermeersch here on the front, of course, teammate of big favourite Tadej Pogacar. We've got Rick Ploymers here, and also Connor Swift. He's been in the break all day and he's crashed. He's had a change of shoe, which is no easy task mid-bike race, and he's back at the front of the Ronde van Vlaanderen again.
Yeah, definitely. Just having a really strong race, marking the riders that are going, as we're seeing Christophe Laporte now also trying to respond to this attack. So, of course, Tadej Pogacar's teammate up the road with Florian Vermeersch, who's been having a very strong classic season himself. So we're looking towards the other teams having to do the work to close this down.
Christophe Laporte here on the front in the yellow jersey for Visma Lease bike. He's now riding number 156 with the yellow helmet on. Belgian Hartzer, of course, with Wout van Aert, who's a little bit further back in this group, has been on the podium before, has never won this race. Belgians have got another big hope here with Remco Evenepoel making his debut. The Olympic champion, former world road race champion, of course, in this group. Mathieu van der Poel just slipping a little bit further back there. No real panic at the moment. Looks like Laporte is going to bring back this group of 3. That seemed to be quite a panicked chase there, Alice.
Yeah, it did a little bit. I think it would have been something that either Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe would have looked to have done, or they would have gambled and waited, knowing that Pogacar still wants to attack on the Quaremont, that Remco likely also having a plan of where he wants to make a move. We can also see now Gianni Vermeersch starting to move closer to the front. So I wonder if that was an attack from Vermeersch previously, or if that was someone just letting the wheel go because of riders sitting further back. You can see Mads Pedersen also starting to move up it. I think he might actually just be following Mathieu van der Poel at the moment, maybe feeling like he is a rider he can follow the moves of.
Well, Wout van Aert just in second wheel at the moment as this group is all strung out once again here, just looking at the back of the group at the head of the race at the moment. The situation is here, we've got 23 riders in this group. We're about 1 minute and 40 seconds ahead of the peloton. We've got 64 kilometres remaining, and look at the climbs that we have coming up. Alder Quaremont, ascent number 2 of 3 is coming up in 6.5 kilometres time. Then the Peterberg, then the Koppenberg, the steepest climb of this year's race, before we have another loop round and we do the Alder Quaremont and Peterberg one more time. Top of that climb at 13k to go. Issue here for Ineos Grenadiers and Connor Swift just at the back. They're just putting his hand in the air. So we can once again see Tadej Pogacar come to the front here. Mads Pedersen coming through for the first time in a while, making sure he's putting in a turn here. And I do believe we can welcome back. We are about to go off for a commercial break. The last one of the race. Do stay tuned, and we'll stay tuned for the last few kilometres. Finale of the Ronde van Vlaanderen. The graphic there picking out the biggest names in the race as we just see Connor Swift go back to the team car for Ineos Grenadiers, just taking on a bottle there. I believe we do have Michael Hutchinson with us as well, another of our co-commentators, and it's all getting very spicy now, Hutch.
Yeah, it is. Connor Swift's having an eventful race, isn't he? Just dropping back for something, as Alice pointed out, there aren't any team cars there, so I don't know if he was looking for neutral service or he was just getting a bottle.
Well, head of the race here, Remco Evenepoel just at the front here for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. Tadej Pogacar ever present towards the front, and Hutch, he's not scared of doing a turn, is he?
No, well,
I guess the kind of the heads of the race in this kind of a break, they're under pressure to pull, because they're the riders that are here to win this, so it's up to them to make this work. And there'll be other riders, particularly riders like, say, Mads Pedersen. Mads Pedersen's not going to be in a hurry, I would have thought, to do any work. Having said that, we've seen Mathieu van der Poel come through, but the responsibility does kind of fall on the big riders, and we have seen sort of the big four at the front pushing this on the whole way, since this break went.
Van der Poel here, another Belgian here. Quarter Capon just back with his team car now. We've got the opportunity. I know you'll be keeping a close eye on the weather, Hutch, because of course that can really affect things in this race.
Yeah, I did actually check the weather radar. I don't think there's any significant fresh rain coming through, but of course a lot of the roads here, in the, what you call it, with the kind of the high banks on each side in some places, and there's a lot of water drains off the fields onto the roads. They take a while to dry, so I think the riders aren't going to be, it's not going to be rain jackets as that kind of weather, but some of the cobbles are still going to be wet, so at least it's not cold and wet, but it's slippery and wet.
Slippery and wet, of course, very treacherous. Nicely, sort of, this group is thinning out a little bit. 23 now, I believe, we've got at the front. But look at this. Look at the crowds out, ready and waiting.
Yeah. Isn't that fabulous to see? I love that. I love that view every year. You get that kind of helicopter shot of all the crowds out on the Quaremont. Interesting to see what happens. This is the second time up the Quaremont. That is traditionally when... It's traditionally when the break we're looking at goes. So this break's already gone. It went 40 kilometres ago. So what's going to happen second time up the Quaremont this time? Is somebody going to try and force the issue? Red Bull on the front doing a certain amount of work at the minute. And actually, Remco has looked really kind of fresh and comfortable in this group. He's probably very pleased to be in a group this size rather than battling for position back in a full-size peloton. So the race is kind of going pretty well from his point of view. He's up here, he's got teammates, he's got peace and quiet, he can do his thing.
Welcome back. We are approaching the final 60 kilometres of the 110th edition of the Ronde van Vlaanderen for the men. And we have a group of favourites, a very select group here, 23 riders at the head of the race. This is formed of the early breakaway, who has been caught by the group of favourites who went very, very early, about 100k to go. All the big names found themselves ahead of the peloton. The peloton 1 minute and 40 seconds back. I mean, not completely out of it, Hutch, but I don't think that's coming back for anyone behind now.
It's not going to come back unless these guys take their foot off the gas for some reason. And I can't for the life of me think what that reason would be, except maybe a crash or something like that. Clearly, the peloton are continuing to work, but that's 100 seconds to pull back in 60 kilometres again to break of this quantity. That's asking for a lot. We've got about 5 kilometres now to the top of the Quaremont the next time around, so we are already beginning to run into the bottom of that time. Just think of the size of this group and thinking, actually, I have done road races where the peloton was really not any bigger than this.
Me too.
Local national level races. It's not it looks small compared to 175 riders who started it, but there's still a certain amount of space to get this wrong positioning wise up climbs like the Quaremont, which is 2-3 riders wide at the best of times. Just looking at Wout van Aert, for example, his positioning has not been exemplary in this race unusually.
It's not.
We're going to get to the bottom of that.
I feel like I've seen him either at the back of this group or then finding himself on the front, so he's yo-yoed around a little bit. The graphic picking him out just now. He is moving up. Mathieu van der Poel there on the outside in the blue jersey. Tadej Pogacar, of course, just ahead in the rainbow jersey. Remco Evenepoel very nicely positioned there with teammates. A Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. Connor Swift, what a race he's having here. Back on the front, having been in the breakaway all day. He has crashed. He's had a bit of everything.
Everywhere, everything, and all at once. He's really had a Tour of Flanders experience today.
Oh, a little bit of a bunny hop there over some road furniture. No great issues there. Road becoming a little bit thinner here. Tension very much building.
Oh, it's beginning to really fizz. Things are going to happen on this climb almost for sure, because none of the heads of the race here want to take a group this size to the finish. They want to kind of pull this down, and we're getting within range of the long attack.
We certainly are, and we just saw a graphic just then of the longest lone solo wins in this race, and it was Philippe Gilbert at the head of that. Which is interesting. Tadej Pogacar is normally at the head of those sort of stats, but he's not heading up this one for once.
Yeah, I'm just interested to see what they want to do up here. Mads Pedersen just moving up. He hasn't really been very much at the front of the script. He's just moved up a little bit on the right-hand side. Wout van Aert not very far behind him. And is that Trenton heading back up to the front? Although he clearly doesn't want to go to the front. This really is the kind of squabble for position. And yeah, so I was thinking that maybe we did a bit of a split in that group, but I think that was just the camera angle was fooling me. We're just now kind of in the phony war before this climb gets serious.
Yeah, we certainly are ready to get very serious very, very soon. Ascent number 2 of the Oude Kraaienmond is fast approaching. That's 2 of 3. This is the iconic climb with the crowds flocking here from all over Flanders. The beer will be flowing, the Fritz will be out, and here we have it, 1.5 kilometres, averaging 4%, maxing out at 11.6%.
Connor Swift on the front here with Magnus Sheffield just looking pretty comfortable in there behind Tadej Pogačar. But we've got the big riders are all at the front here.
These are the biggest names in the world of men's professional road racing. Mads Pedersen in the centre of the shot there, a former world road race champion, alongside the current world road race champion, Tadej Pogačar. Wout van Aert just a little bit further back, and this is it. The Oude Kraaienmond ascent number 2 is coming. We are poised and ready. This is the climb. Everybody's in. Everyone was talking about this in the pre-race interviews. They said climb 2 of Oude Kraaienmond. This is going to be it, and this is it. Now Tadej Pogačar, the world road race champion, is accelerating up the Oude Kraaienmond, the second ascent of this iconic climb. Wout van Aert is following him there in the yellow jersey of Visma Lease. But could this be the day for Belgium and for Wout van Aert? He's nicely on the wheel at the moment. Mads Pedersen with a little bit of work to do, a little bit of a gap to close. Remco Evenepoel is there in 4th wheel at the moment. We all knew this was going to happen. Mathieu van der Poel ever so slightly on the back foot there, coming around the outside. Little bit of traffic in his way. He will work his way back up to the front of the race, but that was interesting. Just a tiny bit out of position there.
A bit out of position. He's repositioned himself very smoothly, but that's taken a bit of effort. The question was, is that all Tadej Pogačar's got? Is that the big attack? Because I don't think it is. I think he's got another one in him. Wout van Aert closed that very adroitly, we've been talking about his positioning for the last 20 or 30 kilometres, but on that moment he was in exactly the right spot. He was straight on the wheel, and there's a bit of a gap now opening back to Mads Pedersen.
Look at this situation here. Look at the crowds at the side of the road. We are seeing Tadej Pogačar riding clear of almost everybody, bar Wout van Aert, who is rightly tucked on his wheel just now. Mathieu van der Poel himself is being forced to chase this. He has got on his wheel just being gapped now, actually. Remco Evenepoel and Mads Pedersen there on Lidl-Trek as they just go through. I don't think this is Tadej Pogačar quite at full gas at the moment, but look at these 5 names here. The big 5 are coming to the fore. Is it going to be the big 3? Can Remco make it 4? Can Pedersen make it 5? Gaps opening up behind. Huge amount of work to do for Ineos Grenadiers. It looks like the race is riding away from them at the moment with 56k to go. Tadej Pogačar has made his first move here. Wout van Aert on the wheel. Mathieu van der Poel in 3rd. Remco Evenepoel still with work to do. That's a gap that can be closed, though. It's not completely gone, but very telling he's had to do this work. He wasn't there when he needed to be. Contrast there to Wout van Aert, who was exactly where he needed to be on the wheel of Tadej Pogačar with ease up this climb, it would seem. The Oude Kraaienmond, 4 riders now at the head of the race. Pedersen is going backwards ever so slightly. The race is not over here yet. But could this be the move that takes away the riders for the win? 56k to go. We're not quite done with this climb yet. Still, Tadej Pogačar pushes on. Wout van Aert still on the wheel.
It's the big 4 here, Joe, and we've only got 2 or 3 kilometres from the top of this climb to the Paterberg, and I was just about to say, is Tadej Pogačar waiting for the Paterberg to twist the knife, but has he pulled out a little gap? He had a little bit of a gap to Mathieu van der Poel a second ago. Van der Poel's managing to get back across, but he's putting the other riders under pressure right now.
Pogačar looking over his shoulder there. Van der Poel on the wheel. A gap there to Wout van Aert. And also we're just seeing Mads Pedersen come through here now for Lidl-Trek. He did say that he believed he had enough to win this race. We're seeing some of the timings up on the screen there with the gaps 4 seconds back to Wout van Aert over the Al de Pramont. Can Wout van Aert close this gap? Remco Evenepoel is there, having looked like under a little bit of pressure earlier on. 12 seconds back to Mads Pedersen. We've got 55 kilometres remaining, and this race is underway. This is the next group on the road here. 4 riders here are just coming through. 25 seconds, though, with that second ascent of Al de Pramont. I don't think he's really put his foot fully on the gas, but a huge amount of damage has been done there.
It's a lot of damage. I mean, Wout van Aert was straight on the wheel in the right position. He's been gapped now. It's just kind of looking at it thinking, these feel to me like these three, if they get committed to it, these three can certainly contest the finish between them if they go now. Wout van Aert has not got long to solve this problem.
Got Alice Wood with me here as well. This race is being split to bits here. Alice, 55k to go. We've got 3 riders at the front. Can Wout do it though?
Well, we're all really hoping that he can, of course. Like Hutch said, he was right there on the wheel where he needed to be. It looked like Remco was blocked out there. He was shouting at Mads Pedersen. He wanted to try and get through, but wasn't able to. He was on the wheel of Mads for the majority of the climb and then had to close that gap himself. He either was doing it really intelligently, taking his time to do it, knowing that they were just there in front of him, or was slightly struggling at one point on the climb to get back up to speed, to then get on top of the gear and to be able to find that momentum over the cobbles. But the 3 riders at the moment, just with that gap over Wout van Aert, looking to close that as they head down to the Paterberg.
54 kilometres remain. We've done hill number 10 of 16. We are fast approaching the Paterberg. We then have the Koppenberg at 45k to go. We're seeing some of the time gaps there on the screen as we're all willing Wout van Aert here in that yellow kit there for Visma Leasebike towards the front of the race. But Belgian hearts will be delighted here. Remco Evenepoel on his debut in this race is right up here. The big 3 have emerged. Remco Evenepoel leads ahead of Mathieu van der Poel and Tadej Pogacar. Interestingly, Hutch, Wout van Aert was there. He was the first rider to respond to Pogacar. Did he perhaps just go a little bit too much into the red there?
I think he got it right. He was straight onto the wheel. Remco Evenepoel, I think, just took his time, paced himself up the climb, got himself back on board. But I think if you're where Van Aert was, and if you're the kind of rider Van Aert is, I think you go with him right there, right then, and you stay on the wheel and you take the benefit of the draft that you can. So I think he got that right. I think what we're seeing is a rider who just isn't quite strong enough to go with these 3 on this terrain on this day. We have wondered a bit about his form earlier on. He just wasn't well positioned, just didn't seem to be riding the way we expect. So maybe today isn't just his day, unfortunately.
Well, the level continues to be raised by the biggest names in the sport. Tadej Pogacar here in second wheel. Big rival Mathieu van der Poel in third, but on the front, making his debut in this race, Remco Evenepoel is about to make this right-hand turn here. Here we are onto the Paterberg hill, number 11 of 16 in this race. Will we have another acceleration?
I think we'll see another acceleration from Tadej Pogacar here. I think he's going to push this again.
Pogacar on the front in the rainbow jersey. We've got highs of over 20% on this climb. It's a very short one, but it's one of the steepest. Remco Evenepoel realises the threat of Tadej Pogacar. He wants to be the first one up this climb. He's in the centre of the road there. We've got all the fans leaning over the barriers here on this climb. All the phones are out. Everybody wants to capture this moment as Tadej Pogacar just comes through here. Seated acceleration here. Wout van Aert in the back of this shot here, as is Mads Pedersen, but they just haven't quite got enough to close the gap to these wheels. The rest of the chasing group there just at the base of this climb now. But it's Tadej Pogacar coming over the top in the lead position. On his wheel is Mathieu van der Poel. The tiniest of gaps back to Remco Evenepoel. Is this the move? Has Tadej Pogacar gone? Has the race win going away from Belgium once again as Remco Evenepoel comes around that left-hand bend? Where is Wout van Aert? We ask ourselves. He is still climbing solo here. He's still ahead of Mads Pedersen. Little Trek rider just coming into shot now as Wout van Aert still very much in time trial mode here. He's the 4th rider on the road at the moment. As this drone shot now is showing us, Alice, fascinating scenes here between the 2 leaders.
Yeah, not wanting to work together too much. We heard from Mathieu in his interview at the start of the race that he would work with Pogacar. He doesn't want to show any weakness in that, but they are hesitating slightly. It will give Remco the opportunity to get closer, potentially get back on, but we're only around 6 kilometers away from the Koppenberg. Of course, the next cobble climb, 600 meters, 11.6% average, 22% maximum. But is it still wet? Is it still muddy? Are we going to see anyone having to walk, anyone losing traction, getting wheel spin, which is something we could potentially see if the riders are really trying to push on and to attack there?
Making that right-hand bend there was the slightly wider road here that he just had Pogačar and Mathieu van der Poel ahead of Remco Evenepoel. It's been a long wait for a Belgian win here. Are they going to have to keep waiting? Currently out on the road, Remco Evenepoel in 3rd position and Wout van Aert in 4th, followed closely by Mads Pedersen. We haven't seen a shot of them for a little bit. We're at 50k to go now. We're approaching hill number 12, the Koppenberg. 16 climbs in total. The Alder Kwarmont and the Paterberg that we've just seen, that will be repeated with 16k to go. Those 2 climbs in quick succession. The summit of the Paterberg coming with 13 kilometers to go. So what you've just seen, we will be treated to that once again. This race is definitely not over just yet. 8 seconds, 7 seconds back to Remco Evenepoel, best time trialist in the world. 3 riders here have all been World Road Race Champion. The rainbow bands at the end of their sleeves there as Mathieu van der Poel comes through. Can he make history? Could this be the year he gets the 4th victory? Wout van Aert here is about to be caught by Mads Pedersen, and actually really makes sense for these 2 to work together.
Yeah, it does, Joe. They don't really have any choice. I don't think there's any realistic extent to which Wout van Aert really weighted there, but they are much stronger together. But I don't think they're going to catch these 2. Remco might catch these 2. If there's anyone who can catch these 2 riders, it is Remco, who is the world's best time trialist, and that's exactly the mode he's in at the minute. And they haven't really... You would say they'd snap the elastic with nearly anybody else, but you wouldn't say that with Remco. Not quite yet.
So if anybody can close this gap in this situation, it's Remco Evenepoel, but we are not done with the climbs. The Koppenberg, the mighty, the fearsome Koppenberg is coming up with 45 kilometres of the race remaining.
The Koppenberg is almost certainly still going to be wet. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, and that's, I mean, Alice, you were saying earlier, that's definitely going to play a part with that climb that's that steep and that tricky. The fact that it doesn't matter that it's sunny now, the fact that it's rained earlier is going to affect things.
Yeah, definitely, and not even the wind's going to dry it out either because of the banks at the side of it and how sheltered it is. So it's definitely going to be wet, it's definitely going to be slippy. It's just how these riders, and of course we expect all 3 of them, will know exactly how to put out the power for the climb. We can just see it in the distance there, lined with the fans on the banks as the riders get closer and closer to it. But it is going to be very interesting to see how they approach this climb. It's not very often we see the race already being decided so much by this point. We can see how strong the wind is still blowing. Remco just there behind, having to work hard to regain contact, but it's potential that he will regain contact just as they are hitting the bottom slopes of the climb, where we may see him distanced again anyway.
I was going to say, how much do the 2 leaders need to work to keep Remco at bay when they know that they are climbing quicker than him on these climbs?
Yeah, it's an interesting one because, like you say, when Pogačar wanted to kick on over the top of the Paterberg, Van der Poel was able to follow and look very comfortable doing it as well. Remco was distanced there, but you know, we always say no race is ever over until it's over, and situations can change so often. And riders can recover from different scenarios and different attacks very differently as well. So it's definitely not over, but like we saw on the Paterberg with very similar gradients, that it's potential that the same situation could happen again.
We are rapidly approaching the Koppenberg on this 110th edition of the Ronde van Vlaanderen for the men. Could it be a history-making win for Mathieu van der Poel? could it be history for Remco Evenepoel taking a win for Belgium? They've waited ever such a long time, and on his debut he's currently in 3rd position on the road. But the world road race champion and defending champion of this race, Tadej Pogačar, is right at the head of affairs at the moment, just on the wheel of Mathieu van der Poel. We're approaching the Koppenberg, the fearsome climb, incredibly steep slopes, incredibly tricky cobbles. And don't be deceived by the sunshine here. The rain has been pouring down today. Incredibly tough conditions for the riders, incredibly changeable conditions. And we're rapidly approaching this turning here, about to ascend the Koppenberg. It will be fans either side of the road, ready to cheer the riders up this fearsome slope. Remco Evenepoel making this right-hand turn. He's not been able to quite get back on turns with Pogačar and Van der Poel, despite the fact he's the best time trialist in the world. We know that he's not quite as punchy as these two on these tough climbs, but still he fights, Hutch.
Yeah, he does. I'm sitting here with my stopwatch in my hand, and he is ever so slowly squeaking this back. It's been 5 seconds, and then 4.5, and 4, and 3.8, and 3.7. But I think your suggestion a few moments ago that if he does get anywhere close to the back of them, it's just going to be in time to get to the bottom of the Koppenberg. But of course, the two riders out front, they're not working as hard as Remco to go at this speed, so they've got a bit of pop left to attack each other, perhaps, on this climb. So I think Remco, if he didn't get back on board by now, he maybe isn't going to.
Here we go with highs of 22%. The fearsome Koppenberg is upon us, and it's Tadej Pogačar leading up this climb. Mathieu van der Poel is on the wheel of the world road race champion. Remco Evenepoel for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe and for Belgium on his debut in this race. He's closing gradually on these leaders here. Running his own race here, we can see the Flanders flags flying in the wind as Pogačar still pushes on. He's not able to distance Mathieu van der Poel just yet. Remember, highs of over 22% here. It looks like the wind has dried out these cobbles, which is very, very favourable, of course, here. Tadej Pogačar still pushing on. Here's Remco Evenepoel. All the support from the Belgians on this incredibly tough climb. And so many hearts are with this man, Wout van Aert. He has never won this race. He so dearly wants to. He's got an incredible amount of work to do to get himself back on terms. Wout van Aert and Mads Pedersen are working together a little bit further back down this climb. Tadej Pogačar still looking just about within himself here, Alice.
Yeah, looking really within himself. He knows he's got Van der Poel on his wheel who can follow his moves at the moment. Of course, as we get further and further and onto more and more climbs, there's fatigue's going to creep in. But Van der Poel, which I just didn't see him then for a second, thought he may have been distanced, just using more of the edge of the road where the cobbles are slightly easier as they head over the top of the Koppenberg. Remco just coming over the top as well behind.
So that is it. Our one and only ascent of the Koppenberg is done. We've got 45 kilometres of this year's Tour of Flanders remaining. Here is Wout van Aert with Mads Pedersen just clinging onto his wheel there. Wout van Aert never ever giving up. Of course, it's Tadej Pogačar at the head of the race here. Mathieu van der Poel on his wheel, and Jez, I believe you are there ready and waiting to take us through this final hour of racing.
Oh, Joe, my goodness me, it's kicked off, hasn't it? Oh, what a stint. Thank you so much. Your pick here, Wout van Aert, can he still get back in there, Joe? That's what I want to know from you. It's not an enormous gap.
My heart is saying yes, my head is saying perhaps not this year, but, you know, he's racing with his heart here. He's still giving absolutely everything, and, you know, we've got to believe.
Yeah, well, we've been served up the top five. It was that second ascent of the Alder Quadremont, as Joe talked us through there, that served us up that top five. Mads Pedersen getting involved with the party as well. That top five being the two you can see right now, Tadej Pogačar and Mathieu van der Poel. Remco Evenepoel, who's chasing in that gap by himself, and then Mads Pedersen and Wout van Aert. We said they were the top five, everyone did, and currently they are filling first to fifth place. The thing is, what order will they finish in? I cannot believe they just climbed the Paterberg in pretty much dry conditions and just basically ripped up it too. So, as we watch the chasing group, we could almost call this lot the peloton right now, but it is we'll call it the kind of third group on the road, if we count the leaders as being two groups, with Remco Evenepoel in between the two. These are the chasers, some of whom still survive from the day's early breakaway, remarkably. Kamil Gradek is one of them surviving, as is Stan de Wolf. Luc Lamperti still there or thereabouts. Tricky moment there for Gianni Vermeersch, and Christophe Laporte having to push off him, just getting stuck in between the barriers and the curb. Even in the bone-dry conditions, this vicious Koppenberg causing problems. I must admit, Vermeersch doing well to get started there again. Right. Everyone calm down. We've got another incredible drone shot. I'm loving these drone shots on the descents in between. I was a little bit nervous for Remco Evenepoel. I was getting a bit close to the drone, but anyway. My thank you to Jo Rousel, two-time Olympic champion, of course, five-time world champion, Jo Rousel MBE, to use her correct title, for her time on the mic with us here today. She's going to take over from me after the finish. I'm going to jump in now. My name's Jez Cox. I have Alice Wood with me, and I believe Hutch as well is going to jump in and out a little bit as we bring ourselves towards this big finale. 43k to go. Are we looking for this year's winner to come between these two, Alice?
I would be very surprised if we won, but we can see Remco there still pushing on in the background, wanting to regain contract. We're not too far from the next cobble section. It's at 41.2 kilometres to go, the Maria Borestrat, where we have around 2.2 kilometres of cobbles. It does drag up slightly, and at the moment we are seeing Pogačar and Van der Poel working together, but I would say that Van der Poel won't be fully committing to working with Pogačar, even though he said he would at the start of the day, because of how well Pogačar does seem to be going today, how he is putting the pressure on every climb that they are doing, but Remco really committing to this move to try and get back on terms with the two out in front.
We've all said it. We all know that Remco Evenepoel is the best time trialist in the world. He's a three-time time trial world champion. He's the current world champion too. But the two out front know it, and I guess in a way that's why they're working so hard to keep him at bay as well. These two also have a reason now to work together, Mads Pedersen and Wout van Aert. But Remco Evenepoel now looking like he might get on before the Maria Borestrat, as you say, but they have the Paterberg again to come just after that before we go back over the Oude Kruisberg, or the Oude Kruisberg. We've been over the Nieuwe Kruisberg already today. Then it's the Oude Kwaremont and the Paterberg again. So he needs to get back on, regroup, and try and recover from this, because this is a massive effort, isn't it, Alice? We mustn't take, even if he does get back, and then, yes, you can see it there. Tadej Pogačar does not rock Remco Evenepoel to get back on. He looked round, saw him nearly got on, and a big dig now coming in from Tadej Pogačar. They don't want him there, do they?
No, they don't, and I think in that moment, that look down from Remco, that he has just maybe realise that this is going to be a very tough ask, and I think, you know, Remco's not come here to just race the Tour of Flanders. He wants to give everything to this race. He'll be racing with a lot of passion, being from Belgium as well, so it's great to see how committed he is to this. And just as Van der Poel comes back to the front, we're seeing that gap close down again, so I definitely think that Van der Poel potentially is soft tapping through with his turns, still going through those turns as they head left onto the Maria Borestrat.
Yep, here we go, on to the next set of cobbles. Remco Evenepoel could do with getting on before they do, but he's not made it yet. I think what we can say, watching them, is we know that we can say this very clearly. Remco Evenepoel is a very competent, well above competent cobble rider. But, Alice, I don't know what you think, but I think we can see it in the shot. He does get bashed around on them, certainly more than Van der Poel, and I think more than Tadej Pogačar as well. You can just see his bum lifting off the saddle. What do you think? What's your take on that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he's going to be a rider who from a very young age has ridden and raced on the cobbles, but like you say, not as smooth across them as Pogačar and Van der Poel, and I think we could see that on the Kwaremont as well, which is why he was just struggling to get on top of the gear a little bit more. Yeah. So really struggling to close that gap. It now says 3 seconds, but I would say on this section, potentially that gap is going to go out further.
If we use my example of Johan Mezeo's big bottom thing, the lightest of these three riders is Remco Evenepoel. Certainly his Pro Cycling Stats page says he's 63 kilos, Tadej Pogačar 66, and Mathieu van der Poel 75. And that extra weight not only adds a little bit of kind of torque power to it, but just a bit of weight over the back wheel when it's bashing around as well. So that's also probably part of the reason, I'd have thought. I still can't believe, Alice, we're seeing these glorious sunny conditions, because they have ridden through, just as Jo said, they have ridden through some absolutely torrential weather today.
Yeah, they have, but I think with the wind blowing so much, those clouds blowing over very quickly, potentially could blow another rain cloud over today, but like you say, very sunny conditions at the moment. And going back to your big bum theory, I'm not sure that's something we could talk about normally in women's cycling, but
I wouldn't dare, I certainly wouldn't dare mention it whilst commentating on the women's race, that is for sure. But as I say, I'm just repeating something that the great Johan Museeuw, who's the best record overall in this race, said to me. So there we go. Yeah, we'll park. I will park that one there and leave it. Mathieu van der Poel just turning things on a little bit down here. And I start wondering, I think, Alice, would you agree with me that of the leading three, if we do include Remco on that, and he's still not on yet, if he is to get on, the fastest finisher of these three is Mathieu van der Poel, but there is so much uncertainty at the end of not just a long race like this, and it's the longest since 1988, but the number of accelerations in there as well throw so much uncertainty. Alice, what's your take on that? If these three were to come to the line together, who should we be favouring in a sprint together along that finishing straight?
I think at the end of a monument, at the end of a long race, it is always so difficult to make that decision. I think if we would have looked back to when Van der Poel came in against Kasper Asgreen, we would have never expected Asgreen to take that in a sprint. Maybe even looking back to San Remo with Pogačar against Tom Pidcock, I would have had it down as a Tom Pidcock win. So I think it's you know, always interesting when you've got so many kilometres, so many climbs and cobbles in the legs. I think it can level the playing field a lot more in a sprint. So very difficult to say. But on paper, yeah, of course you would say Mathieu van der Poel.
Yeah, of course, we remember. We saw earlier in the broadcast, didn't we, that clip of Tadej Pogačar getting fourth in the sprint in his debut in 2022, and how devastated he was at that, and seemingly learning from it as well. And definitely now, I have to say, his sprint is even better too. Now, will it come down to a sprint? We will see. Do not forget, we still have one more ascent of the Oude Kwaremont Paterberg double to bring us to the finish. We go over the top of the Paterberg with about 12 kilometres to go, and then often, if they are together, a bit of a tactical run into the finish. Remco Evenepoel is not on, and I have to say, I think the body language, Alice, has slightly changed down there. He's not quite the bullet that he was. He's not hanging around, but he's not catching them.
No, he's not catching them at the moment. The wind coming a little bit cross-headwind at the moment, so as we start to continue to turn around to the right as well, these riders are going to get a lot more shelter and recovery in the wheels, and with Remco being on his own, that's going to make it much more difficult to be able to get back on. Like we said, one of the best time trialists in the world, but of course with Pogačar and Van der Poel out front, it's not as if they're also not very strong attackers or time trialists themselves. So very difficult one as we do head towards the Tijnberg.
Yep, you said it. Tijnberg next up. In between the Maria Boerestrat and the Paterberg. The Tijnberg only short, 500 metres, 4.3%. Here it is. Steepest section, as you can see, averaging at 15%, about a third of the way up. It is Mathieu van der Poel who leads into it, possibly sensibly, because I'm assuming, Alice, he needs to be careful that Tadej Pogačar doesn't launch the Pogačar rocket on any of these climbs. So maybe setting the pace ahead of him is his way of trying to draw that sting of the Slovenian here.
Yeah, definitely. It does look like he is pushing on at the moment. Pogačar, if he does want to attack, will know that he looks... I mean, you know, Van der Poel at the moment, normally a very smooth rider, does definitely look like he is giving this everything. So either he is trying to keep Remco away, or he is trying to put the pressure on Pogačar and see what he can do on this climb. But Pogačar's got a very good view of that at the moment, and I wonder if he will look to counter that, or if he's just going to use that as some knowledge, being able to see how Van der Poel is looking at this point in the race.
And Tadej Pogačar there taking the opportunity to look back and see if he can see Remco Evenepoel. He's worried about him because they know that if, particularly if he's to stay in contact with these two, or close to them, coming over the top of the Paterberg for the final time, if Remco Evenepoel is within this kind of distance here, he could well use the run-in to Oudenaarde to close in on them and then either fly past or get the jump on them, something like that. It just adds exactly what everyone wanted in the presence of Remco Evenepoel here, that uncertainty about what he's going to do and where he's going to come from. He is still right in the game on debut. If anyone watching thinks there's a delay in sound here, there isn't, by the way. It's just that it's quite loud loud for these two, and then crazy loud for this guy, because of course he is on debut. He's a Belgian superstar. Wout van Aert just behind him is too as well, and that's where the big crowd noise is coming from. No Belgian has won this race since Philippe Gilbert way back in 2017. All that time they've waited. So much weight on the shoulders of Wout van Aert. Maybe the presence of Remco Evenepoel takes that pressure off Wout van Aert a little bit today. And Alice, I thought Wout van Aert looked so good when he responded to the attack of Tadej Pogacar. I really felt when I saw that this could be his day.
Yeah, I think we all got our hopes up slightly there when Van Aert was responding well to Pogacar. Well, it did look again like Pogacar started to wind it up more and more up the Quaremont, and potentially Van Aert just going into the red slightly, so was distance there over the top. He has now been joined by Mads Pedersen. They're working well together, only 51 seconds from Remco at this point, and Remco, like we said, is heading into more of a headwind before they do start to descend down into Ronse, so it's going to be very difficult for Remco to recover at this point. He can still see Pogacar and Van der Poel out front, 17 seconds now, but it is going to be a really tough ask to bring that back.
Well, 36 kilometres to go. This is the remnants of the big chasing group that still has some riders in there from the early break of the day. What a ride being done by them. Stan de Wolf there at the back, Gianni Vermeers, Jasper Stuyven there for Soudal Quickstep. I think he's their best surviving rider in there. And it is these two out front. Tadej Pogacar now takes over from Mathieu van der Poel. And if Mathieu van der Poel wins this, bearing in mind, as I said, Alice, the last few years they've gone Poggi, then MVDP, and then the other way around. They've just swapped it each year. It has to be said, he's not done it in a day where his team have been dominant either. Alpecin Premier Tech haven't been that evident today. Yes, they had Dillier in the breakaway, and yes, Dillier did a little bit of a kind of satellite move turn on the front for Van der Poel when they caught them, but that was it. He has done a lot of this by himself today.
Yeah, he has. Of course, the team do a lot of positioning in the race that you don't see as much when either we're focusing on the breakaway or maybe focusing on the front of the peloton. There's a lot of positioning that is done by teammates that, you know, often don't get the recognition for what they have done, but they haven't done any riding on the front as such. It's been a lot of UAE team Emirates who did the pacing with Michael Bjerg, and then from there really it started to kick off once we headed into the Molenberg. Like we said, it's kicked off a lot earlier than normal. We are starting to see Remco bring that gap down slightly. You can still see those motorbikes in front of him, slightly sheltered from the trees on the right as well, with this little drag up at the moment. He's not giving up, like we said.
No.
He'll have a lot of passion for this race. He's not just come here just to ride Flanders, he's come here to give it everything for himself, for the team and for Belgium.
Yeah, and you mentioned, Alice, that he of course will know these roads. We rode past his birth town, Aalst, on his way southward, coming down today from Antwerp. And I don't know whether the Antwerp start today had anything to do with him choosing this year. I still find it absolutely remarkable that this winter and this spring he went and rode sections of it. Initially, of course, let's not forget, this is the winter that he changed over from Soudal Quickstep to Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. Rode it in plain kit, doing a recce out here. How on earth people didn't pick up on that, I don't know. And everyone thought just a few days ago, just a matter of, 5 days ago, that this was an April Fool's joke. Look who's laughing now. And he's not laughing just yet, but I tell you what he would be, were he to catch those two and go sailing straight past. It's asking a lot, but looking at the history of Remco Evenepoel's career at the age of 26, he has got a lot already. We've got a bit of Group 2 dynamics going on within Group 3 there at the moment, because Florian Vermeers and others separated within that group, and not everybody in there is working, and yet they all now are looking good for top 10 finishes, Alice, and that counts for a lot in the Ronde van Vlaanderen, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. We even heard from riders at the start of the day where, you know, a top 10 finish was kind of the goal, knowing that, you know, the top 5 positions were potentially out of reach, and it looks like the big 4, a lot of us changed it to the big 5, adding Mads Pedersen into there, are going to take those top 5 positions, potentially in exactly the order that everyone had them listed, which just shows that, you know, even though it's Flanders, even though there's a lot that goes on, there's a lot of luck that's needed. Also, form always, or cream always rises to the top, as they say, and the form is really telling for a lot of these riders. But like you said, I think there was definitely some people that picked up on Remco doing the recons back in December. There was definitely some tweets going around, but it is always a question of, is he just out for a training ride, testing some equipment for different things, or is that really something he's aiming for the Tour of Flanders? But here he is right now, currently in third, but looking to chase down and fight for the win still.
Yes. Of course, the thing is, you know what'll happen is, if he does really well here today, people will be asking why isn't he riding Paris-Roubaix next weekend, and then we've got a chance for another tweet. I don't know. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. So this is how things stand with 33k to go in this, the 110th edition of the Ronde van Vlaanderen. Tadej Pogačar and Mathieu van der Poel in the front of the race. Remco Evenepoel about 15, no, we can see now 9 seconds down on those two. Nearly a minute back, 53 seconds back. Mads Pedersen and Wout van Aert. That completes our top 5. The big 5 going into this race are in the top 5 as things stand. Actually, it's now a pretty big gap, as you can see, another minute and a half nearly back to that group containing Florian Vermeers, Matej Mohoric, Sander Wolf, Magnus Sheffield, Gianni Vermeers, Tim van Dijk, Jasper Stuyven and Christophe Laporte. And that is pretty much it. This is the man on debut who is trying to still get across that gap. He keeps looking like he's getting close enough and then settles. Michael Hutchinson, you're there. What will be the cues going through his mind in terms of aerodynamics, pacing and all that kind of thing? I'm sure it's all natural, it's all subconscious, but what can he do to get an advantage on those two out front, using your experience?
Oh, you keep your head down, you keep your hands on the hoods, keep your elbows low, keep your elbows in, and just really try to measure your effort, because this is a time trial. His objective is, at some point, he needs to intersect with these guys in front. He needs to not respond to them. I think a certain amount of the gap going in and out that we're seeing, it's not Remco going faster or slower, it's these guys in front going faster or slower. He really has to ride his own race. But it's, you know, he's been hanging there. He's at he closed to within about 3 seconds at one point, and then we hit the Kwaremont again and went backwards again. I wasn't sorry. Was it the Paterberg actually? And went backwards again. And then clambered his way back forwards, and now he's kind of sliding back out 15 or 16 seconds. It's a horrible position to be in. He would be so much happier if he had a little bit of help. If the next 3 riders in the road were together and all worked together, they might be able to pull this back. But they're not. Remco is hanging on his own in no man's land, and there's just not an awful lot he can do about it, apart from, say, ride his own race.
I'm just going to remind people, not that I need to ratchet up the drama by any means, but I'm just going to remind people where the 2 riders out front stand right now. If Tadej Pogačar wins, he will become the 8th rider to have won 3 Ronde van Vlaanderen, and joining Johan Museeuw, Mathieu van der Poel, of course, Fabian Cancellara, Tom Boone and Eric Lamain, Fiorenzo Magni and Achille Busse. If Mathieu van der Poel wins, he will become the greatest of all time, because he'll be the only rider that's ever won 4. And don't forget, by the way, Lotte Kopecky has an opportunity to do that today too as well. In the women's race, which is running this afternoon in parallel with this, we'll be switching straight over to it on our Eurosport coverage after we finish the men's race. We've brought you some of the reaction and things going on. I'm just watching Remco Evenepoel taking on another gel, of course. And does that indicate now, well, let's look, 18 seconds. He's got to still take in energy anyway, hasn't he, Alice? But he's sort of settled there right now. Maybe a little bit more chance of being caught by the other 2 behind. That's the question, I guess, whether they can.
Yeah, at the moment they're just doing the descent down into Ronse, so as a lone rider where you don't have the wheels to sit on and to recover on, you need to obviously fuel in the place that makes the most sense, where you're not losing the most amount of time to those riders in front. So just using that descent into Ronse before we have the Oude Kruisberg coming up soon, which is where we saw those incredible crowds over the top when they have previously been up the parallel climb, the Kruisberg, the new Kruisberg climb, which was tarmac. This one, of course, is going to be cobbled with it being the Oude road. So yeah, just using the road and making those decisions of where he's going to do that fueling to save as much energy and time as possible.
Alice, how does Mathieu van der Poel win this? If he's going to make history today, how does he win this, in your estimation? If you were talking into his ear, knowing his rider qualities, what would you be saying to him?
Well, even what I said about, I guess, never really knowing how you're going to be at the end of a monument like this, I do think he needs to save as much as possible, potentially follow Pogačar where he can on the climbs, and to maybe stop doing some turns with him. You know, where Pogačar made his debut, that is where they were gambling. They were looking at each other a lot, and the riders came back to him, and Pogačar did lose that podium position. Van der Poel winning that sprint there and potentially taking that gamble again. Would they be happy with Remco coming back to them, especially in a sprint with the efforts that he'd made? Probably wouldn't be too phased by that. So I would say potentially making that gamble. I don't think he's going to be able to get rid of Pogačar on the climbs, and he's obviously not going to be able to take him by surprise because there's only the two of them, and Pogačar will respond very quickly to those moves. So I think for Van der Poel, with how he's been looking on some of these climbs, and it does again look like Pogačar's using the climbs just to put the pressure on a bit to see if he can distance him, but also just to continue to hurt the legs of Van der Poel. But Van der Poel following very well right now.
Yeah, they are on to the Oude Kruisberg, and of course when they go over the top, they've got that second classified bit, the Rotonde extension as well. Mathieu van der Poel hanging on well. Dare I say it, Hutch, I don't know if you've noticed this or whether you agree with me, but it strikes me that it's Tadej Pogačar who keeps looking back. I'm not sure I've seen Mathieu van der Poel look back to check on the whereabouts of Remco Evenepoel. Pogačar, I think, is more nervous about Evenepoel than he is about, than Mathieu van der Poel is.
I think Mathieu van der Poel reckons that he's not going to have too much trouble from Remco Evenepoel, given the amount of work Remco Evenepoel have done to catch up with him. I think if this all came to the finish as a group of 2 or 3, as Alice suggested, you would expect Van der Poel to take that. The danger of Van der Poel at this point is that Tadej Pogačar goes again, and I think that's really what he has to watch out for. This sprint, Pogačar may not want to take this to a sprint.
Yeah, we saw a little bit there, that face of Mathieu van der Poel, just caught it from the side, going over the top there of this little crest, and it was not far off the expression that he had when he'd hurt his hand at Milan-San Remo, was trying to hang on to Tadej Pogačar too. On that occasion, it didn't work out. On this occasion, he is still locked on the wheel, and he really, let's be honest, the Paterberg I don't necessarily think will be too much of a problem for him. He's got to survive the Oude Kwaremont in front of that enormous crowd as well. We now switch back to the third group on the road, led by Wout van Aert. Mads Pedersen sitting on, and the crowd will be going absolutely bonkers for Van Aert here, won't they?
Yeah, they will be, and actually these guys haven't, they've been hovering around a minute for several kilometres now, and Remco Evenepoel is sort of falling back towards them. I'd be very surprised if they get back to the front of the race. I wouldn't absolutely write it off.
Yeah, we're talking about a podium place here. I'll remind everyone, last year's finish, it was Tadej Pogačar taking the win. Solo, of course, but 1 minute and 1 second ahead of Mads Pedersen, Mathieu van der Poel and Wout van Aert. On that occasion, Mathieu van der Poel definitely having done an awful lot, unable to beat Mads Pedersen in the sprint. Wout van Aert fourth and Jasper Stuyven just behind them. They were effectively our Group 2, if you like. This year, things have definitely started earlier. This all started by Florian Vermeersch lifting things on the Molenberg, it was, going into the Marlborough Strat as well. With about 90k to go, it was when Florian Vermeersch started to pick things up. So we have now effectively the run into the Oude Kwaremont and then the Paterberg to bring this one home. This is the second part of the Oude Kruisberg. Slightly draggy road, isn't it? But back on the big wide roads, Alice, as well. So if ever there was an opportunity for Remco Evenepoel to get back into time trial mode, not like he hasn't been in it for the last, 15, 20k, this is it, on a road just like this.
Yeah, it is. It's going to drag up now. This is where we saw the move of Florian Vermeersch, going over here with Connor Swift. On the previous lap that they have done this, we can see that they do have the cars now at the front, so if they do have any mechanical, they will be able to fix that quite quickly. But of course, these gaps still fairly small at the moment. You can just see them kicking on over the top before they do start to do the descent down to the Oude Kwaremont with 16.7 kilometers to go. Of course, they've already done it twice today. They know it so well, but it's just a matter of how hard is Pogačar going to attack that, and can Mathieu van der Poel keep on his will? We can just see Pogačar taking off his gloves at the moment. I think not too much of a telltale sign. It's something that, you know, they're not the most comfortable things. Riders often using them a little bit more when there's a bigger group because of the risk of those crashes, but he's fairly confident now that he'll be all right, just wanting to take off his gloves to be more comfortable.
Alice, you poured cold water all over me about to say the gloves are off. You told us it's not important, so now I can't even use that term. But he's taken them off, he's thrown them. I must admit, from my perspective, I still see Mathieu van der Poel there. In fact, all three of these riders aren't wearing gloves, are they? I'm just thinking back to Mathieu van der Poel's crash in Milan-San Remo. I think in commentary I said, look, for goodness sake, wear gloves, it's not worth it. Because he obviously couldn't quite hold the bars properly, but who would listen to me? What do I know? No one wears gloves anymore. Did you wear gloves, Alice? Would you have worn gloves when you... Did you wear gloves when you rode the Ronde van Vlaanderen?
I would never not race in gloves, but I hated wearing gloves.
That's what I think, you see.
They're not comfortable, but for, you know, for crashing, for road rash on them, my dad always said, I won't be wiping your bum if you crash, so best you have to do that myself. Yeah. But yeah, like I say, some riders prefer to, and I'd say that's probably what Pogačar's done, is not wanting to risk, you know, crashing when they have been racing into these sectors before in the big pelotons where there's more risk of those big crashes. But taking them off now, it's just the two of them. We can see Pedersen, Van Aert, they've both got them on, so it's a preference and how much you want to risk it, really.
We are looking at two absolute warriors here. Well, Van Aert, who broke his ankle in the winter riding cyclocross, and then Mads Pedersen as well, having broken his wrist and his collarbone in February, both back at it again, delivering what we expected them, what they expected themselves. But at the moment, they're racing for fourth place, so long as this guy, the Olympic road race champion, Remco Evenepoel, stays where he is. He's a little bit less golden this year. He's still got the golden head unit, golden flecks on his bike, gold around the edge of his helmet as well. Not quite as golden as his final year at Soudal Quick-Step.
Gold on the bottom of his shoes as well, I think.
Has it? On the bottom of the shoes?
Fresh shoes I saw on Instagram this week.
Hey, well spotted, Alice. I hadn't seen that. Gold on the bottom, so it's to sort of show the gold to those who he drops behind them when he's kicking clear. I like it. Okay. Yeah, he looks back again, doesn't he, Tadej Pogačar? Another little look back, and Mathieu van der Poel out of the saddle. Gosh, it's the contrast in sort of road size, width and look of this race are always so different. That's what I love about the Ronde van Vlaanderen. It has every different kind of look. From the narrow, tiny cobbled climb to the Paterberg to this wide, open expanse of a road that leads back in the direction of the Oude Kwaremont. But it's still not helping Remco Evenepoel. He's still sitting there, Alice.
He is, and knowing these roads is what is so important. More so when, like we say, you are in the peloton, when you're needing to do the positioning. They'll turn left now onto the Ronde van Vlaanderen Strat, which, like we said before, has the names of all the previous winners on it. It's the concrete road that has all the change in slabs, which aren't the nicest things to ride over, but like I say, knowing these roads is so important, because when you do need to do the positioning, when you need to move up, you need to know when to do it so you're not wasting energy. We saw it previously going into the Kwaremont, where there was a positioning that was done into the right hand corner, but by the time we got to the climb, the positions had all completely changed, and that's what's really important, is doing it in the right place, not wasting energy, and doing the positioning and then being swamped right when you actually needed to be positioned well.
Yeah, and we really are getting into the end game of this race now, because we're going along the lowest part, if you like, the most southerly part of this clockwise loop that completes the final sector, phase 3 of the longest edition of the Ronde van Vlaanderen since 1988 at 278.4 kilometres. What a debut for Remco Evenepoel. What a debut. Learning a lot along the way, and in front of an enormous crowd who know he is coming, the Belgian superstar. And I'm assuming he'll be back. I'm assuming he will. We are yet to find out where he finishes in this 110th edition, though. If these two, that's one thing I would throw in there with 20 seconds back. to Remco Evenepoel. If these two start messing around at all tactically, even after the Paterberg, Alice, there is a little chance there, isn't there, for Remco Evenepoel if he can keep this time trial going?
I'd say there's a big chance at the moment. Still 20 seconds. The gap's hardly gone out at all. Of course, they are going to go down. We are expecting more attacks from Pogačar specifically on the Kwaremont. They'll push hard on the Paterberg. We know that is where Remco has struggled more on those climbs. But when he has been in the wider roads, when he has been on the tarmac in the time trial position, he's holding that gap, if not gaining advantage on the two in front. So we definitely could see on the run into the line, of course that long run in is with a tailwind, so it is difficult to bring those gaps back, but it's also less shelter in the wheels for the riders who are together as well. So I think there's a big possibility he could bring it back. It just depends what that gap is over the Paterberg, but there isn't too much looking around that they can do.
And I guess it also depends how Tadej Pogačar chooses to use the Oude Kwaremont, and then what that does to Mathieu van der Poel. Or, dare I say it, if Mathieu van der Poel chooses to go on the offensive himself. We talked, didn't we, so much today about individual riders, quite a few of them talking about needing to go on the attack, not waiting for Tadej Pogačar to do what everyone knows he's going to do. And yet, I have to say, Hutch, I'll come to you on this, I have to say, all that meant was that Florian Vermeers decided he would do his big dig earlier, and UAE Team Emirates just did their thing even earlier.
Attack is the best form of defence. Everyone was talking about it's going to kick off earlier, so UAE said, you want it early? Here it is, here's early. Yeah. And a big break up the road in front, which kind of helped, because that just let me have that nice big group of 27 to 28 that rode reasonably well for quite a few kilometres, and that saw the back of the main peloton. And that was instrumental in whittling it down to the situation we've now got. I feel slightly sorry for Remco chasing this. He's just hanging there, not really making any progress, and we're going to get back into the climbs again. He's probably going to lose another 10-15 seconds, and that may be it for him.
A little head shake there from Tadej Pogačar. I don't know whether that was to himself or a signal to the radio, maybe. Definite head shake, though. Mathieu van der Poel sitting in behind him. Remco Evenepoel is getting ragged, but I tell you what, he is ripping the cranks off right now. What a job he's doing. If our timing is accurate, and I think it is, looking at that corner, 20 seconds, 21 seconds he is holding. Constant pace, no changing, no flicks of the elbow, so he hasn't got to look for anything from the other two around him. He is just getting on with it. If anyone can do this, we know he can. The gap to Pedersen and Van Aert behind has got a bit bigger. They're now a good, 46, 47 seconds behind Remco Evenepoel. And I like what you're saying, Alice. I like your belief, your enthusiasm that Remco Evenepoel can catch them. I think for the basic of the race, and all the fans watching, particularly the neutrals, but anyone, him getting back with these two would make this finale absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, it really would. And then, of course, you know, he may counter straight over the top and these two start to look at each other. So there's still a lot of possibilities going into this final 20 kilometres. And just back to what you were saying about riders saying about attacking, anticipating the move. That's something that they would have looked to have done around 100 kilometres to go. But, of course, this move had already gone. We did have Groupama that were looking to attack. They tried it on the Wolvenberg. And we also had, you know, Unibet Rose Rockets. They were also looking to try and get ahead of the race. And it wasn't too long before this move, not of these two riders, but of the main favourites with some of their teammates that went away, where they were trying to make those attacks and trying to get across or out in front before that happened. So they were anticipating it. They just weren't given any space to be able to get any gap on them.
Oh, we can see right across the field here. Little bit of flat in amongst the farmyard lanes, and you can just see over to his right. Apologies for a little loss of picture there. Our two leaders, Remco Evenepoel. He'll know, he can see, he won't even need that in his ear, that he's holding pretty much exactly the same gap. If there is any hesitation between those two, or, and I tell you what, he'd be going some, if Remco Evenepoel can maintain this gap over the Oude Kruisberg, over the Oude Kwaremont, I should say, which is coming imminently, then he's within pounceable distance for sure. But it just depends what these two do on the Oude Kwaremont. The third and final passage. We are coming into it right now. 1,500 metres long, of course, the Oude Kwaremont. A monstrous crowd up there, and they know what's coming because they've seen it before. Tadej Pogačar can see it up in front of him. Mathieu van der Poel on his wheel, ready. And 16 seconds gap now, the gap back to Remco Evenepoel. Pogačar lifts it again, just a little bit more. Van der Poel still seated, though. So far today, Mathieu van der Poel has seemed to be able to keep up with Tadej Pogačar. Pogačar now goes into the cobbles, and we're now on to the Oude Kwaremont for the third and final time. Look at the gap already. Tadej Pogačar is putting him to the sword. Mathieu van der Poel's rocking and rolling. We saw this a year ago happen at this point. He's looking like he can do it again, but can Mathieu van der Poel get back to him? Tadej Pogačar is extending 4 bike lengths, 5, 6. We suddenly start to see the physical frame of Mathieu van der Poel cracking, but is he cracking mentally? Because he's turning it on. He's not even got out of the saddle yet, Mathieu van der Poel. He's keeping Tadej Pogačar in his sights. Alice, is that enough of a gap to win by at this stage?
It's not enough of a gap to win at this stage, but that gap is really going out now. Pogačar's going to continue with that momentum, continue to build it over the top of this. Van der Poel hasn't given up, but you could just see that Pogačar already started that effort before he even hit the cobbles. Where it was still a crosswind, there's a lot of shelter here from the crowds and the grandstands at the moment, but it was a little bit less sheltered at the bottom. Van der Poel was trying to use even some of the grass there to get some shelter of that crosswind, but Pogačar really starting to build this gap at the moment. Van der Poel hasn't given up. He's also continuing with this effort. He's starting to hold that gap at the moment to Tadej Pogačar.
I agree. He is definitely not giving up. If anything, actually, I think he looks good, Van der Poel. It's going to be, well, we'll wait to see. That's the thing about the Oude Kwaremont. It carries on dragging. It's not like the Paterberg that has a very definite left-hand turn at the top. You know you're over the top of it. This is Remco Evenepoel a little bit further down, but the crowd are going absolutely wild for the Belgian time trial world champion. Mathieu van der Poel now in pursuit mode, but look how close he is to Tadej Pogačar. They're now going alongside the big party tent. The crowd is there in full effect, and it will feel like cyclocross for Mathieu van der Poel right now. Tadej Pogačar looking back. Now, I have to say, I've seen him look back twice so far, Alice. I think, I'm going to say this now, I'm not sure Tadej Pogačar is on as good a day as he was 1 year ago. He's just seemed a little bit more nervous today.
Yeah, and he's grimacing, and I don't know if I've ever seen Tadej Pogačar grimace. He looks like he's trying hard. Of course he's trying hard, but it's showing in his face as well, and that's not something we see very often at all. This gap is definitely maintaining, and of course Van der Poel has the opportunity to see the gap there from Pogačar. Pogačar's having to look around. He needs to know what gap he is getting, but there's definitely a face that Pogačar is pulling at the moment.
Yeah, it is seemingly relatively equal physical between these two. Yes, Tadej Pogačar got the gap by effectively leading himself out into the base of the Oude Kwaremont. As Alice Wood said there, he literally accelerated into the bottom, led himself out, and then just maintained that pace. But Van der Poel is so close still, and Tadej Pogačar knows it. Definitely not as confident as he would have looked, as he did look at this point 1 year ago when he went on to win. We're looking at the man here, Mathieu van der Poel, who is trying to become the greatest rider in the history of the Ronde van Vlaanderen, in the men's race, of course, by taking his 4th win. Let's see the gap. It is, what, 8-10 seconds at most, something like that. We'll wait to see. It might not even be that much, actually. This is Remco Evenepoel, who is also coming to the top of the Oude Kwaremont. They've got the Paterberg yet to come, don't forget. Much shorter, bit steeper too. And then the long run into Oudenaarde. There'll be about 12 kilometres run back along the edge of the river to bring them to the finishing straight on Mindebroederstraat, alongside the Donk Recreation Park. Can Remco Evenepoel get back in touch with the front two? And will there be a 3-up sprint for the finale? It is still possible. Michael Hutchinson, can you tell me, who do you think wins from here?
Tadej Pogačar.
Yeah, he's got the gap and that's it. He'll put his head down.
Remco's nearly a minute behind there. Remco's not getting back on board. He's going to fall back into these two guys. They're going to be contesting the 3rd place in the podium. See, Tadej Pogačar rides off. Mathieu van der Poel chases him to the line. That's what happens.
Alice, do you see it the same way?
I do think it's going to be an interesting TT to the line. They're all now time trialing to the line, but Pogačar and Van der Poel have had to put a big effort in there on the Kwaremont to take that gap, but also to try and chase that gap from Van der Poel. I would say Van der Poel is still looking very good at the moment. That gap has gone out slightly. We can definitely see that there is that dip of the head from Van der Poel. Pogacar still looking strong, but grimacing now down towards the Paterberg.
Yes, well, I mean, who knows what would be different with history, but if Tadej Pogacar weren't around riding the Ronde van Vlaanderen, Mathieu van der Poel would probably already be the greatest Tour of Flanders rider of all time. But that's irrelevant, because he isn't. He's got a great champion up against him. And today we're seeing a great champion already in still young Remco Evenepoel, who's come to this race and is looking very good for the podium at the moment. His gap, timing gap, 56 seconds now behind Tadej Pogacar, and he looks over his shoulder. I have to agree, I think, with you, Alice. I could see it finishing in exactly this order now, with individuals just time trialling their way to the finish. And we've actually not had that for a while. We've not had that for a good few years, when we've had individual riders all kind of evenly spaced coming towards the finish. And even Mads Pedersen isn't with Wout van Aert anymore. Wout van Aert himself. The top 5 all separated by 1.5 minutes, all with nice evenly spread timing intervals between them. I suspect, Michael Hutchinson, you as the kind of mathematical brain in here, you're probably quite liking this, because we've got a 5-up time trial that finishes in Altenade.
Oh, Joe would like it. Joe Rosen would like it as well, because it's
like a 5-station, what do you call it, a 5-station pursuit.
Like that,
like
yeah.
the Good Friday at Herne Hill.
Good Friday at Herne Hill, I did that once, yeah. You will start gap around and chase each other, yeah. It's exactly like that. 13 seconds. I mean, bear in mind, 14 kilometres to go. It's going to take... Remco needs about 60 watts more than Tadej Pogacar to catch him. Mathieu van der Poel needs maybe 15-20 watts more. So those are the kind of margins that we're looking at.
Into the Paterberg, the final classified cobbled climb of this year's 110th edition of the Ronde van Vlaanderen. And the man who is, well, some would say arguably the greatest racing cyclist of all time, Tadej Pogacar. He's got a little way to go and a few more boxes to tick. But we are watching again, whether we like it or not, a Merckxian ride by Tadej Pogacar as he works his way through this year. Now, if he is, I'm not going to get ahead of myself because we have 13k to go, but if he is to win this, that means he's won the first 2 of the monuments this year. Winning all 5 of them in the same season has never been done. Imagine the remarkable year where he wins, and this is another numerical brilliance for you, Hutch, wins all 5 monuments and his 5th Tour de France, all in the same year, and some say he's not quite yet at his best.
At the World Championships, potentially.
And the World Champion, there is that, the small matter of just making sure he's in the same jersey for next year.
No, it is just phenomenal, and you know, if he's going to win 5 of them, he's done the hardest one last a couple of weeks ago at Milan-San Remo. If he picks up this, he looked terrific at Paris-Roubaix last year until the crash, and the crash was kind of it was almost a nothing of a crash. Oh, you wouldn't want to bet against him, would you?
No, you wouldn't. Next Sunday is going to be fascinating. You can join us here at the Home of Cycling for full coverage of both the men's and women's Paris-Roubaix. 1 week today. It is Holy Week in cycling terms. Whether or not the drone gives a little air push bubble to Tadej Pogacar up behind him, I don't know, but I am loving these shots. Hutch, would it? Is there any?
It's tiny.
At all?
It's tiny. It's the size of a paper bag, but it's not going to do anything. But it's a great shot.
Oh, they're great shots. We are losing it a little bit there, linking it up to everyone at home. So my apologies for that. But this is the Paterberg for the final time. That left-hand turn at the top as well. And it does look, it's looking increasingly like Remco Evenepoel is going to ride in this position and finish 3rd on debut. Now, I won't get ahead of myself too much, though, because there is still the possibility. Wout van Aert riding absolutely brilliantly today, looking to overturn what some would say is bad luck, some would say a brilliant ride to Tour of Vlaanderen when he was caught by Filippo Ganna. Hey, question for everyone watching, maybe a question on the lips of the Italian fans. Where would Filippo Ganna be right now? Alice? Apart from lying on the couch watching, but if he were in the race, where would he be right now?
Well, of course, he was on mega form at Tour of Vlaanderen, and he had a lot of bad luck there as well, with mechanicals having to chase back when Van Aert had already gone up the road as well. So he was going very well. It was a much shorter race, but I would be pretty confident to say he would have at least been in that front move when these 5 riders did start to split up. But who knows?
Mads Pedersen, the 5th of the big 5, and at the moment the last of the big 5, riding in, yes, you guessed it, 5th place, the big Dane. Every one of these hang on, I've got to think about it. Every one of these riders in the top 5 have been... sorry, yes, let me say that. Every one of these riders has been road world champion, except Wout van Aert. And maybe he's that guy who will get his rainbow bands on the road eventually. At the moment, of course, he has the Belgian champion stripes at the end of his sleeves. But Tadej Pogačar, of course, been there and done it. He's in the world champion's jersey now. Mathieu van der Poel, of course, wearing those bands too. And his gap, 16 seconds for Van der Poel. Can he get back in touch with Tadej Pogačar? That also is not insurmountable as well. I wonder who's got the advantage here in terms of, you know, the sort of time trialling ability between Tadej Pogačar and Mathieu van der Poel. Then fatigue comes into it, though, doesn't it, Alice? It's so hard to predict anything, even based on previous form, when there's that level of fatigue and load from all those climbs.
Yeah, it really is. And I'd say a lot of these riders very evenly matched. Of course, Remco, the stronger time trialist, but he's been doing this a lot longer than the 2 riders in front, where they've been riding together. They've had the chance to recover on the descents, on the wheels, so it's going to be very evenly matched at the moment, especially as they head over the bridge and make a right turn. With the tailwind, the speeds are going to go up, and it's going to be very hard to make any kind of difference in that kind of situation with that wind.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, of course. Once they've crossed the River Scheldt, they then ride all the way along the west bank of it, going back almost in exactly the direction of where they started this morning in Antwerp at, what, about 10 o'clock this morning when they rolled out from there. By the way, for those of you who've been with us since, 9, 10 o'clock this morning, CET, with us on our broadcast, thank you for being here with us. We've had Joe Rousel and myself, Jez Cox, leading the commentary, along with our 2 brilliant pundits and co-commentators, Michael Hutchison and Alice Wood, all day today. So for those of you who've been there all the way throughout, I hope you've had a fantastic day and enjoyed it. Thank you for your predictions along the way as well, your encouragement and comments too. I am just so surprised how much Flemish sunshine we've seen today. We've had some horrific weather. Some of the shots, particularly the super slow-mos of the pouring rain, look really nasty. It's certainly what everyone, I'm sure, tuned in for. We didn't quite get the grovel up the Paterberg, although, Alice, you've ridden this race. I suspect at the back of the field there were still a few riders grovelling up the Paterberg. We just didn't see them.
Up the Koppenberg.
Sorry, the Koppenberg. What did I say? The Paterberg. Thank you. Yes,
Yeah,
it has been a long day. Koppenberg, yes.
Well, it just wasn't as wet as we expected it to. Of course, the winds blowing very heavily today, I think will have dried those coppers out a lot, as well as the sun as well. So it wasn't as wet and as muddy as we were expecting. Like you said, it didn't affect the front of the race. I don't really think it would have affected any riders at the back of the race. The women are still to go up there as well, and that is often where the race does kick off as well for the women. So they're following on straight after this on the coverage, so going to be very interesting to see how they do. But yeah, like you say, the Koppenberg not having any effect on the race in the wet conditions, and I'm glad it didn't, to be honest, because I think we really see the true racing happening on the roads and on the bikes.
There is the crossing of the mighty Scheldt River, with the cycle path alongside it. A cycle path well known to racing cyclists who live and ride and race in Belgium. I've ridden along there a good number of times while staying in and around Oudenaarde. The chain gang that rips up and down the edge of that Scheldt, quite a gathering of riders over the years. And that'll be of no consequence to this man, the Slovenian world champion, who is looking to join that 3 club. Looking to be the next one to join Mathieu van der Poel. Johan Museeuw, Fabian Cancellara, Tom Bonen, and 3 others as well from the 70s, 40s and 50s, Busse, Magny and Le Mans as well. And looking very good too. 20 seconds now back to Mathieu van der Poel. And as we've mentioned, an opportunity, as Hutch touched on there, next Sunday to see once again Mathieu van der Poel and Tadej Pogačar go at it in Paris-Roubaix, as we saw them together, just the 2 of them at the front, when Tadej Pogacar wiped out on that innocuous right-hander that separated the two and meant that Mathieu van der Poel rode on to the win ahead of Tadej Pogacar. Pogacar will be out for revenge, particularly if he wins this, the Ronde van Vlaanderen, because it will mean he's ticked off what, as we discussed, was the most tricky to win Milan-San Remo. If anyone is ever going to win all of the monuments in one season, dare I say it, Alice, I think this, personally I think this is probably the case. There hasn't yet been a rider on the men's side of the sport in history that could win or would win and will win potentially all 5 of these monuments like this. It's if anyone going to do it, it's Tadej Pogacar, and he kind of needs to do it this year now. No pressure.
Yeah, I mean, potentially in history there has been riders who could have done it.
Yeah.
But have they risked it? Because of course, you know, racing a race like Roubaix as a Tour de France champion, someone who is focusing on the Tour de France is one of the big goals of the year. They don't risk riding in those races, but Pogacar is such a phenomenal rider that he risks it as well, and he is such a racer that he wants to do them. He's won so much as well that he kind of can make that gamble to put himself in those races to look to win the 5 monuments.
Yes, I think back to when I first got into watching cycling. It was at the end of Miguel Indurain's reign as a 5-time Tour de France champion, and if you'd said to me, oh, well, actually this year Indurain's already won Milan-San Remo, he's just won the Tour of Flanders, he's looking to win Roubaix, I think most people would have just laughed. They said, no, you can't do that. There's no way he would do that and then even ride the Tour de France, let alone win it. But we are living in an era, an incredible era, where we have riders who, as I've long maintained, the riders like Mathieu van der Poel and Tadej Pogacar in particular could have probably drifted into any sport and may have actually drifted into no sport. Finding your way into a particular sport and finding your thing that you are incredible at is actually quite a rare thing. And I think my theory, Alice, is with Tadej Pogacar, he happened to get on a bicycle, start racing, start winning an awful lot very young, and he is just one of those born-to-do-it talents who, personally, I think we're very, very lucky to be watching. I know not everyone sees it like that. I know there will be some people listening saying, we're looking at, here we are, we're watching another Tadej Pogacar victory. This is getting boring. I'm not going to ignore it. There are people who say that as we see 5 kilometres to go. But I think I've been watching cycling long enough to talk about the Miguel Indurain days, and yes, I know what's gone on under the bridge in all that time and since then, but we are witnessing, without doubt, something very, very special here.
Yeah, and also, I guess, I mean, he's a very gifted, talented bike rider, but probably would be a very talented and gifted sports person in any sport that he did do. Very driven and motivated as well. Like you say, it can become boring. I don't think today has been a boring race. It hasn't been anything like Strada, where it has been one rider kind of attacking 80 kilometres to go and being on their own. There's been questions throughout the majority of the race of how it is going to go. Even when we did have the group of favourites going with 108 kilometres to go, there was still that potential that there could be a fight for the win. But yeah, like you say, a very gifted rider and talented rider.
Well, the gaps now, as we can see, 45 seconds back to Mathieu van der Poel. Tadej Pogacar has 4 kilometres to go. He is riding northward, back in towards Oudenaarde and the finish. Just settling himself, just adjusting his back, getting on top of the rhythm. Haven't seen him look around for a while. But as we can see, 41 seconds back to Mathieu van der Poel. 1:22 now back to Remco Evenepoel. There he is. And Wout van Aert 1:53. 1:50, hang on. No, sorry, 2:08 back to Wout van Aert, and a smaller gap back to Mads Pedersen as well, I think. Michael Hutchinson, looking at the timing, can you see any possibility of catches between the big 5?
At this point, I'm going to say no, because there's basically 40-50 seconds between each of them with 3.5 kilometres to go, unless someone has an absolute nightmare. I did see Tadej Pogacar reaching for a gel with 6 or 7 kilometres to go, which felt a little late to be taking on a gel, and I did have a glimmer of thinking maybe he's just beginning to feel a little hollow. But I think I was wrong about that. I don't think anyone's catching anyone at this point.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Alice, I think you were agreeing with me. I still think today, maybe it's the conditions, maybe it's the extra stress of having Remco Evenepoel there. But with now, now 3K to go, I don't know how to put it. it's just the body language. Maybe it's because he's in black shorts. There's been something about Tadej Pogačar today that he's looked a little bit more nervous and not quite as kind of effervescent as he normally is. Is it just me? Am I imagining that?
No, I think, you know, like I said, we saw a grimace from him on the Quaremont. Of course, he was going full gas, but we don't normally see him grimace. Potentially, he could be on a bad day. But this is his bad day. Who knows how he's actually feeling?
Bad days are relative.
Yeah, exactly. My bad days, I was not finishing races, but his bad days is just maybe 20 seconds closer to Van der Poel than potentially he could have been. It's always hard to know, and that's what's so impressive with these big riders. All 5 of these could have been on a bad day. A few of them could have been, but they're still the top 5 in Flanders, and that's what is so impressive with big favourites, and that's why they are those riders, because they can do this day in, day out, no matter how they're feeling.
What a day. What a race across the full 278.4 kilometres. Once again, there can be no denial that Tadej Pogačar is the best rider at the Ronde van Vlaanderen. Mathieu van der Poel will have to go another year with me billing him at the beginning of the race as being the man who has the chance to become the greatest ever. Because the problem is, there's another guy who next year is going to be knocking on the door of being the greatest ever, and that is Tadej Pogačar. He's going to join the 3 club today in some pretty illustrious company. We've seen a brilliant ride on debut by Remco Evenepoel in 3rd, and Wout van Aert is also looking solid in 4th, having been 4th last year. And Van Aert fans, I think it's safe to say there's a few of us in the commentary box here for sure, stroke brackets, all of us. When we had a chat before going on air, I think we were really keen to see how he'd do today. He's done brilliantly. Wout van Aert has ridden absolutely brilliantly, though, but he is in the company of the Big 5, and we do include Mads Pedersen in that because he rose to it today. Tadej Pogačar goes through 1 kilometre to go. He is riding northward along the edge now of Oudenaarde, along Minderbroederstraat, alongside the Donk Recreation Park, exactly where he was 1 year ago when he won. The drone follows him in. He can see the gantry ahead of him, and the crowd know what they are witnessing. The rainbow bands of Tadej Pogačar riding into Oudenaarde at the end of the longest Ronde van Vlaanderen since 1988. It is the great sift, the cobbles, the climbs that sort the men from the boys, and today Tadej Pogačar joins the Big 3 club. He's done all the 3s. He's only ridden 3 races this year. The thing is, he's won all of them, and he joins the club now that includes Johan Museeuw, Mathieu van der Poel, Fabian Cancellara, Tom Boonen, Eric Lehmann, Fiorenzo Magni and Achille Busse as the only men who have won 3 Ronde van Vlaanderen. Tadej Pogačar, in the jersey of the world champion, confirms what so many people knew. At the moment, he is the best classics rider on earth, and he takes his 3rd Ronde van Vlaanderen. The battle for the Big 5, the opportunity to win all 5 monuments in 1 year, is on. And Alice will just watch the rest of them come in. Mathieu van der Poel, what a great ride by him, eh?
Yeah, a really impressive ride. He could follow Pogačar for as long as possible, longer than all the other riders, but it was just the final time of the Quaremont, that big attack from Pogačar from the bottom before the cobbles had even started. That was the one that broke him, but coming in 2nd, only 34 seconds down in the end.
Yeah, 3rd last year behind this man was Mathieu van der Poel, 2nd this year. Tadej Pogačar looking around to see Mathieu van der Poel.
Van der Poel's raced this race every year since 2019 and never been worse than 4th place, which is unbelievable, to be honest.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? What a ride by Remco Evenepoel on debut, on the podium in 3rd place. He'll be back. I'm assuming, Alice, he'll be back, won't he?
Yeah, I reckon so. I think he'll definitely have that appetite for it. He'll be hungry for it. And again, on debut, a very impressive ride. He had a lot of pressure on his shoulders after that late announcement, kind of making it a little bit of a joke on April Fool's Day. But I think he'll be very happy with that, and I think he'll have really enjoyed his day out. and maybe more to work on this winter.
I have to say, it's got a bit of a cyclocross feel to the finish here after we've ridden through Den de Monde and we've ridden up the Koppenberg. Through the heartland of cyclocross, it has to be said, and one of the best cyclocross riders in the world, a former world champion, of course, Wout van Aert, coming to the limelight now. But it feels like a cyclocross race. Individuals coming to the finish line here along what could be one of the best sprint finish straights in world cycling. On a day like this, it is just one by one. They roll to the finish. We're looking for Mads Pedersen to come in for 5th place right now, but that was Wout van Aert taking 4th place 2 years in a row.
Thank you, man.
Michael Hutchinson, what a time trial we saw, what a 5-up pursuit we saw, and we're yet to see the 5th one, Mads Pedersen, come in.
That was glorious. It is 51 years since the last time anyone did the Milan-San Remo Tour of Flanders double. That was, of course, Eddy Merckx in 1975. 51 years it's taken.
Well, there we go. We mentioned the name of Merckx when we go back through these records. And oddly enough, as we've said, as we see Mads Pedersen come in for 5th, Pedersen was 2nd last year, of course.
Place. You show a lot of balls today, big balls.
See you next week.
There we go. See you next week. See you next week, says Tadej Pogačar to Mads Pedersen, talking about Paris-Roubaix, of course. Well, there we go, the big 5, the top 5 in. We await the arrival of that next group, the group that contained Florian Vermeersch, Matej Mohoric Standerwolf, Magnus Sheffield, and others to flesh out that top 10. Alice and Hutch, thank you very much for your time. I'm now going to hand back to Joe Rousel, MBE, for the final time, and I'm going to leave you to it to bring all of this home and chew over everything that's just happened, Joe.
Thanks, Jez. I'm just trying to process everything that we've seen, and the distances, how early it all happened. I don't think the result was unexpected. I don't think the top 5 were unexpected. But like you say, just coming in with those sort of gaps between each other, absolutely incredible. And I'm almost lost for words for what to say about Tadej Pogačar. I mean, as Hutch just said, the stat of winning Milan-San Remo and Tour of Flanders in the same year since Eddy Merckx, absolutely incredible. Remco 3rd on his debut. What a race.
Absolutely. We're just going to watch this little sprint here as well. I think this is Jasper Stuyven coming in, so looking to salvage something for Soudal Quickstep. Jasper Stuyven in good form coming into this race, and he will take 6th place. So first place of the mortals outside that top 5, if we say it like that. You know what I mean? No, it's not entirely true, because Jasper Stuyven's amazing. But
that was that mortal.
No, well, no, exactly. You're absolutely right. Jasper Stuyven winning that little sprint of what was left. Florian Vermeersch was there again. We're now going to hear from Wout van Aert and Joe. I'm going to leave you to it. You bring all this home. Go on.
Thanks, Jez. Yes, I think we're all very intrigued to hear the reaction of Wout van Aert. We're just going to see the finish here of these 3 riders. Teammate of Wout van Aert here, of Christophe Laporte in that yellow jersey. 2 teammates of Remco Evenepoel. I think we're sprinting for 7th place. We're more than 5 minutes down.
I think we're further down than that, but Christophe Laporte's going to take out this sprint for some mystery top 10 position.
So let's hear very soon what Van Aert has to say. Just on standby for that interview. So watch a few more riders just come through the finish now. Just over 5.5 minutes down. Oh, there's a bit of a knock of shoulders there. All safely over the line. But here is 4th place, Wout van Aert.
Wout van Aert, how surprised were you when the final already started on the Molenberg?
Yeah, honestly a bit surprised, because I was a bit far back, and have to thank my teammates to bring me in okay position just before the Molenberg, because it was a already crucial moment. And yeah, then actually it was not a bad situation. I had Christophe with me, and I think there was no reason for us to pull, so we could sit on. And yeah, I came to 2nd time Quaremont how I wanted, and then like I predicted, it was just the legs.
And then afterwards, what do you think? You were there together with Mats Pedersen. Did you have any idea? Did you have the feeling that you could come back?
I knew we would only come back if they look to each other in the front, but still then you have to believe in it, and yeah, I have to thank Mats for an amazing ride. We worked well together, and yeah, it was not meant to be to come back, but yeah, we did what we could, and then yeah, I think it's a crazy final. Everybody by his own to the line.
You'll be happy with this result?
Yeah, I mean, happy with my performance at least. I hoped for a little bit more maybe, but yeah, this was everything that was possible today.
My colleague Jip van der Bos there asking the questions of Wout van Aert there at the finish. 4th place for him in the end, 2 minutes and 4 seconds down on our winner Tadej Pogačar. Took the victory ahead of Mathieu van der Poel and Remco Evenepoel in 3rd. And now we are going to hear from our winner. 3 times he has won this event now, the World Road Race Champion as well, Tadej Pogačar.
Tadej Pogačar, massive congratulations, Imperial victory, gold record holder. It was a waiting game somehow, but you destroyed everything today, everybody.
Yeah, it was really crazy race today. I think yeah, I don't know what to say. It was super hard from yeah, I don't know which kilometer, and then it was a little bit, yeah, like you say, waiting game, but still it was effort putting on the pedals through all the time. Last when the group formed, and it was just yeah, I was happy that we kind of cooperated, and then yeah, it was in good favor for me.
After the Koppenberg, there was this moment where you and Mathieu didn't want Remco Evenepoel to come back.
Yeah, because for sure I didn't want Remco back into the group, because I know how well endurance he is as a rider. His endurance is, and yeah, he can always overcome in the end and beat you. So I really, yeah, tried to make a gap, and it was good.
It's an incredible statistic. 3 races this year, 3 victories, 2 monuments. Next week you can even win a 4th race, a 3rd monument in this classic season.
Yeah, yeah. I don't race too much, no. So when I race, there's pressure to win, and yeah, so far everything went perfect for me, so I can be more than happy, and coming yeah, next week to Roubaix, I can go motivated, but yeah, try to enjoy the cobbles.
Legendary performance, massive congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
A legendary performance indeed. We offer our congratulations to Tadej Pogačar taking the victory here. 3rd ever victory for him at the Ronde van Vlaanderen, and also his 3rd victory of the season. Here's the top 10, and look at those time gaps. 2nd place for Mathieu van der Poel, 34 seconds down, then 1:11 back to Remco Evenepoel, and Wout van Aert in 4th for Belgium there. Mads Pedersen in 5th for Lidl Trek. Just enjoying some more of these finish shots here of Tadej Pogačar, celebrating this historic moment for him. He joins a very exclusive club of riders who have won this monument on 3 occasions. He said he'll be back next weekend for Paris-Roubaix. But next up, we're going to hear from a rider who's had a tricky start to the season. And I say that he just finished 5th at the Tour of Flanders. Let's hear what Mads Pedersen has to say.
Actually, Pogačar, the first thing you did after the finish, it's unbelievable what he does today.
I don't know exactly what he did. He won the race, and that's yeah, good job. And of course, when I see him after the finish, it's the smallest thing you can do to congratulate him. So yeah, good job by him.
What is your personal feeling? 5th place, is that the best thing you can do today after those other strong guys?
Yeah. If I could do better, I would finish better, you know. So I didn't have more in the tank today, and yeah, we knew I suffered a bit on the climbs, and that was also where I missed it. So yeah, it is what it is, and in the end, it's a decent job, and now we're looking forward for next week.
At the Kwaremont, of course, everybody knew it would happen there. How close was it for you?
You know, in the end, it doesn't matter if it's close or not. You know, or how close it is. If you don't make it, you don't make it, and I didn't make it. So, if it's 10 meters or 100 meters, it doesn't matter. You know, I didn't manage to be in the wheel. So, yeah, they were just faster than me. But also, you know, I said it so many times last week that it's exactly in those moments I'm missing something because of the injury, and it shows again today that I missed it there. But you know, I'm still beating other guys who was in top shape, who didn't have injuries or anything. So in the end, we can be quite happy with today's result.
After the Kwaremont, you came together with Wout. Was there any hope you could still close the gap, or did you have the feeling on this is it? We have to try to fight for the 4th or the 5th place?
No, there was a hope that we could at least close Remco. But Wout was super strong, and you know, already on Koppenberg he had to wait for me, and I knew Kwaremont the last time would be a tough one for me, and there he opened up the gap, and yeah, from there on everyone was just riding solo to the finish. So, you know, no matter who you ask, everyone was going with everything to the finish line.
Last question.
Well, there we go. That was Mads Pedersen. Hutch, I think you're still with me. What do you make of slightly despondent Mads Pedersen there?
Very frank. Not making any excuses, just saying, yeah, at the critical moments he didn't have the legs. It must be frustrating for him, having picked up the injuries early in the season and coming in to this home section of the season just chasing himself a little bit, because this is a race he should be able to win. He's been there and thereabouts, so I'm not surprised he's a little bit flat-sounding, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, at least he was being honest, not just putting on a sort of brave face for the cameras. But here we have Florian Vermeersch here with Hannah Walker down at the finish.
Well, what an absolutely incredible performance that was from Tadej Pogačar. Florian Vermeersch, what a performance from your teammate there to take his 3rd victory in the Tour of Flanders. You were a huge part of that victory. What was that like out there?
Yeah, this is why I become a cyclist. Like, I could never imagine when I was young opening myself the race in Tour of Flanders and creating a race decisive move, and then to have a leader like Tadej is amazing. And I have to say also the team. I mean, the lead out from Niels to Molenberg was incredible. Everybody was there. Yeah, I think it was a real team performance, and yeah, like I said, with a leader like Tadej, it's incredible.
What was it always the plan to go into the Molenberg with that huge acceleration with yourself, with Niels Pollitt, to really try and split things there?
Yeah, we wanted to do a bit copy-paste of Omloop and Nieuwsblad because we saw the wind was really strong and like crosswind there, so I knew we could make a big split there. And yeah, then it's just all about committing. And in these races you have to commit full with the team, and we did. It's amazing.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to you all. I'll let you get off to go and congratulate your teammate Tadej Pogačar. Well, Tadej Pogačar now joins a great list of champions. He becomes the 8th rider to win the Tour of Flanders on 3 occasions, joining Fabian Cancellara, Mathieu van der Poel, Johan Mazeu, Tom Bonen, and several others as well. And you can see more riders are just finishing here. And what a fight. I mean, just come and take a look how hard these riders have to go, how much it takes out of them. They're needing assistance here. This is what the Tour of Flanders does to you. It's brutal. It takes everything out of you, and these riders lay it all down on the line.
Well, brutal indeed there, but these are the men that have conquered this race for 3 occasions now. Most wins in the men's race, the Ronde van Vlaanderen, and Tadej Pogacar adding his name to this list of riders who have won on 3 occasions, along with Mathieu van der Poel. Both those riders, of course, still competing. So we go again next year, and we attempt again for someone to make history. But for now, let's enjoy the moment here in 2026 for Tadej Pogacar. As we head to our next interview now.
We saw you talking in the group behind a lot. What were you saying to all the riders in the first group?
Yeah, that we just had to cooperate together, because yeah, it was for everyone a nice opportunity to have a nice result here, because yeah, we immediately have a super big gap. So you know, if you are in a group like this, you can go far in the race. And also yeah, we had Remco, so for sure we wanted everyone to work together, so to build up the gap. So yeah,
it was the perfect situation for you guys to be so early in the race with such a small group.
Yeah, exactly. We knew there was a chance that the race would open up pretty early, so actually we were in perfect position towards Molenberg, and it happened there. And yeah, then was just full gas working together to go as far as possible.
This must give a lot of confidence, Remco doing so well in his first Flanders for the coming years.
Yeah, of course. Actually, I don't. He's third, or?
Third, yes.
Yeah, we didn't heard anything anymore. So, but as far as I could see, he was behind. So yeah, for sure. I think with the team, we did a perfect race. Also, Remco was really strong for his first time. So yeah, nice.
That was Gianni Vermeersch there, just speaking to our colleague Jip van den Bos after the race there. Always interesting when a rider doesn't actually know where their teammate finished. So Jip just letting him know that Remco Evenepoel did, of course, finish 3rd on the podium here. His debut at the Tour of Flanders. It's a delight for Belgium there with a rider on the podium. We're now about to take a look at the full highlights of this 278-kilometre race. This was the moment the race got underway, 278 kilometres ahead of the riders, the longest distance since 1988. We began in Antwerp, we were heading southwest towards Oudenaarde. 244k to go, we've got a breakaway with 13 riders. We took a while to get this group formed. The graphic on the screen there just showing you exactly who was in this group of 13. This was interesting though, 213k to go. The level crossing came down. The majority of the bunch was stopped, not the entirety of the bunch. And of course the breakaway kept going. Now fast forward, this is the Molenberg, and this is the moment that UAE Emirates were repping things up. We were still just over 100k to go, and 101k to go. Here we are. Suddenly we have a group of favourites forming. Possibly about 40 kilometres earlier than we expected this to happen. Here, though, inside 90k to go, the rain came hammering down. Everybody got rid of their rain jackets at this point. We'd all sort of got rid of the layers, ready for the finale. The sun did come out again, though, and we were ready to go. Here is Tadej Pogacar about to make his move with 57 kilometres of the race remaining. A group of favourites had joined the breakaway. They'd absorbed the breakaway up ahead. And here we can see on the climb, Tadej Pogacar just leading ahead of Wout van Aert. Wout van Aert immediately on the wheel here. Mathieu van der Poel in 3rd wheel, Remco Evenepoel in 4th. And we could just see Mads Pedersen at the back of the shot there, just trying to get on. All change over the top, though. Wout van Aert just losing the wheel, and this was looked like a bridgeable gap at this point, but Tadej Pogačar just really putting the hammer down, and here we have the next climb. This time it was Remco Evenepoel who just lost contact with Pogačar and Van der Poel. Here we are, 22k to go. Pogačar and Van der Poel at the head of the race. Evenepoel chasing in third. And here is the final ascent of the Al de Quarmont. The third time of asking. And this was the moment that Tadej Pogačar went clear from Mathieu Van der Poel, making his bid for a third win here at the Ronde van Vlaanderen. And look at this, inside 5k to go. 41 seconds over Mathieu Van der Poel at this point. Plenty of time to celebrate. After 6 hours and 20 minutes of racing, Tadej Pogačar in the rainbow jersey takes his third victory here. His third victory of the 2026 season. And his second monument in a row for 2026. The quest is on. Can he do 5 in 1 year? Mathieu Van der Poel finishing second. And Remco Evenepoel on his debut of this race. Belgian rider, of course, takes third position and will be on the podium. So just take in some of the sights there in the background of Oudenaarde. Just a confirmation of the top 10. And Hutch, some really huge time gaps here as we look back throughout this top 10.
Yeah, that's like an old-fashioned looking top 10 set of splits, isn't it? There's just riders everywhere, gaps, 1s and 2s coming in, because, you know, quite often what we've seen in races like this in the last few years is Pogačar comes in, there's a group of 4 or 5 sprinting for second, and then there's a big group behind that, and we didn't even get that this time. It was a really glorious race, actually.
12 monument wins to his name. There is only one rider ahead in that list, and that is a certain Mr. Eddy Merckx on 19. For now, let's go for some analysis down by the finish with Hannah Walker and Van den Bos, I believe you've got down there.
At the finish line here in Oudenaarde, riders were lying on the floor, couldn't move because it was one of the hardest races that they have ever done. And in the words of Rick Ploumers, he won't be moving for a long time. Jip van den Bos, that just gives you some insight as to how difficult the race was. Dries de Bont, likewise, he couldn't move, he couldn't get off the floor. He had his soigneur holding his legs up in the air. But Tadej Pogačar just makes it look so simple, so easy. A third victory from 4 starts for the Slovenian.
I think everybody was just at their limits. I talked to Vacek, for example. He was already after the Molenberg. He said, like, I was on my limits. It's only Pogačar who can do this for so long, keep the pace so high. Even Van der Poel, Evenepoel, he broke them all.
You and I were talking earlier on today where the race could start to break up. Would it be the second ascent of the Al de Quarmont? Would it be earlier? Would it be a little bit later? But it was in the run into Molenberg,
crazy, yeah. It's
where it breaks
so early in the race. I think nobody expected it would start so early. I think a lot of people were thinking maybe Evenepoel will start the final earlier than the second time Al de Quarmont. But this early is a big surprise for everybody, and that's what we saw. We saw Wout van Aert was not in position at the Molenberg yet. It was a big surprise.
It was a big fight for him, wasn't it?
It was a big fight for him to get back in at the Molenberg. But afterwards, it was a good situation, I think, for all the favorites, because it was such a small group. Positioning wasn't that difficult anymore. And from then on, it was just the strongest to win.
Do you think that situation then on the Molenberg, where it created a very select group, almost made it better for those riders? They didn't have to fight into the Al de Quarmont and the other cobbled sectors at the Tijnberg, for example.
I think it made it better for the strongest riders in the race. For example, Evenepoel and Pogačar, it's a big advantage for them that they don't have to fight for the position anymore. I think for Van der Poel and Wout van Aert, who are really good in the game, it would have maybe been better if the race would start a bit later, actually.
An exceptional performance from Remco Evenepoel on debut. That was incredible, but now Tadej Pogačar joins and becomes the 8th rider to win the Tour of Flanders on 3 occasions. What a performance that was.
Three wins for Tadej Pogačar here at the Tour of Flanders. But this man here, Mathieu van der Poel, second place today. He does already have 3 wins in this race to his name. So let's hear what he had to say after today's 278 kilometres of racing.
Mathieu van der Poel, you were in position at the Molenberg. It was no big surprise for you. It's already started there.
I didn't expect that the race would be decided the first time over there, but everybody knows it's always a key point there. But I don't think anybody thought it was going to be the first decisive moment.
But you directly started to work together with the whole group, so you were very happy with the situation.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it takes away the positioning again for second time Quaremont if you're in a smaller group. So for me, it was actually a good situation. Unfortunately, before second time Quaremont, I was in good position, but then I got blocked by some riders, and I had to come all the way from the back. So it cost me a big effort to come back to the wheel of Tadej.
Do you think that is the crucial moment which broke you in the end?
It's difficult to say. I mean, he was really strong, but I don't think I missed a lot to be with him the last time Quaremont, but yeah, he was very strong again today.
Do you think if you would have pulled a little bit less with him in the last 50k, you would have made a chance to stay with him on the last time out Quaremont?
It's not that I pulled like a madman, so I just did my pulls. Sometimes it's actually better to also pull a little bit for your legs. So I was happy with the situation, of course, and I think I always go for myself as hard as I can, and I did the same again today. And in the end, it's very simple. He was stronger.
You were playing a little bit with him, right? You weren't taking the hardest pulls you could, working together with him.
No, but it was also not necessary. I mean, I think he was happy. I did some pulls. He could recover a little bit in the wheel as well, so he could do a lot of the work in front, and he showed again today how strong he is.
Congrats with second.
Thank you. And if you don't want any spoilers for the men's race, if you didn't see it, then you may want to look away now. So this is the attack of Tadej Pogačar with 18 kilometers to go on the Al de Quaremont. And Mathieu van der Poel just getting distanced from Tadej Pogačar. And this was earlier today. 41 seconds at this point and into the finish, taking that victory. Great win for Tadej Pogačar. And behind him, Mathieu van der Poel comes home for second place. And Remco Evenepoel rounds out that podium. So Tadej Pogačar now 3 times a winner of the Ronde van Vlaanderen, equals that many record. Can he do it for next year? Lotte Kopecky was also chasing that victory. There's your top 10. Tadej Pogačar from Mathieu van der Poel, Remco Evenepoel with Wout van Aert, Mads Pedersen, Jasper Stuyven, Florian Vermeers, Martin Mohoric, Christophe Laporte and Yanni Vermeers, your top 10. So a full 100% record so far this season for Tadej Pogačar. 3 from 3. Strade Bianche, Milano San Remo and Ronde van Vlaanderen. That's not a bad season so far.
No, that's not a bad season, is it? No.
Takes career win number 111. And again, Ash, just so impressive. The way that Tadej Pogačar is attacking these races.
Yeah, I mean, he is a real talent. I mean, sometimes you watch him ride and he just looks like a machine. And I often have these discussions with Urška about, you know, where does he get it? And yeah, she just always says he's a superhuman, and that he truly is.
He's like a force of nature, isn't he? That's maybe a way to describe him. But Remco Evenepoel takes 3rd place today. So Mathieu van der Poel, he was chasing that 4th victory today. He still is on 3. So Tadej Pogacar equals Mathieu van der Poel in this generation of 3 Ronde van Vlaanderen victories.
Dames en heren, een grandioos overwinningsapplaus voor Tadej Pogacar!
A big roll here in Aldonado. Career win number 111 for Tadej Pogacar. The world champion does it again. The UAE Team Emirates XRG rider. Enjoy that moment. What a podium. Remco and Mathieu. Current and former world champions. And this is important as well, Ash, in terms of the combination now is great to have the men's and women's podiums together.
Yeah, it's a notable change, you know, making the women finish later and then having the podiums together. It really, you know, it creates a great atmosphere and vibe for the fans. You know, they're out all day, they're watching, they have 2 amazing races to watch, and then to finish off with both on the podium close after each other, I think it just makes for a great festival of cycling.
It certainly does. Tadej Pogacar lifts that trophy aloft, and they're always beautiful trophies that we have here in the Ronde van Vlaanderen. Eric Simons had the honour of designing the Tour of Flanders trophy, following the footsteps of Fernand van der Planck, who created them from 1995 to 2024. It's Tadej.
Yeah, it's been an amazing day. A lot of people on the road and a lot of people here. Really beautiful atmosphere, and yeah, thank you all for coming. It was an amazing show. Thank you.
It was an amazing show. Deze mannen hebben de show verzorgd. Dit zijn de mannen die voor de show vandaag.
Great to hear from Tadej Pogacar, and it was an amazing show. Clearly two great races. It is such a. I think when we first finished the women's race after the men's race, when Lotte Kopecky won in that Belgian champions jersey, and for me it was just this massive crowd, and you know it's special in Belgium when someone will throw their beer in the air.
Yeah, it's quite prized possession in Belgium, isn't it? But yeah, it's a real party atmosphere that we have out on the roads in Flanders.
Cheers, guys. Great podium. Tadej Pogacar, Mathieu van der Poel, and Remco Evenepoel. And apology as well. This is going on while we're commentating the women's race, so we're trying to sort of catch up with what went on in the men's race as well, while we've been bringing you the women's race. The obligatory podium selfie.